We on that grind, true crime tales, we follow the signs. Chat rats rolling always on time. We dive in deep into every case, from alibis to that suspect's face. Gobble drops and the stakes get high. We light it up, truth never dies. Global crew, all eyes on the stream. Investigations run like a dream. Popping facts with that midnight spark. Solving crimes even in the dark. We got theories and we got files. We got timelines stretching miles. Clicking links, checking the stats. Say it loud, we the chat rats. Let the story unfold from the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the chat rats. Murder boards and old police logs. Late night lives and digital fog. We question the lies, breaking it down. Flashlight minds in a sleepy town. Whispers turn to witness names. Motive, weapon, unravel the games. With every puff, a clue gets clear. Truth hits harder than smoke in the air. Follow the thread, where it led. One more clue, what they said. Puff, puff, pass, let the story unfold. From the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the chat rats. Light it, pass it, the journey goes on. From the crime to the court, dusk till dawn. Truth seekers under digital hats. Solving mysteries, we the chat rats. Puff pass.
What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? Hello, hello. What's going on? Sunday fun day. Sunday fun day. What's up, Angel? My wife, Prince Lover. What up? Prince Lover says, woo. Little Ric Flair for y'all right there. All right, so everybody ridiculed me into going live. I wasn't going to, but I am. Here we are. Make sure you hit the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe. We're finna get back into this trial, and everybody's gonna miss it now. Especially Dean, who ridiculed me the most because I didn't want to go live. So I think we just go on and get into it. Wait on people to get here. Whoop whoop. I say we listen to an oldie but a goodie while we wait.
Puff, puff, pass.
Yeah.
True crime chat rats.
Let's go! Puff, puff, pass, true crime chat rats. All across the world we coming through like that. Taking all the facts, put them in a trap. Cause we coming through like that. When you see the scene, I'm a rat. I be
What up, Dean?
Yo, what's going on? Pimp. Play
Pimpin' since been pimpin' since been pimpin'.
This is how we've been from 93 till.
Nobody says that near another like you said that near another.
Fuck yeah. Play friends in low places. That's funny.
Have you seen it? Have you listened to it?
What?
The song.
What? Which song? Like,
Toy's new song.
the one that she posted in the Discord last night?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I watched it. I messaged, or I put in the Discord that it was really good. I liked it a lot.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I especially liked that I was third up. That felt really cool. Screw the rest of you. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I didn't have. I wasn't thinking, so I hadn't downloaded it into StreamYard. Now that I got all this open under mine, I can't go in there and get it. So
Yeah. Well, you could always play it just through YouTube
yeah.
on here,
Hmm.
like how you're doing right now with this Preppy trial.
That's exactly right. That's right, Mike. That's what I'm doing because I like it. All right, there. Do you want the friends in low places or the chat rat swing song?
I know when she said friends in low places, I thought she was talking about Garth Brooks, and I just thought that was a funny thing to suggest. But I saw the swinging one. Is there a friends in low places one?
Mm-hmm. Check this out. It's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. She was looking like a dream in neon light, standing close to him on a Friday night. I pulled up slow in my old plow truck with a flask full of whiskey and a head full of lust. Ain't no secret round this little town. Who pulls the strings? Who wears the blue crowns? Yeah, I tip my hat. We played it real cool because, girl, you forgot the rules. You forgot I got friends in low places, wearing badges, holding cases, judging my pocket long, but dial. Ain't no use running, won't take but a while. I could have made you smile, could have had me, but you chose him. Now it was me or him or nothing, that's the rules. Yeah. Yeah, it was me or him or nothing, yo. Pull a little shot, watch your laugh and sway. Your hand in his was a slap in my face. Brian knows when I show my grin. Somebody not ain't gonna end with a win. Snow falls, blue walls are near. Whiskey burns down, but I see it clear. Girl, you thought you could just walk away, but you forgot. Round here, I got friends in low places, wearing badges, holding cases, judging my pocket long, but I ain't no use running, won't take but a while. I could have made you smile, you could have had me, but you chose him. Now it was me or him or nothing, that's the rule. Yeah. Yeah, now it was me or him or nothing, that's the rule. Ain't no witness when my blue brothers were walking by my side. Ain't no saving when the truth's been tied. A calling out a toast in the air. Whiskey and power, baby, life ain't fair. Got friends in low places, higher than you think. Securities and feds and judges pour my drink. Flashing them blue lines, put your girl in cuffs. Ain't about the law, girl, it's about me. Yeah, it's me and nothing, baby, that's the rule. In this crooked town, I'll make the rules. Pop, 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 pop.
That shit is good. That's good right there. This is really good.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the Rat House, baby. Where the truth ain't quiet.
Just so you know, this is going to be the new intro. Just I didn't download it in there.
And neither are you. Oh, yeah. Where the Chat Rats crew slide in, pull up a seat, crime talk, cold facts, and a jazzy backbeat. We got stories to tell, got some justice to serve. So pour up that coffee or something with a swerve. There's Rat Daddy leading 6'5", a cool. Toys the queen with the sharpest of tools. Dean's cracking jokes, Mary B's got the tea, and Lawleen lays the law down, real boss energy. MJ's got the fire. Gingy's taking names. Sassy's dropping. Angel Baby's in the game. The clerk's keeping order, Misty's watching close. Pinky promises, keeps receipts, and she does the most. We're the Jackrats, baby. Worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the Rat House, baby, that's how it goes. Snap, snap. Cherry lights it up. Cherry lights it up, neon glow behind her head. Tombstones drops the facts that awake the dead. Connor's taking notes, Janine's on the clock. Eddie the paralegal keeps the court on lock. Sweet woman, sweet, but she'll sting if you like. Calypso keeps it cool, got that island vibe. Prince Lover's in purple, that Texas pride glowing. Sherry's laughing loud while the facts keep flowing. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ghetto. Bada limbs OG coming through. Crazy eyed cheese, oh you better believe. Robo-Rat click sparks gears in his head. Breaking the code till the lies drop dead. Jump, feel the confidence. Jump. We're the Jackrats, baby. Worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the Rat House, baby, that's how it goes. Crime solving cracks. Worlds are stage. That's a fact. Together, we're the Jackrats crew. We ain't looking back.
Nice. What up, sweet woman?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello. I hope you're ready to get bored.
I'm ready.
We're always ready to get bored. Always. All right. Small Cigar. Back at it again.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry, it is under these circumstances. I want to.
I'm going to try to speed it up a little extra. See if if this is too fast, just tell me, I'll stop it.
Go over your testimony and just review a few things. But let's start kind of close to where we left off with some of these photographs. Okay? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Stakes Exhibit 63. You see that on your screen there?
Yes, I do.
And you identified this person as being Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he's wearing black shorts with a white stripe, do you agree?
Yeah.
And a green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes.
And this person next to him, you identified that person as being Sal Perry?
Yes.
And the person on the ground, you identified that as Tyler De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You told us before that Mr. Hines was fighting with Mr. Valley, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in this photo, you'd agree that Mr. Hines is actually over near Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't see Mr. Valley in that picture, can you?
No.
Do you see your brother anywhere in that picture?
No, not that one, no.
You see Alex Bernson here?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what is States Exhibit 64. You still see Alex Bernson there?
Yep.
Correct. You see Ryan Hines here, correct?
Correct.
And you see your brother here, correct?
Correct.
Where are you at the time this picture was taken?
So I am behind that crowd, towards the, not towards the curb, but behind that crowd. So away from the driveway.
You are behind this crowd towards the driveway?
No, 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 like directly behind that crowd. Like you cannot see me.
Closer to the pile of mulch that you described earlier?
No, no, no. Like if towards the other property line. So directly behind it from our point of view. The pile of mulch is to the left in this angle.
Okay. This is your brother Charlie here.
Correct.
And you are somewhere behind Charlie and this other unidentified individual?
No, I'm behind the Alex Bernstein angle.
You think you're behind Alex Bernson?
Yes,
How far behind him do you think you were at that time?
5 to 10 feet.
Did you see face on to you?
No, I did not.
Did you see face on at any point that evening?
No. Well, during the evening, yes, but not during the fights.
And you see Mr. De Silva in this photo, correct?
Yeah, you could see him a little bit.
You see that Mr. Bernson appears to have his hand somewhat on Mr. De Silva, right?
Yes.
And when this photo was taken, you're behind Mr. Bernson.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Valley?
In the moment he was towards the road.
He was towards the road.
Yes.
And who was around Mr. Valley?
I do not recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valley?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
After he was with me, I did not know where he went besides towards the road.
So when this photograph is taken, or with the image captured here, this is still shot in the video, right?
Yes.
This image captured here, you think you had already separated Mr. Hines from Mr. Valley at that
Oh,
point?
yes.
So at this point, Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Yes.
You've already been stabbed?
Yes.
When you were stabbed over behind Mr. Bernson?
Yes.
And then after Mr. Hines was stabbed, he got up and he came over to the fight where Mr. De Silva was?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Is that what you saw?
No, I didn't see him.
And at this point, are you already laying down on the ground on your right
No.
hip?
I'm not.
What are you doing at this point?
Standing in the back, just in shock.
I'm going to show you now state 65. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And you still see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us who's beside him?
No, I can't tell that.
This is your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
Who's behind him?
I think that is Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Where is Will Berardi in this picture?
Nowhere to be found.
Now I'm going to show you state 66. Do you see that photo?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And he's still standing over top of Mr. De Silva, who's blocked by Mr. Villalobos and
Yes.
Mr. Lakovich, correct?
Yes.
And you see Jimmy McGrath here to the right, correct?
Oh, yes.
Wearing a navy blue shirt and white shorts, correct?
Correct.
That evening, you yourself were wearing a dark shirt, correct?
Yes.
Was it navy blue?
Yes, it was.
Did it have anything on it?
Not that I recall, no.
No graphic on the back?
Nope.
And I'm going to now show you State Exhibit 67. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And do you still see Mr. Hines' black shorts with the white trim at the bottom?
Yes.
And you would agree that this is showing Mr. Villalobos is shoving Mr. De Silva into the road, correct?
Yes.
And do you see a figure here with a dark shirt on?
Yes.
Do you think that could be you, sir?
Not that I know, no.
You see what you think is Mr. McGrath here to the right again, correct?
Yes.
You testified here that you were only engaged in fighting with Mr. Valley, correct?
Correct.
You were never engaged in the fight that was going on with Mr. De Silva.
No, it's
correct?
not.
So let's go back to the beginning of the night, right? You told us that you'd started out hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., right?
Correct.
Because he had told you to come over and hang out at that time, right?
Correct.
When you got there, you went down to the basement after going first to the kitchen.
Yes.
Correct. What did you do in the kitchen?
Said hi, greeted each other.
Who was there in the kitchen?
I don't recall exactly, but a couple of our friends.
Okay. Was there any drinking going on in the kitchen?
No.
You said you went down to the basement and just normal things were going on, correct?
Correct.
And those normal things, that involved drinking down there, right?
Correct.
You would typically go over to Mr. Rich's house and there would be underage drinking going on, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't tell us, you didn't recall who provided that liquor, correct?
I cannot recall.
But you said you think you had 2 beers, right?
Yeah.
Just 2?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
How can you be so sure there was only 2?
That's what I recall.
Could it have been more?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said when you got there that there were 10 kids there, right?
Yes, about.
Were there any drinking games being played downstairs?
No.
Just music, hanging out,
Yeah,
drinking
music,
some beers. Did anybody have anything other than beers?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said that later that night, younger kids showed up, right?
Correct.
And those younger kids were Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines, right?
Yes.
And you had some inkling, did you not, that they were on their way over because your brother Charlie had picked them up to bring them there, right?
He did, but I did not know that.
He didn't let you know ahead of time, hey,
No.
I'm picking these folks up?
Nope.
Had Charlie been at 43 Laurel Glen Drive at any point prior to bringing Mr. Marcinzik and Mr. Hines?
Yes, I believe so.
While you were also there?
I believe so, yes.
So you were there, he was there, he left at some point to go get Ryan and Griffin?
Yes.
He didn't tell you he was leaving to go
No.
get them? But you had seen him there that night, right?
Yeah, I've seen him there.
Was he also drinking?
Not before he left,
Not before he left?
No.
After he left, he was drinking?
I guess, maybe.
Well, did you see him drink?
No, I did not.
So you don't know whether or not he was
No, I do
drinking?
not know.
You assume he was drinking because that's what was typically done.
Yeah, I assume, yeah.
Anybody ever drink to the point of getting sick there?
No.
Not on that night?
Not on that night, no.
That is the shirt and a shoe that you were wearing that night, correct?
Yes.
That is State's Exhibit 24. And what color shorts were you wearing that night?
I think gray.
And are those gray shorts you were wearing reflected here in State's Exhibit 77?
Yes.
Is some sort of a sweatsuit material?
Yeah, they're cotton.
You identified for us earlier a couple of photographs I'm showing you right now. Go to State's Exhibit 57. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you identified that as being Jimmy McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. McGrath is wearing the same shirt and shorts as we see later on in the video, correct?
Yeah.
You weren't there when that photo was taken, were you?
No.
Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
That's Mr. Jesus' home.
Mr. Jesus' home?
Yes.
And who is he to you?
He is a family friend and a father figure to people.
He's a family friend and a father figure to people. How old is he?
I don't know. I don't know his age. I'd say the 50s.
Mr. DeJesus is in his 50s.
Yeah.
And is this also a place where drinking goes on a regular occasion?
Yes.
You see a Bud Light there in the photograph?
Yeah.
You weren't there that night in the street of Jesus?
No.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
We grew up playing football together when we were young.
Did you see him there that night?
I do not recall seeing him, no.
You don't recall seeing Mr. Chernowski that evening?
No.
Do you hear him in the video that we watched of the fight?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you hear him doing in the video?
Saying, yes, sir.
Do you recall hearing him say that when the fight was going on?
No.
So, Mr. Hines and Mr. Marcinzik show up with your brother around what time?
I would say 9:30, 10ish.
And once they arrived, shortly thereafter, you learned that Mr. Hines claimed that he had been jumped over at a party earlier that night at 5 Lazy Brook Road, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And what was the reaction of the folks in the basement at that point?
Who did it?
I'm sorry?
Who jumped you? Why were you jumped?
So they started to ask, who did it?
Yeah, who and why?
And then once they asked who did it, shortly thereafter, they started texting the people that they thought did it, correct?
That's what I heard, but I did not know that night.
You didn't see anybody texting?
No, I did not know that.
You
was
didn't
a text
hear from anybody that, hey, we're trying to get these kids to come over here?
No, I did not know that.
You didn't see Griffin Marcinzik taking a photograph of the address and sending it out on a group chat?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik that evening?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him doing?
He was in the basement hanging out.
Just hanging out?
Yes.
You didn't see him on his phone?
I mean, everybody's always on their phone. He's probably on it. That's what I thought.
Did you see him on it?
Not that I recall now.
And you don't recall Mr. Marcinzik, Mr. Hines, your brother telling you that they were texting with these kids that they claimed did this to them?
No, I did not know there was a text.
Did you hear from anybody that they were trying to get these kids to come there?
Not that I know of, but probably, yeah. I'd say that.
What do you mean, not that you know of, but probably, yeah?
That people were talking about that there was something going on, but I didn't know exactly that they were getting them to come over.
What did you think they were talking about when they said something was going on?
I was staying out of it. I'm not involved in the younger kids' situation.
That was just the younger kids' situation?
It wasn't my friend's situation, no.
The other kids weren't talking about this as well?
They were not talking about it, no. They heard about it, but they weren't going on about it.
And so it was a surprise to you then when the Honda Pilot showed up outside?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Nobody was outside waiting that time?
Not that I know of.
And you heard that the car had showed up, right?
Yes.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall who.
Just someone said the St. Joe's kids were outside, right?
They said somebody was outside, yes.
And someone said that, but you can't tell us who that was.
No, I don't know who.
How did they know to look outside to see that somebody was out there?
It was probably related to
It's speculation.
Sustained.
Was anybody looking outside to see if there was a car arriving?
Not that I know of.
No.
No, it's been answered and it seems sufficient that he didn't know. I'll allow it to stand.
So you don't recall who said someone's here?
No.
But then everybody got up and went outside as a group together, correct?
People went outside, yes.
Well, you say people went outside. Who went outside?
I don't know exactly who, but people went outside.
Who was in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone behind you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone to your side?
I don't recall.
Did you walk outside by yourself?
I walked outside.
By yourself?
I don't recall.
You do recall that there was a group of you and you said at least 10 people were by.
These damn kids and these I don't recalls. That's why do they have to do something iffy?
Nah,
Just
hear
tell the
me out.
story.
Hear me out, right? Like on this one right here, the black guy, there was obviously like he was hiding something, but hear me out. I don't remember shit from like a year ago. Right? Like I know the general event, but I'd have no idea who walked outside, when they walked outside, who was in front of me. Right? Like I would have no idea on that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. It's just a bunch of them in a row, not recalling.
But like on the specifics of like people walked
Usually when
outside.
something traumatic happens like that, you do remember the first 2 or 3 people you see because it's stuck in your head.
Yeah, well, he's not claiming to not know like the first people he saw. He's just like, I don't know who walked outside when they walked outside, which I wouldn't know either. It would be from 3 years ago. I would know people walked outside. I might know
You had
like,
to
yo,
tell the
this person
story a
walked
bunch of
outside,
times.
but like I
Had
wouldn't.
depositions and hearings, and you've had to tell the story a bunch of times.
Yeah, but it's still like, I don't know. I can't remember shit from a year ago. I wouldn't know who walked outside personally. But I have shit memory. So, but if I was up there, I'd be saying that same thing, and you guys would be like, he's fucking bullshitting. But no, it would be true. I
I
really
don't
wouldn't know.
recall.
Yeah.
I get it.
By the car and 10 people were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall who any of those people were?
I don't recall who I went out with, no.
These were all very good friends of yours that you had grown up with and played sports with since you were little.
Yes.
You can't recall who any of them were.
It wasn't important to me at the time, so no.
Wasn't important to you that your brother was going outside towards this car that you didn't know anything about?
I didn't know my brother was going outside.
You didn't see your brother outside?
No.
You can't tell us anybody that you saw outside.
There's people outside. I don't know the specifics of who was where and what was what.
How close was the?
I'll sustain.
Did you see Tyler Rich by the car?
Judge can ask the answer.
Sustained.
I
He's
don't
already
know.
answered. He doesn't know counsel.
Did you see anybody reach into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put their upper body into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
The 10 people that were around the car, they were surrounding the car, right?
They weren't surrounding it. They were on one side of the car. From what I
Only
saw.
on one side of the car?
From my vision, yes.
How far away from the car would you say you were?
It's about 25 feet, 30 feet.
25 to 30 feet away?
Yeah, maybe a little farther.
Further than that even?
Yeah.
35, 40 feet away?
30.
You told us all you could hear was bickering, right?
Correct.
Did you hear anybody say somebody was flashing a knife?
Projection that calls for hearsay.
I'll ask if he asked if he's heard it. I'll allow it overruled.
I don't recall hearing that.
Did you see anybody flashing a knife?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything from the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody throw anything at the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a smash or a shattering sound?
No, I did not.
Did you see the car being rocked by the 10 people that were surrounding it?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put hands on the car?
No, I did not.
Were you watching this whole thing the entire time?
No.
What were you doing?
Probably engaged, talking to other friends.
So your attention was back and forth from the car to your friends?
In that moment, yes.
But you're sure that you looked over at that car and you saw Jack Snyder driving and Raoul Valley in the car as well?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Not really. Somewhat. I've seen photos of him on social medias.
So you couldn't identify any of your friends that were around the car, but you'd seen photos of Jack Snyder before and you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah, I saw people on social media from other times.
Okay. Were you familiar with Raoul Valley?
Yes.
Had you known him just from social media like Jack Snyder, or had you had interactions with him?
No interaction, just knew him from social media.
So you knew him from social media, and again, you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
But you couldn't tell who your friends were that were around the car.
No, I was able to tell from his hair.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No,
Did you see Jimmy McGrath?
not in that moment, no.
Who were you talking to in the driveway?
I don't know.
Okay, like that is kind of bullshit.
You said
Right, like, who are you talking to? I don't know. If you had a conversation with someone, surely you'd know. I guess unless you don't know the person specifically and you're just like, you're not denying having a conversation, but I don't know. That one seems like, it's like, who were you talking to? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
You should probably know who you're talking to, right?
They're just adding in the if.
Yeah.
So the bickering lasted 5 minutes or so, correct?
About, yeah.
And then without any other interaction between the vehicle, just the bickering, it sped off towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And you stayed in the driveway, correct?
I went inside.
Well, you were still in the driveway, and then you went back into the house through the Bilko doors, right?
I went through the Bilko doors, yes.
Who did you go back into the house with?
I don't recall who exactly.
Was it just you?
Probably.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were in there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody that was in the basement?
No, not really.
Did you think about calling the cops at that point?
No.
Why not?
Because I thought they had left. They sped away.
Didn't feel like it was a threat and you should call the cops?
No, they were told to leave and they sped away, so they left.
And if you called the cops and they came, they found out that there was some underage drinking going on, that might be a problem, right?
Projection that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
So you didn't want to call the cops because you didn't want them to come and get everybody in trouble. Is that fair to say?
No.
When you went back inside, you told us you talked with your friends about the incident, right?
So we briefly talked about it, not a full conversation. More of mimicking it. Like, what was that?
Mimicking it?
Just saying, like, why did that happen? Why is that important?
Was there some talk about these guys are pussies, they didn't even get out of the car?
No.
None of that?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lakovich?
No.
Did you see Michael St. Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Sal Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
Nope.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery?
No.
You were all alone in that basement?
No, there's older kids my age and girls my age.
Oh, okay. Who were they?
I don't recall exactly who.
And you told us that you were down there for about 10 minutes and there was no drinking going on at that point, right?
I said 2 to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I said like 5 minutes.
You said 5 minutes
About, yeah.
that you were down in the basement?
Yeah.
You don't recall telling us just earlier when you were speaking with the state's attorney that you were down there for 10 minutes?
No, I said 5, I believe.
5 minutes, no drinking going on?
No.
You were talking to some folks, but you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who, no.
And then you exited the house again, correct?
Correct.
You said that was because people claimed the car was outside still waiting, right?
Yep.
Who were those people?
I don't recall, it's just people.
More than one?
People were saying, yeah.
People were saying it.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who exactly.
But whoever it was that told you this, it grabbed your attention enough that though you don't remember them, you do remember them going outside to see what was going on, right?
Yes.
And you went outside. Could you see the car when you first came out the door?
No.
You had to go down along the tree line, correct?
Correct.
Over to where your car was by the far end of the tree line, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And you looked down the street, right?
Yep.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No. That I saw.
Kind of hard to miss Faison, right?
Why? I didn't see him.
You didn't see him at all?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No, I was by myself along the tree line and right into where my car was.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the yard?
No, I didn't even look for that.
You looked down the street, you told us, and you saw people down there, right?
Yeah.
Who were those people?
I couldn't tell. They were far away.
Did you see the car down there?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell that it was the car?
Same car, yeah.
How could you tell that?
It was the same SUV car with a Honda facing this way. I know the structure of the car.
Well, it wasn't the only car that was in the street that night, was it?
The only one I saw.
That was the only car that you saw?
Yes, one before I came
There
back
weren't
in.
other cars parked along both sides of the street, up and down?
Well, where the cars were parked at the house, yes, but not down where that car was.
That was the only car that was down there.
That I saw, yeah.
And what was the lighting like?
There was streetlights that way, and there was also flashlights in people's phones. It wasn't too dark. It was not dark at all.
Did you see a group of Shelton High kids going down the street chasing that car?
They were already down there by the time I viewed it. They weren't chasing.
What were they doing?
I couldn't hear or see what they were doing exactly.
You couldn't hear or see what they were doing.
Not exactly, but I saw people.
Who did you see?
It was too far to judge.
Did you see any fighting going on?
Down there, no.
Did you see anybody throwing anything?
No.
Did you see anybody spraying anyone in the face with a can of PB Blaster?
No.
Did you ever hear about a can of PB Blaster that night?
No, not that night.
Did you see Tyler Rich anywhere?
In that moment, no. Later, yes.
How many people did you see in the Shelton High kid group that was down the street?
They were scattered through the road, so I wasn't counting.
How many would you estimate were down there?
I don't know. I never thought to count how many people were down there.
No, but you went back inside and you told everybody what you saw, right?
I went inside and I was like, they're down there, sitting there. That's all.
Like that, calm and just, they're down there, they're sitting there.
Sure, yeah.
That's how you told the folks?
I don't recall exactly.
Who was it that you told?
I don't recall who.
Who was in the basement at that point?
The older crowd.
Who's the older crowd?
Kids my age. So the kids who graduated in 2021.
Like who?
The girls as like Michaela Holton and them. And then my cousin Will.
So it was just you, Will, and Michaela Holton and another girl that were in the basement at that point?
No, there's a little more people, but I wasn't engaging with them. So I wasn't picking up on who it was.
Where was your brother at this point?
I don't know.
And again, you told us that you heard that they came back, right?
Correct.
Who said they came back?
I don't know who.
How did you hear that they came back?
Someone said it.
How did they say it?
They came back.
Like that?
Yes.
They just calmly said they came back.
They said they came back.
You can't tell us who that was.
I don't recall who it was.
You're sure?
Getting a little crazy, huh?
Torturous. Like they were teenagers, and this line of questioning is so stupid.
It's weird. To say the least, it's strange.
But these kids are very well prepared compared to Karen Reed trial witnesses.
Yeah, they are a little bit more fluent. Get them Sagawas. Small
down in the
ones.
basement?
You don't care if they're
Yes.
kids.
You didn't see Faison Teal down there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich down there?
No.
You didn't see Matthew Lokovich down there?
No.
You didn't see Alex Burnson down there?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael St. Perry down there?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry down there?
Nope.
Didn't see your brother down there?
No.
Didn't see Ryan Hines down there?
No.
In any event, you went back outside once you heard that they were there.
Correct.
Why did you go back outside at that point?
Because I heard they were back, and I was curious to see what was going on.
Did you go out by yourself?
Yes.
Nobody else was with you?
No, I went alone.
So when you got outside, people were already there in the yard.
Correct.
You went to the tree area in front of the blue truck in the exhibit that you were shown, correct?
Correct. By the mulch pile.
By the mulch pile. And you stayed there until the fight broke out, you told us.
Yeah.
And when you came out, you saw a
Take
group
a
of Shelton
look.
High kids face to face with Tyler De Silva from Royal Valley, correct?
Correct.
Calypso.
Who were those kids that you saw face to face with Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich was on the right. Tyler was in the middle. And then I thought was my brother Charlie Connor on the left, but that was Ryan Hines.
And that was it. There were just 3 kids that were there.
Face
with
to
them?
face. Face to face, yes.
Okay.
Those kids in the driveway who I did not identify.
Only these 3 kids that you saw were in the yard.
That's all I saw, yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal in the yard?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Matthew Lokovich in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry in the yard?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi in the yard?
No, I did not.
Didn't see your brother in the yard?
No, I did not. Well,
Were you
yes, I
looking for
did.
him?
I thought it was him.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was my brother, but that was Ryan Hines to the left,
You'd seen your brother earlier that night, correct?
briefly.
And he was wearing a white shirt, right?
Correct.
Ryan Hines was wearing a green hooded sweatshirt, correct?
Yes, that's what I was able to tell from the video, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what I was able to tell from the pictures, yes.
But you thought that Ryan Hines in the green hooded sweatshirt was your brother in the white shirt.
Correct. I wasn't picking out what color clothes they were wearing. I did not think to take notes of that.
So as best you recollect, it was just those three people in the yard facing the tube from the St. Joseph.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Was anybody blocking your view of things?
Of where they were? No.
What was in the yard?
No, not where they were, no.
How close, when you came out, were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valley to the curb there, the road?
I can't tell how close they were to the road. That was their backside, so I'd be looking through two lines of people.
Okay. Well, you described for us where you saw them in one of the exhibits before. Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I do.
How far into the yard were they?
Right by that bush.
Right by that red bush that you had
Do you want me
described
to
before?
To where?
The red bush?
Yes, the red bush. Oh, the exhibit's not up.
The red bush.
And you told us you stayed there until the fight broke out. And that was to the roadside of the left red bush, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. They were,
Or-
Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valley were to the roadside of the leftmost red bush. Do you recall describing that to us?
Can you pull up an exhibit so I can see what you're talking about?
Just right behind it too.
States Exhibit 6 is what I'm showing you there. Is this the red bush that you're describing here, this one?
Yes, right where your finger. Yep, yep.
And you see this sort of debris field here in the front?
Yes,
And you see the curve here?
yes.
How far is it from the curb to the red bush?
I don't know, 15 feet, 20 feet.
15 feet, 20 feet. How far into the yard were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valley?
I would say a little more than halfway to that bush.
So 7 to 10 feet in, if that bush is 15 to 20 feet.
Yeah, in that range, yeah.
Halfway or so to that bush.
Yeah.
And they were standing close together, right?
Yes, they were.
And you could see their faces.
Yes.
You could see their hands.
Yes.
And did you see any weapons?
No, I did not see any weapons.
You didn't see Mr. Valley with the knife out, flashing it around.
Not in that moment, no.
Did you see Mr. De Silva with any weapons?
No, I did not.
Did you see their hands?
Yes, I did.
Were they in fists?
They're by their side. I don't know if they're in fists or not.
They weren't raised.
Not until I saw the jolt.
And you said that they approached your friends, right?
Yes, they came onto the grass.
They came onto the grass. And you said initially they were just talking back and forth, right?
Yes,
And you described it, well, maybe it was arguing, right?
talking and arguing, yeah.
And you were asked, was it peaceful? And you said, peaceful, I guess so, maybe. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that.
And that's what you saw that night, right? Mr. De Silva was trying to talk with Mr. Rich.
It wasn't talking. It was not so peaceful as I described. Like they were arguing with each other face to face.
Okay, so it's not as peaceful as you described it?
Yeah, it was not, no.
So now it's your testimony that, in fact, it was not peaceful at all.
It didn't start off as immediately throwing hands, but they did walk up. There was talking before a fight.
What was the talking about?
I was 10 feet away. I was not listening.
You weren't listening?
No.
And then you said it looked as though Mr. Valley was going to do something. Do you recall that?
Correct.
You told us that he cocked his right hand, right?
I didn't say cocked. I said he made a jolt like he was going to. So
You don't remember when the state's attorney asked you, he cocked his right hand, and you agreed with that?
he jolted. He went back. He went like this.
He flinched.
No, he did not flinch. A
Can
flinch,
you
a flinch is
describe,
when
you're
you
showing
flinch.
your shoulder coming back.
Yes, like that. Like you're going to do something.
Was his hand in a fist?
I did not see that, no.
Who was close to him when he did that?
Ryan Hines and Ty Wood.
Neither of them punched Mr. Valley, did they?
I didn't see who it was that punched him.
And again, at this point, your recollection is that there were only 3 people facing Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, that's from my view, yes.
Did you see Mr. Teal anywhere?
No,
Did you see Mr. Lokovich anywhere?
no,
Did you see anybody other than those 3?
no. Those are the only 5 people that I saw.
And then you said a Shelton High kid threw a punch, right?
Someone in that line, yes.
In fact, that was Tyler Rich, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I did not.
What blocked your view?
I just didn't see who it was. I said it came from the right side.
And that person threw that punch at Mr. Valley, correct?
Correct.
Knocked him down to the ground, correct?
Stumbled, didn't fall to the ground.
He didn't fall to the ground?
No, what I saw, no.
Do you recall telling officers when you gave a statement to them that you saw Mr. Valley on the ground?
When he was stabbing me, yes. He was on bent over as I described.
And you described not that he was bent over, that he was crawling on the ground, right?
He was on one knee coming towards me as I described it. Safe
You
to
told
say.
police officers that he was crawling on the ground, correct?
I do not recall.
And you told police officers that they were trying to start things, and one of them said, "We have a knife on us," right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to officers Kozlowski, Unati, Muyo, and Bango on May 15th at 12:30 in the afternoon when you were at your parents' house?
No, I don't.
Do you recall them saying, one of them saying that they had a knife on them?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you all went over to help?
I don't recall that saying that exactly now.
Okay. You've told us that it was just you who went over to break this up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was engaged with, yes.
Nobody else was with you when you went over to break
No,
this
I
up?
ran by myself. There could have been other people, but not with me, no.
And you described for us that you were able to just get in between the two of these folks and push Mr. Hines away, right?
Yes, I pushed him
Then
back to
you
his spot.
took his place.
Yes.
Nobody else around you at that point.
Not that I was thinking of, no.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand filming anything?
No.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand with the light on?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski anywhere around?
No.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
I thought my brother was Ryan Hines.
Okay, I understand that. Now you understand that he's not your brother. He was Ryan Hines, right?
Correct.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
Not after that, no.
Counsel, whenever you feel there's a good time to take a break.
Your Honor, I think perhaps if we stop here, that would be a good spot.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and move into our lunch break. So we will stand in recess from now until 2 p.m. We'll pick up and I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the witness box, okay? Thank you. And Attorney Smith, you're welcome to come up at any time.
What's up, Lawlene? Lawlene, you trying to hang out with your family too much now?
I have to a
Hold
little
on,
bit.
those 2
Bud.
days. Huh?
I have to acknowledge them some.
Not that much.
Danny was missing you, I think, is what he's
They say
trying to
Mama's
say.
back. Well,
They
Mama's
just
not
haven't
back
made
now.
me a rat to make me feel special. They don't have perks like y'all do.
No. Mama's not back. She's just on a break.
Yeah.
I bet it was fun though.
Yeah, we had some fun. Grilled
Nice.
booty in last night. So we've had a lot of fun.
Good. So we're just gonna watch some of this. I think I waited long enough where Turtle Boy may be off here in a little while. Might get the other 25 subscribers we got that are in their chat.
I didn't even know who was on today.
Yeah, he's on Andrea Burkhart right now.
Interesting.
They got
I'll see y'all later.
10,000 people. 10,000 of them. I mean, you might as well go. Look, 99% of
10,000 or more.
YouTube, 99% of YouTube missed the stream already. Okay.
I watch those streams when
Well,
I don't
more
have
than
anything else to watch.
Mary B makes a good point. She says, Lawlene, Danny needs your attention too.
Well, I
what?
pretty much give him my attention on a daily basis. Jeez.
Well, that's
Yeah.
not enough, Lawlene. No, joking.
I thought between
Oh,
me and
God.
Mary B and Dean and
Mary
everybody
B's-
else in Discord, like he would be fulfilled by now.
Mary B is threatening a mistrial.
What happened?
She says she can't control herself. She's going to have to watch some of this without us.
My thing is, I feel like we're spoiled by the Karen Reed case because it's like the prosecution didn't prep these witnesses at all. None of them are asking to see transcripts. I don't know if he's telling the truth when he says that's what they told the police, but it's like they weren't prepped.
I don't know. One of them, this guy actually, he did say when the guy was trying to ask him questions, he was like, "Can I see what you're talking about?"
Yeah, that was before I got on then because he said several things and he hasn't asked to see a transcript. And I'm like, surely all these kids read their original reports before the trial, but who knows?
I feel like that's expecting too much of kids.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
The prosecution calls them in and they prep them. They go through their statements with the police and let them know what's going to be asked of them and stuff like that. And it seems like they didn't do that with these kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they taught them how to answer the question at least. Like they're answering the questions better than the people did
Yeah,
in the
I feel
Karen
like
Reed
they.
trial.
I feel like they've had some prep, but it just doesn't seem like any of them read their police statements from
Right.
that night, and it's been several years, so there's a lot of I don't recalls, and that's annoying. Like
A
you
lot
either
of
said it or you didn't, or bring the report out.
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't recall
I'm not
is
fair.
is the best answer to give when you do know. I'm not saying that's the case here, but when you do know but you don't want to admit it.
If it's bad, that's how I
Yeah.
would be interpreting it as this juror. It's I'm sitting here saying you do know,
I don't think
and
this
you
kid's
did
gonna be
say
up
it.
here very much longer. Hopefully, we can get another kid. Get it.
Well, I don't know what I missed. Have we gotten to any of them that were stabbed yet? Or are we still on
This guy was
Yeah,
others?
stabbed.
this is one of the kids that got cut,
Okay.
but he's almost done.
Well, I
Small
can
cigar been
understand
going
him not
hard on him.
recalling some stuff. He had a traumatic experience.
Yeah, Small cigar's been going in on this kid. Dean's jealous.
Dude,
I can-
I love that finger, bro.
He's obsessed with that finger.
It's a good looking finger.
That's a long finger you got there, Mr. Small.
What you doing with that finger, boy?
What you gonna be doing with that finger later, Mr. Small?
I think you
I
can
know.
skip because I think they're going to recess.
I got something you can tie up, but it ain't a ponytail.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the
Oh
jury.
wait, never mind. You did skip.
Sorry. All right, counsel, at this time, I would like you to please stipulate to the presence of our jurors.
Defense stipulation.
All right, thank you so much. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Connery, I can reorient myself to where we were. Okay, I think you had just told us that a Shelton High School kid threw a punch, but you can't recall who that person was, right?
Correct.
How far away were you from where the person threw the punch?
I was at the mulch pile, so 5 to 10 feet.
5 to 10 feet away.
Yeah, that's about that. From the
You couldn't tell who it was that threw the punch?
No.
But you could tell that it was a Shelton High kid.
yes, it was from someone's back. Like their backside was towards me.
And you said that when you ran over to where Ryan Hines and Raul Valley were fighting, that they were just tussling, right?
Yeah, they were fighting.
No full punches were going on.
Don't recall the specifics, but they were fighting.
And they were fighting on the ground, right?
I don't think so.
And you said at some point you took Mr. Hines's place after you pushed them apart, right?
Correct.
And that you made eye contact with Mr. Valley, right?
Correct.
And in fact, when you described that to Officer Bango on July 9th, you told him that he stared into your soul and made creepy, demonic eye contact with you, correct?
Yes.
Demonic eye contact?
It was eye contact of someone who knew what they were going to do. It looked very unpleasant and very scary.
And then you said at some point the fight just stopped, right?
Yeah.
Do we see the fight just stop on that video?
No, it keeps going.
So this end of the fight where it just stopped, that occurred sometime after the end of the video, right?
When I refer to the fight just stopped, that's referring to when me and Raul have separated.
Okay. So after you and Mr. Valley separated, the fight continued, right?
Yes.
And who did you see involved in the fight at that point?
I don't recall seeing what happened after that point.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Matthew Lokovich?
No, I did not.
Did you see Alex Bernson?
No, I did not.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
Did you hear Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to watch what is labeled as State's Exhibit 60. And if we can see the 25% with the frame numbers on them, please. Young man, first slides. Let me ask this to be paused at various points, okay?
Okay.
Pause right there, please. Do you see at frame 330 the person that you've described as Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And is he the person to the left of the screen wearing the green sweatshirt and the black shorts with the white trim?
Yes.
Can you play it again, please? Just from where we are. course of that video?
Yeah.
Do you recall it being misty and rainy that evening?
Yes, I do.
Do we have the ability to go to certain frame numbers on there? Yeah. Okay. Can you take us to frame, just start at the beginning of frame 0. This is the very beginning of this video, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, I'm going to point that on this screen.
Okay.
Your screen. Do you see the green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim here to the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
Do you see beside that a pair of lighter colored shorts with a dark shirt on top?
I'm sorry, I can't see what you're pointing.
Sorry, just to the right of the person you described as Ryan Hines.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
You can see that on your screen as well?
Yes.
Is that you?
No.
You were wearing the dark top and light shorts that day?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's not me.
How do you know that's not you?
Looks like there's a logo on the back of the shirt.
Okay. Can we go to frame 10, please? And I'm going to point here on this screen again. Do you see the green top, black shorts with white trim that you identified previously as being Mr. Hines?
Yes, I do.
And do you see beside him the dark top with graphic on the back and white shorts?
Yes.
Do you see beside that another person apparently wearing light shorts and the dark top?
Yes.
Is that you?
Not that I recall now.
You recall telling us that you were close to Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes, but before the video was when I had my interaction with him.
Before this video is when you had the interaction.
Yes.
And can we go to frame 14? We're gonna have a little trouble zooming, getting to that pinpoint. Okay, that's fine. Let's go with 16 there. Okay. Oh, okay. And do you see in frame 14 again, green top, black shorts with white trim over to the right hand side of the
Yes,
frame?
yes.
And do you now see two people with lighter shorts and dark tops, one of which has a graphic on the back, one of which is not here, not graphic on the back?
I see they both have graphics on the back.
When you say they both have graphics on the back, for this one to the right, you believe that's a graphic as opposed to that person's head?
Yes, it looks like a graphic to me.
What color shoes were you wearing that evening?
White.
Would you agree that these two people both appear to be wearing white shoes?
No.
No.
That looks like black.
Can we play through to frame 29? Would you pay particular attention to frames 25 and 29? Can you see the counter on the bottom?
Yes, I can.
Do you see from frame, here we are, 22, is there a way to make it progress frame by frame?
No.
Do you see now, okay, here we go. Let's stop there. Did you see those two people kicking their legs?
No.
No. Is there a way to, does that help the speed on it? Slow down, really just want to focus in on 25 to 29. Can we go back then to frame 79? Thank you. That's fine. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Now, can you see this on your screen as well?
Yes, I can.
And do you see sort of center left? Again, Mr. Hines, green top, black shorts, and white trim.
Yes, I see that.
Do you see this person with dark pants, a white top, and some sort of multicolored graphic on the back?
I can't see what you're pointing, sir.
To the right, Mr. Hines, sir.
You're talking about the, looks like long black pants, like the closest person?
I think so, yes.
Can you point again? Because actually, I'm sorry, you're blocking my vision.
Do you have
No
a-
way for me to do
excuse me,
so.
Do you have a pointer here?
Yeah.
Could you use that? Thank you so much.
Do you see this person right
Yes.
here with the dark pants and the white top and the multicolored graphic on the back?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who that is?
I cannot tell now.
Where were you while this frame is being seen?
I believe I'm in the far back.
In the far back.
So-
When you say in the far back, behind this group of people?
Yes, behind that, yes.
And you see Mr. Hines here?
Correct.
And you believe at this point you'd already been stabbed?
Correct.
You believe Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Correct.
Can we play forward to 112? You see a person on the ground here, Mr. Connery?
Yes, I do see that.
Do you believe that to be Tyler De Silva?
I can't tell in this.
Well, you described him before as wearing a blue baseball style jersey, correct?
Yes.
And can we play it to 135? Here we are at frame 135. You see the gentleman with the white shirt, multicolored graphic on the back, and the dark pants to the right?
Yes.
You see beside him a person with a dark shirt, light shorts, and some light shoes.
Yes, I do.
You see beside him another person, dark shirt, light shorts, white shoes.
Yes.
Would you agree that this person that we've just described in the dark shirt, light shorts, and white shoes is going to the left of the screen towards this altercation happening to the left?
Yes, it looks like that.
Would you agree that these other folks we described, these two on the right-hand side, they are participating in something that's going on to the right side of the screen?
Yes, they look like they're looking that way.
And do you see on the far left what we've already identified before as being Enrico Fiola holding a camera?
Yes.
And can we play that ahead to frame 182, please? Okay. This is frame 182. Would you agree that's the still shot that we've seen earlier when you were showing the exhibit? Would you agree?
Yeah, it looks similar to it, yes.
Right, because we see Enrico Fiola here again, right? He's looking towards the screen. We can see the light in his eyes.
Yes.
And he's again holding the camera, correct?
Correct.
And there's, again, this person on the ground, which I believe earlier you identified as being Tyler De Silva.
Yes, that's him.
And that's Tyler De Silva on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And then can we play it forward just a frame or two ahead? Oh, no. I'm sorry, can you back that up to maybe 180? 180? Yep. And one more. There we go. Do you see here, again, Mr. Hines with the black shorts, the white trim, and the green top?
Yes, I see him.
What is he doing there?
Standing over the kid on the ground.
Can we play that forward to 183? Sir, would you agree that he is kicking that person that is on the ground?
It looks like he's doing something.
Doing something, but you're not sure what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
All right. Can we play that forward? And I'll just ask you when to stop her. Thank you. Can you stop? Do you know who this gentleman is that's standing here in the front of the frame with the white shirt and looks like some sort of dark bottom?
It's hard to tell with the light on his face.
Can we play that forward just a little bit more? And again. Stop, please. Any idea who that was?
It looks like someone named Alex Zaborek.
I'm sorry?
Alex Zaborek.
Alex Zaborek.
Yes.
Do you remember him being there that evening?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody about Alex Zaborek being there that evening?
No one has asked me about him.
No one's asked you about it. Can you play that forward again? Can you pause it there? We're at frame 332. Do you see that, Mr. Connery?
Yes, I do.
And do you see here to the left, standing beside somebody with their camera out, Ryan Hines with the white trim, black shorts, green top?
Yes, I see him.
Do you see Mr. De Silva on the ground with his baseball jersey up over his head, hockey style?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Alex Burnson leaning over him?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Michael Sampieri also coming towards him?
Yes.
Is this your brother coming into the frame here from the right-hand side?
Yes, it looks like it.
Can we play that again? Forward ahead. And can we pause that? And do you see your brother being followed by this gentleman in the gray top with the dark shorts?
Yes.
Who did you tell us that was before?
Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Did you tell anybody that Joey Romano was there that evening?
None.
You weren't asked.
No, and no, I was not asked.
Do you see this gentleman here with his shirt off and the dark colored, maybe camouflage shorts?
Yes.
That's Matthew Lokovich?
Correct.
And he's in a group, you would agree, with Mr. Romano and your brother?
Correct.
Can we play that forward again, please? Can you pause it, please? Do you see right behind Mr. Lokovich a person with white shorts and a dark top?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that to be Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Can you play that forward again, please? Can you pause it there, please? And you see Mr. Hines standing to the left of frame 400, correct?
Correct.
Green top, black shorts, white trim, correct?
Correct.
Jacob Villalobos shoving Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You see the leg and part of the body of Mr. McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing in close proximity to this group that is shoving Mr. De Silva away. You agree?
Yes, somewhat close.
Can we play that forward, please? Can we pause there, please? We're at frame 490 now. Can you see that?
Yes.
Where were you located when that was going on?
In the back area where I was that I was saying before, behind the crowd.
Still behind the crowd?
Correct.
Are you laying down at this point?
No, I was not.
What were you watching at this point?
I was just in shock and just staring off.
You still see Mr. McGrath here in frame 490, correct?
Correct.
Where were the rest of those people that were just with Mr. McGrath?
There to the left of him.
You could see them?
No, but just from the black clip before.
You're inferring that they didn't just disappear.
No, they did not disappear.
just gonna hand this back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Now, is your testimony that, at least when you saw Mr. Hines engage with Mr. Valley, that they were just tussling and there was no punches, correct?
They were tussling. I didn't see punches or anything else.
Did you see Mr. Hines kick anybody?
No, I did not see him kick.
You didn't see him punch anybody?
I didn't see punches.
Did you see him tackle anybody?
It wasn't tackling. It was just tussling. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but they were going at each other.
And after you claimed to have separated them, did you see Mr. Hines go and do any of the things that we just saw there on the video?
No, I was not looking for that.
You couldn't see any of that.
No, I was not looking for it.
Did you see Faison Teal stomping anybody?
No, I was not looking for him.
It's your claim or your recollection that you were stabbed even before the video started.
Correct.
And it's your claim that there were only 3 people involved in the fighting,
From what I saw, from what I was looking at, the angle I was at, yes.
and that most people are just sitting watching.
From my point of view, correct.
You were dressed similarly to Mr. McGrath that evening?
Different color shorts and no logo shirt.
Dark top,
Yes.
no logo on your shirt?
Nope.
White shoes,
Correct.
light gray shorts?
Correct.
All of the kids that were there at that party that night, other than the kids who showed up in the pilot, were very close friends of yours, were they not?
Oh, yeah, they're, I wouldn't say super close. Some were closer than others, but they were friends of mine, yes.
Many of them you had grown up with since childhood, correct?
Correct.
You would get together almost every weekend over at Mr. Rich's house, correct?
Not at his house, but we would get together with everybody every weekend, different places.
Different places, but engage in a similar sort of party wherever those places were, correct?
Not every weekend, but here and there, there'd be something to do.
And when you would get together, there would typically be drinking, you told us.
It depended on the situation.
And you wouldn't want to see your friend's reputation or memories be harmed in any way, would you?
No.
After watching that video the way we just watched it, does that change your recollection of anything that you told us?
No. What I remember is what I remember.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
I have questions. Hey, Tom.
How's it going?
Council just asked you about this video.
Correct.
This is frame 252. Do you know who that is by the car?
Yeah, that's Raul Valley.
You didn't see that, right?
No. No.
You know that now?
Yeah, no, now.
Can you play the video, please? Stop. And frame 287 on the ground, that's Tyler DeSilva, right?
Correct.
But you didn't actually see that at the time of the video, right?
No.
Stop. Now, frame 397, who is this individual starting to push Tyler DeSilva out of the street?
Jacob Lobis.
Play, please. Stop. Now, frame 416, who is that stumbling out towards the street?
Towards the street is Tyler Silva.
Who's directly behind you?
Raul Valley.
Do you remember that happening on the night in question?
No.
And who is this individual standing by himself right here on the left side of the frame?
The one with his arm right there. That's Jimmy McGrath.
And was it at this point that you looked over and saw Jimmy McGrath's staff?
No, no.
Play, please. No. Who's standing out in the street all by himself in frame 453?
Tyler Silva.
That's not the defendant right there?
No, that's not the defendant.
Play, please. Now, this individual on frame 489, who is this right here?
I'm sorry, you're black.
Frame 49 on the left side of the frame.
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Standing all by himself?
That's what it looks like.
Do you remember seeing this happen on May 14th of 2022?
I saw him standing by himself, but after they drove away.
Please play. Frame 533. Do you see Mr. McGrath?
Yes, I do.
What does he appear to be doing at this moment?
He's backing up away from something.
Did you see that happen on May 14th?
No, I didn't see that.
Who is next to Mr. McGrath in this frame?
Tyler Silva.
So you remember certain things happening that night, but not everything that you saw in the video.
Correct.
Is that correct? Safe assessment?
Yes.
So at what point in time do you remember seeing Mr. McGrath after you realized your staff?
So after I realized I was stabbed, they had already driven off, and actually he was standing somewhere near where he is in this video, and that's when I saw him stabbed and fall to the floor. He pulled up his shirt, there's blood, and he just dropped.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about you giving a statement to the police about the defendant making eye contact with you just prior to him coming towards you and hitting you in the leg, right?
Correct.
Describe why you said what you said.
Because the way he looked me in the eyes, no one's ever looked at me that way before. And it was, now when I think about it, the punches that I thought were being punches was someone who looked at me knowing what they were going to do.
So how would you describe with Ron when he looked at you? Is that the moment that he came towards you?
Yeah, we made eye contact and then we engaged.
So describe how, when he made eye contact with you, how he engaged you.
He was on literally bent over as I described before. He looked me up right into the eyes and out to him, and then he came right at me with the leg, and that's when he was doing the hooking motion to my leg.
And when he came at you, what was your reaction to that?
I immediately was doing the thing, get off, like this.
And when counsel asked you the fight just stopped, what did that mean? The fight just stopped. It didn't just stop.
Me and him had our separation, and that's when I stood there in that back, just looking around in shock.
And when you were in shock, what were you doing? Were you focusing on what was happening?
I think I don't recall exactly what was happening around me because my body was just telling me like, you're hurt, figure out yourself. So I was just sitting there, standing.
Were you engaged in who was around you and taking notes on all your friends around you?
Not at all.
So when counsel asked you, was Matt Lockovich there? And you said you can't recall. Why did you say you couldn't recall?
Because that night I was not thinking, where's Matt Lockovich right now at this moment?
And when he asked you where Mike Samperi was at any particular moment, why weren't you?
I wasn't thinking, where's Michael Samperi?
And how about where your brother was?
I thought I already had pulled my brother out.
And what about where Jimmy McGrath was?
I wasn't thinking, where's Jimmy McGrath right now?
And how about any of your other friends that have been mentioned?
Not a single person I was thinking about, no, not where they are.
So with regards to when counsel asked you about when the car initially drives up and people say someone's out in the front yard or the car's here and you walk out into the driveway, but you stand about, 30 feet away. How many people were around you that were from the Shelton party?
Like I said, there was 10 people in the driveway around me.
How
About
many people were close to the car?
another 10.
And at that moment, were you taking notes about who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you?
Not at all.
Why weren't you taking note of that?
Because I was taking note of who were the people that were not supposed to be here in the car.
So where was your main focus at that point in time?
The people in the car.
And with regards to when you go back into the house and then you come back out a second time, remember when you just testified across that the car was down the street?
Yeah.
You come down the tree line area.
Correct.
So I think your testimony, this is State's Exhibit 49. Testimony, you were somewhere down near the second red bush towards the street.
Yeah, correct.
Down the street. You remember what counsel asked you about? Do you recall Faison Teal was in the yard at that time?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember what your response was?
No, I did not see him. I do not recall seeing him.
Why didn't you see Faison there?
I wasn't in the yard. Hey, where's Faison Teal? Thinking that.
But was Faison Teal at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, he was at the party, yes.
You just can't recall whether or not he was in the yard at that particular moment?
No, I cannot recall.
Could he have been at the yard?
Sure, he could have been, yes.
Maybe you didn't see him?
Wasn't looking for him.
So with regards to anybody that may have been around you, in addition to Faison Teal, again, was your focus on your friends around you or what was happening down the street?
I was looking down the street. I wasn't thinking who's next to me in this moment.
With regards to one final question. Counsel asked you about this picture. State Exhibit 57. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where that picture was taken?
Yes, I do.
Where was that picture taken?
Mr. DeJesus' house?
You didn't take that picture, right?
No.
How do you know that this is Mr. DeJesus' house?
I've been over there before.
Okay. And when you say Mr. DeJesus, who are we talking about?
The father, the person who owns the house.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. DeJesus has any children?
Yes, he does.
And who are his children?
He has 3 boys and 1 daughter.
And are you friends with any of his
Yes, I am.
children? Who are you friends with?
Nick DeJesus, they're my brother, and then Joy DeJesus because he's older than me.
And was any of those individuals at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, Nicky was.
Nikki was?
Yeah.
So when you're referring to Mr. DeJesus, who's 50-something years old, you're talking about the father, not the son.
Yeah, the father.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
You were just asked about when you had been out in the driveway looking across the way. There were 10 of you in the driveway, you recall, and another 10 across the street with the car, correct?
Correct.
And you told us you were just focused on who was in the car that wasn't supposed to be there, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you didn't see anybody rocking that car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you didn't see anybody put their hands on that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see anybody throw anything at that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see any of your friends do anything to that car that night, correct?
No, I
Because
did
you
not
were
see
just
that.
focused on who was in that car.
Correct. I was hoping who
So
was in it.
focused that from 30 feet away, you could tell us, despite the 10 people being in front of you, that Jack Snyder was the driver and Mr. Valley was a passenger, right?
Yeah, I had a sight on them. I looked at them, and that's what I acknowledged.
Thank you. Nothing further.
When you noticed the defendant and Jack Snyder in the car, did you hang out there the whole time or did you make your way back into the
No, I went inside.
Okay, so you didn't stay outside the entire time during
No, there was already so many people out there. I didn't need to be out there.
No further questions. Nothing further.
You're dismissed now. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit, okay? Thank you. Attorney Messina, state's ready.
Cover trauma, general surgery, surgical critical care, birth.
For hospital associated report, Connecticut.
That's correct.
Good afternoon. Yes, please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk, to my right will put you under oath. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name. Roselle Crombie, C-R-O, M as in Mary, B-I-E. Thank you. And please state your business address. My business address is, it's 888 White Plains Road, second floor, suite 206, Trumbull, Connecticut, 0661. Thank you. You may be seated. Hi, Dr. Crombie. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Dr. Anna.
Good afternoon. It's a little bit difficult to hear in this courtroom.
Okay.
So as much as you can keep your voice up, we appreciate
Sure.
it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Crombie, what is your current profession?
I'm a surgeon.
And explain to members of the jury what degrees you hold.
I hold several degrees. I have MD, MPH, which is a Master's in Public Health. I have a FACS, which is a Fellow of the American College of Surgeons, and FABA, which is a Fellow of the ABA. I'm double boarded in general surgery and surgical critical care, and I am fellowship trained in burn surgery, which is traumatic burns and reconstructive plastics.
And what hospitals are you affiliated with?
I'm part of the Yale New Haven Health System. My primary home hospital is Bridgeport Hospital, but I do also at times go down to Greenwich Hospital. And many years ago when I first started, I was at Yale New Haven Hospital.
In Bridgeport Hospital, that's located in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
That's correct.
And how often are you at Bridgeport Hospital?
At this point in my career, most of my practice is outpatient ambulatory surgery that's done at Park Avenue Medical Center. And then I'm on service, meaning in the hospital to cover burns a certain number of weeks per year. But about once a week, I cover on call, which means that for a period of time, my surgical group has to cover trauma, general surgery, surgical critical care, burns, and wounds over a period of time. It's typically a 30-hour shift.
And for how long have you been affiliated with Bridgeport Hospital?
I'm at the end of my 16th year of practice. So it's been a very long time.
And if you can give us a rundown of your work experience.
My work experience, it's all of those specialties, in addition to some outpatient and ambulatory surgery as well. So it's general surgery, burns, trauma, critical care, which means people that are sick or very sick on ventilators, need a lot of vitals. I do wound surgery. I do a lot of reconstructive plastics as well.
And could you please explain to the members of the jury and what capacity your expertise is needed at Bridgeport Hospital?
Primarily for burns is what I'm renowned for. If you look up my name nationally, but additionally, again, I do reconstructive plastics. I cover trauma when I'm called to about once a week, whatever comes in through the emergency room that needs addressing by a surgeon at certain times.
In your specialty of trauma,
Mhm.
explain to members of the jury, are you in one particular department at Bridgeport Hospital, or are you called into any department when needed?
Good question. So a lot of the general perception is that we're just sitting there in the emergency room, and that's exactly not what happens. So I'm a surgeon. I'm part of the Department of Surgery, Surgical Critical Care, General Surgery, Burns, Wounds. I know I keep repeating, but just to stay on the point, when there are different types of consults that come throughout the hospital or outside of the hospital, and we're called to either different floors or different sections of the hospital, then we go and we see the patient and we evaluate them. Sometimes it's up on the 10th floor where there's a cardiology issue. Sometimes it's in GI or gastroenterology. Anywhere where there is a need for either any of those particular specialties that we cover, that's where we go. The emergency room obviously is one as well.
Have you testified in court before?
Multiple times.
And do you have any teaching responsibilities?
I do. I'm faculty at Yale School of Medicine, Department of Surgery.
Does that involve teaching residents?
It does, yes. Many residents, we got over 100.
Do you belong to any professional societies?
Multiple professional societies. So the American Burn Association, the American College of Surgeons. I also belong to a number of wound societies as well. I'm chair of the Physician Special Interest Group for the American Burn Association. I am I'm a board director at large for the American Board of Wound and Surgery, effectively. I'm the chair of a conference that's called the John Boswick Symposium, named after a former burn surgeon. So I do quite a bit at the national level and also within the state of Connecticut, the American College of Surgeons within the state of Connecticut.
I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022.
Yes.
Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital at that time?
I do.
And at any given day or night, how many patients would you see?
So I'm on call tonight. I was on call Saturday. I'm typically the Tuesday person or the Saturday person. It can be anywhere between typically 17 and 20 consults. And then I'm covering about 60 to 65 patients that are on the floor. In addition to that, if anything emergently needs to go to the operating room that needs to be addressed, then I'm also operating on that as well.
What you just recounted, was that about the same way in 2022?
That's a typical night on call for me.
And directing your attention specifically to May 15th, the early morning hours, May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital on that morning?
I was the overnight person, yes.
And overnight, what hours is that again?
So we usually, in addition to working a regular day, which for me starts about 7 a.m. operating, at about 4, somewhere between 4 and 6, I have to come back to the hospital and relieve my partners that have been covering the hospital.
Yeah, just like the last doctor. I don't really know what we got out of that. It's not seem like there's any debate on the injuries or whatever. But they're doing it.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's got to
You're
be
going to
something.
get sympathy. You're going to hear all the horrible things. That's where the prosecution gets the sympathy points.
Mm,
Get the pictures and all that stuff.
yeah, how bad like the stabbings were.
Also,
Type
how
thing.
reckless they were. Like that kid that just testified, he could have been hitting the femoral artery just as easily
Yep.
as the side of the leg and died too.
Definitely could have been worse, for sure.
Well, I mean, it was still pretty bad. Somebody died.
No, it's horrible. But I'm saying the kid was so reckless. Like he's lucky only one person died. Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You mess up a lot of nerves and stuff and tendons and stuff like that when you get cut that deep.
Yeah, well, that last guy, his posture's uneven because he got stabbed in the leg.
Yep.
Like he can't. He'll never be even-footed.
Yeah. Just showing how it wasn't a simple stitch and things are fine for that person again. Like this is going to change these people's lives forever, mentally and physically.
Yeah. Well, we don't know if there's evidence of self-defense, and we won't know until the defense makes their case.
He's going to have to testify. I'm telling y'all, he's got to. If he doesn't testify, there's no way they can argue it.
Well, it sounds to me like Small Cigar is trying to lay the groundwork for something.
I mean, he's definitely laying it for self-defense.
Yeah.
But I just don't like how they drove off and came back. And then halfway through the fight, he went and got a knife out of the car and came back to the fight. I mean, he could have left so many times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely could have.
Currently, I'm just hung up on the he went back to the car specifically to grab the knife. But let's see. The defense might make a good case.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Hospital, and then I cover all of those services until about 8 a.m. the next morning. So it covers the overnight shift effectively. Each one of us takes our turn. That happened to have been my turn.
Did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Thomas Connery?
Yes,
And do you recall reviewing Thomas Connery's medical records before testifying here today?
I did.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Okay, witness. Dr. Cromley, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as Exhibit 81 for ID purposes only. Just please review this and let members of the jury know what is that document.
This is the medical record of the said patient, Thomas Connery. It gives a medical record number, which is a number within our Healing Heaven Health System and a date of birth, 11/27/2023, and it is the contents of what is taken out of our electronic chart now since 2015, but the government required us to be electronic and it's printed into paper.
Were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
Yes,
And is it in the regular course of business for Bridgeport Hospital to record such documentation?
it is.
And you had an opportunity to review these records before coming to court today?
I did.
Are those records the same records that you that were generated on the date of service, which was May 15th?
That is correct.
And are these records certified?
Yes.
I'd ask to be marked as full exhibit.
No objection. Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence dates 81 full. Dr. Cromley, giving you back states 81. Now, full exhibit, you can now reference states 81. Dr. Cromley, looking at state 81, when was Thomas Connery admitted into the hospital that morning?
5/15/2022. I recall that it was just at the turn of midnight is when we got paged
Okay. And to your knowledge, how was he brought to the hospital?
by ambulance.
And where was he brought upon his arrival?
In the ER, there is an ambulance bay where the EMS providers bring them down the hallway and it goes into a trauma room. We have 3 of them, and effectively they're just big rooms that have a lot of equipment that we might need for emergencies or anything that we need to do.
When Thomas Connery arrived, did he arrive at any kind of specific level, meaning a trauma level or something otherwise? And how do you know this?
So he was The American College of Surgeons and the American Association of Society of Trauma, they grade the levels of trauma on 3 levels. So the lowest one meaning that you can just consult the physician, it's not emergent. The second one being that there are some injuries that may be concerning and we require certain people to be there. And then the top level, which means that the patient is an extremis, everybody should be there, including respiratory anesthesia, surgery, everybody that is needed possible. It denotes a call to the blood bank, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know what level Thomas Conway came in as?
I believe he was a trauma alert, which is the mid-level.
And from your experience and expertise, why was he labeled as a trauma alert?
So per the criteria of the American College of Surgeons for certified verified trauma centers, because he had a penetrating injury of some sort, he immediately bumps up to at least a second level, maybe even a third, depending on a bunch of different factors.
Would that be for all patients who come in with similar injuries such as his?
Penetrating trauma does trigger the second level.
And please explain to the members of the jury how you came about, how you were asked to assess his injuries. How were you called to assess his injuries?
So in a typical night on call, I'm the attending on call. I have a chief resident, which is anywhere between a PGY3 and a PGY postgrad year 3 to postgrad year 7, basically. And then there's a mid-level resident, which is the person that primarily covers any consults that come through the ER or any emergencies like this, and then an intern. So what typically happens in many hospitals throughout the United States is that the mid-level or the consult resident goes and evaluates the patient. There's also a separate residency program called the emergency medicine residency program that also evaluates the patient, and it's part of both the learning process and the incredible need to have multiple parts to patient's care in medical care. And the mid-level resident, we all got the page. The mid-level resident then speaks to the chief level resident, and then they evaluate the patient and call me and give me a head to toe, and then I go and examine the patient.
I'm going to direct your attention to case exhibit, I believe it's 81, page 2, under where it says history chief complaint. Can you please read what it says under that line?
Stab wound, multiple stabbings to the left thigh, trauma alert called at 0042, so 12:42 a.m., direct to trauma 4, which is one of our main trauma rooms. In the
Trauma
ED.
room was
4,
trauma 4.
correct.
And how many do you have?
We have 3
Okay.
that are active, but we can spin to more than that if needed in a mass casualty incident.
I'm going to direct your attention to case 81, page 6. Towards the bottom of that exhibit under the heading ED Notes by Messer Marissa RN. Can you please read what it says there, starting with the sentence on assessment?
So on assessment, the patient with 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect of the left thigh, inferior and superior wounds with hematoma, bleeding controlled, pedal pulses present bilaterally. Cardiopulmonary monitoring initiated, VSS, which means vital signs stable. GCS is a measure of the activity and movement and response of the patient. IV access established in the right AC, which means antecubital, which is the inner part of the arm. Lab work collected. Please refer to the trauma narrator for further documentation.
What does all of that mean that you just read?
Okay, let me break it down. The assessment we do, there's parts of a note in the way that we communicate in medicine, which is basically, and the medical students and the residents, they evaluate by hearing the history first, and then by doing a physical exam head to toe. And then there is an assessment, meaning based on the description of the history, the physical exam, and examination of all of the imaging labs, et cetera, what is your assessment? So this is the individual that wrote this, who is a nurse. This is what she is reporting as her assessment for this patient. So 4 puncture wounds, so 4 stab wounds, lateral aspect of the left thigh. So there's laterality, so there's left and right. Lateral means to the outside of the body. Medial means to the inside of the body. So it appears that there were 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect, so outside of the left thigh. Inferior means, again, inside. Superior is above, so towards the top, with a hematoma, which is basically a collection of clotted blood. Bleeding is controlled, it appears, is what she is assessing. Pedal pulses means that she touched or somebody touched the bottom of the feet and examined the arteries there. And what that indicates is that there is good blood flow that goes beyond those stab wounds to the feet. And cardiopulmonary monitoring meaning, was initiated, meaning that they hook them up to the monitor, which is blood pressure, O2 saturations, respiratory rate, amongst other things. Vital signs are stable, so they fell within a specific range. GCS is a Glasgow Coma Scale. It is a universal way that in the emergency room and surgeons communicate, and it's based on eye movement, verbal, and then overall movement. And there's a score, 15 is the best that you can get. The minimum we typically give if somebody is even deceased is a 3, because they got basically a 1 for nothing. IV access means that the nurses were able to put the IVs in the right arm, and then they collected the typical blood work that we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Referring you to case exhibit 81, bottom of page 6 into page 7. This is where your notations begin.
This is part of my note. Yes.
Okay. And is that your electronic signature on this documentation?
It is.
Okay. And you personally examined Thomas Conrad,
I did.
correct? And on that same exhibit 81, where it says pre-hospital information, what does that refer to?
Pre-hospital information means that before they got to the hospital and rolled in, emergency medicine services are also providing some type of medical care, and they're documenting that in some capacity. Now, I don't see anything other than when the patient rolls in. So I know nothing about whether or not that's valid or invalid. It just is.
And emergency medicine services, that's EMS?
That's correct.
And it indicates here on States 81, page 7, arrival time and exam time. Is that when you actually examine Thomas Connery?
No, as I stated before, the way that it works is based on the grading of the system. He is a middle grade, so I don't technically need to examine him for a certain period of time. If it's the highest grade, we have to be there within 15 minutes.
Moving to page 8 of States 81, what is the difference between a primary survey and a secondary survey that is listed there?
So again, with the American College of Surgeons and the trauma, a primary survey means primarily we're identifying the things that can kill you. So airway, breathing, and circulation. And so those are the primary survey that we have to evaluate. Airway, I'll give you for an example. So if airway is not working because they don't have a breathing tube and you stop there, you cannot move on to identify whether or not they're breathing because they may not stop breathing until you have an open airway. So that's the time that we get anesthesia to come in, put a breathing tube. And then you keep going down until you're done with circulation, evaluating all the vessels throughout the entire body and making sure that they have good pulses. The secondary survey is then after you've got the patient stable and you've got all that documentation is really looking at things like eye movement. Do you have blood in your ear? Are there any other deformities because of fractures and stuff like that? So that's all documented as a methodical way so that nobody misses anything.
Now, prior to assessing Thomas Connery that morning, had you had occasion to treat patients with stab wounds in the past?
I have.
And upon examination of Thomas Connery, were his wounds consistent with stab wounds to the thigh?
They were.
And do you base your conclusions on self-reporting, your personal observations, or a little bit of both?
In terms of that they were stab wounds? So it's a little bit of both, but there are also some imaging studies that are done. And within the imaging studies, things that we're looking for are communication of air into the deeper tissues. And he did get what we call a CAT scan. So it's evaluation of the actual soft tissues and bones that showed that the injuries on the skin were consistent with a deeper injury down below.
I'm going to direct your attention back to State Exhibit 81 on page 9. Are those notations a continuation of your secondary survey of Thomas Connery?
They are.
And directing your attention to page 9 under where it says extremities. If you can please read that to the jury and then explain why this was concerning to you.
Sure. So this is an evaluation of the extremity on the secondary survey. Left thigh with 4 stab wounds with no active exsanguination, meaning no active bleeding at the time when we saw him. Inferior anterior stab wound, again, that's the inferior, so inside in the front anterior stab wound with a small hematoma, so small clotted blood. Range, ROM means range of motion intact at the hip joint, knee joint, and with the foot, meaning that his hip, his knee, and his foot moved completely normally for what we would expect of this age. No focal neurological deficits, which means that we tested both motor and nerve, and it was equal to the other side, and there was nothing missing. No vascular deficits, meaning that they were palpable with the different pulses, femoral, popliteal, dorsalis pes. These are all anatomic as we're working down from the hip all the way down to the foot, with an ABI of 0.94. Distal pulses palpable and symmetric, except for, as noted above, no gross deformities or bony tenderness of the extremities, normal passive range of motion, meaning that there wasn't anything inhibiting us from bending his legs, of the extremities without pain, except noted above, no abrasions, lacerations, contusions, ecchymosis, hematomas, or foreign bodies were noted on the physical exam. I just also want to point out.
Man, she's laying down a lot of stuff.
Yeah, she really laid it down.
I mean, she's just laying it down.
Laying it down.
Downtown. What's up, Cheryl? Cheryl with an S. I used to call her Cheryl with an S, with a C.
What?
Yeah, for a long time. I would type her name with a C.
Like you would type out the name Cheryl with the C, but then type in with an S?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Well, I mean, you're just daring me to do it.
Do it. Do it right now. Lay it down.
Well, didn't it used to be with one ASS at one point?
With
Didn't
what?
she ever do
ASS?
Yeah. I don't cuss. Y'all know, like at one point it was Cheryl with one ASS was her name.
Double S.
I remember
I
that.
never noticed that you don't cuss.
Oh, Rolling does not cuss.
I have not noticed that.
You didn't?
It's not a joke, Dean.
She really didn't notice that? Dude, we've had conversations like you've been there.
Like I cringe the whole time y'all talk, but I still love y'all.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, get off my fucking case.
Dang, I didn't know all that. I was not listening when we talked about it the other 12 times. Maybe I should start listening.
She's like, I tolerate you people, but you're awful with your mouth.
And a big round of applause for Sweet Woman. I know JFK's
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh,
See,
Elvis.
Cheryl just said I'm right. I remember that for a little while. That's what she changed her name to. There was Melissa and Cheryl, both with one AWS.
That's hilarious. We hung out with Melissa earlier in the voicing chat.
uh,
I'll get caught up later on that.
Tombstone's just posted in your Discord the put it in reverse, Terry.
Oh, I see.
Back up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry.
I love that video.
That's a really good one.
Had you never seen that before?
No, dude, could you play it?
Oh my god, you never saw it put it in reverse, Terry?
No, not until you showed it to us.
Which means he saw it.
You're like your dad.
What?
You didn't watch Gemstones. Never mind. I feel like your daddy.
Well, that would make sense. I call you father.
Rat daddy.
Father.
You gotta watch the Righteous Gemstones. Then I'll tell that joke again.
I'll think about it.
Hey, hold on, hold.
I like how the other guy doesn't even really back up that far, but he's hollering at Terry.
Yeah, two cars come two different ways.
And it's not dark.
Here we go, Terry.
Bag up, bag up.
Bag up.
Terry. Put it in
Bag
reverse,
up.
Terry. Put it in
Bag
reverse.
up.
Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry? Terry, what
Like the other guy could have went over there and pulled the chair back or pushed him forward.
Well, you see, like when it starts, he goes over like with like
He
the
doesn't have
motion as if he's going to, and then he just never
Or
does.
kick the
Watch his hand.
firecracker over so it's going the other way. Something.
Watch his hands when he's in the when it starts going off, and you'll see what I see.
What?
Back up, Terry. Put it in
What
reverse,
Terry's
Terry.
Now
hand?
watch Terry's hand. He's driving hand. Watch Terry's
Bag
driving
up,
hand.
bag
Look,
up. Bag up, Terry.
he's
Put it in
trying.
reverse, Terry.
He
Put it in
can't.
That's
reverse.
what I said the first time we watched it.
Lord,
I thought his
Jesus.
He
battery
tried.
had
Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
He turned it off on
What you
accident.
doing, Terry? Terry, what
But Terry got a kick out of that shit. Man, look at that.
When we watched it the first time, I thought his chair had died. Like that's why I was laughing because I was like, he can't move. But then he
No,
started moving.
Hello, Terry. What are you doing?
he turned it off or something. Put that bag up. Bag up, Terry. That shit's so funny.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, let's do it.
Bag up, bag up. Bag up,
Bag
Terry.
up.
Put it in
Bag
reverse,
up.
Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry? Terry, what
All
Look
the
at Terry.
unnecessary sounds after it. Oh, ow.
I really hope that wasn't their finale firework too, that they've been waiting to do to get the enjoyment out of it.
It's the look on Terry's face that gets me when he's riding off. He's fucking having a blast. Literally.
What you doing, Dad?
ABI, which is stands for the ankle brachial index, is another completely subjective where we measure the blood pressure at the brachial, meaning arm, and the ankle index. It should be equal and bilateral on both sides, and it should be 1. There are some elderly patients that have some vascular disease, meaning that they have smoked or they've got atherosclerosis. Sometimes you can have a decrease between 1, but in a normal young man, such as it should be close to 1. So in the area where the stab wound was on the left thigh, that limb was slightly decreased.
Why was that alarming to you?
So when you cut through a muscle, and if you think about it like a steak on end, there's a white thick tissue on the end called fascia. And what that does is as you injure the muscles, which are very vascular with a lot of arteries and vessels and lymphatics, they can swell to the point where it swells within that tight vascular tissue, that tight tissue called the fascia, and it can actually compress important structures like veins, nerves, and arteries. So that's why that number was concerning to me, because A, in a young man, it should not be less than 1, and B, it just shows that there was a significant amount of hematoma, meaning blood, that was starting to decrease some of the flow that was adding to our measurements.
In your professional expertise, would that be something that would be life-threatening?
It can be life-threatening, and it also can be limb-threatening for a young man. So limb-threatening, meaning that as it starts to compress some of those arteries and veins, what happens is effectively it decreases the perfusion or the carrying of blood to the areas distal or further away from where the blood comes. The blood comes from your heart, it comes down into your hips where your femoral artery is, and then it goes out to the furthest point in the lower extremity. And what can happen is if the thigh is pretty muscular, if you continue to bleed, you can actually squeeze to the point where no blood flow is going down to below the knee or below where the thigh is. So that can typically in a non-responsive patient end up being an issue. And even in a responsive patient, it can lead to something called a compartment syndrome, meaning that the compartment is so tight that the pressures in the different area are damaging key structures. And that can ultimately, obviously, we call it ischemia, meaning not blood flow to a limb, and if it's not dealt with in a timely fashion, it can be devastating.
Now, directing your attention to page 11 to page 12 of SACE 81, at the way bottom of that page where it indicates soft tissues, there's a subcutaneous gas noted within the soft tissue of the anterior lateral thigh, best visualized on lateral view. What does that indicate?
That means kind of like I was describing for the CAT scan before, it just means that there was a communication between the outside air and the inside air. And what happens is you can imagine is just I kind of akin it to like if you were cutting like gelatin, the knife goes in and there's parts of it that will close, but there's going to be a track of air that communicates with the outside. That basically is illustrated by this picture.
And that'll be indicative of a knife penetration.
Some sort of, not specifically a knife, but a penetrating object.
At the very end of page 12 in SACE 81, it indicates attending comments that Thomas Connery was admitted for observation as the thigh muscles are highly vascular. Why was it important to keep Mr. Connery for a little bit of time at the hospital?
To make sure that he wasn't going to continue to bleed to cause that ultimate demise of what I was alluding to before, called compartment syndrome.
And at some point in looking at page, I believe it's page 14 of SACE 81, there's a notation there from the nurse that indicates that 3:15 a.m. Dressings found to be drenched in blood. Dressing changed with Sarah, who was one of the nurses. Was that a notation indicating that the wounds that Mr. Connery has sustained were still bleeding even?
That's correct.
Hours?
That's correct.
Dr. Crombie, are you aware of Thomas Connery with blood was taken to be tested for anything at the hospital?
It's very standard for all trauma patients to have their blood drawn.
Standard, and why is that?
Because we are looking for not only to see how physiologically deranged they are, because often despite the fact that our EMT providers are excellent, it just gives us a better clinical picture of what we need to do. But additionally, related to that, it gives us a little bit of an insight into some of the substances that may be masking some of the physical exam symptoms and the radiologic symptoms.
Direct your attention to page 23 of SACE 81. It does indicate that Mr. Connery's blood was tested and it was tested for ethanol, which is alcohol. Do you recall what the level?
125.
What is that for BIC?
So blood alcohol level is a way for us to measure how what the law has deemed as being impaired. And 0.8 or 80 in milligrams per deciliter is what's considered the impaired amount. I mean, obviously that's going to vary depending on your body mass and et cetera, but that's what's legally done. So technically at 125, he has an alcohol on board and it's significant enough to cause impairment.
Is that a BAC of 0.125? Is that without the conversion?
0.125. Yep.
With the fact that Thomas Connery had alcohol in his system, would that have affected his injuries or how he was treated at all?
So full disclosure, we don't get these numbers right off the bat. Like this is something that comes afterwards, but it is incredibly helpful when it comes afterwards that then the team knows that they need to give more fluid and that the alcohol might be affecting the type of injury that he has. More specifically for him, it's just that he is intravascularly, so he bled and then he's intravascularly dry because of the alcohol, because alcohol is a diuretic. It actually signals, it overrides your kidney's normal homeostasis or balance and doesn't allow you to reabsorb the water when you're dry. It actually signals for you to pee and that will make you drier effectively. So that's the significance of that in him.
Okay. Being that you did not have these levels beforehand, did you see anything that was concerning to you that you thought maybe he had alcohol in his system, hence causing more bleeding, or he wouldn't heal as fast because he had alcohol, anything to that effect?
No, that shouldn't affect it.
Dr. Conley, I'm going to show you what's in marked as, one moment, SACE 77. Can you see that on your screen over
I
there?
can, yes.
This is a picture that was taken
At the scene.
Do you recall if this is similar Mr. Cobbins?
It is similar. So we don't see these pictures, obviously, unless EMS has it. I just see the patient as they roll into the emergency room.
And okay, one moment. Showing you Mark 73. This was a photograph that was taken of Thomas's injuries about a week after, I believe. Are those consistent with where you saw the wounds the night?
Correct. They are consistent. So the left leg, and you can kind of delineate that because there's another leg underneath it that shows the right leg. Lateral is the outside of the leg, like I was saying, and those are three of them. There was one on the other side. So when we talk about this as a lateral, the opposite of that is a medial. There's clear description throughout the chart multiple times of an inferior medial one as well. And the significance of that means that the object, whatever it was, could have gone through and through to the other side. And that's the concern that I have as a surgeon.
So pointing to this exhibit, indicating here, I don't know if you can see that. Which injury was this? You termed it as?
It should be superior lateral.
Okay. And pointing here to the middle exhibit.
That should just be lateral or anterior lateral.
And pointing to the lower end.
It's technically inferior lateral because it's still on the outside of the leg.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the one we're not seeing here in this exhibit is still like inner thigh.
Inferior. So inferior medial thigh. So inside thigh.
Now, Dr. Crombie, referring you back to page 81, page 12, under assessment plan.
Dane, I found a little clip that I'd like to share with you, just specifically you.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
Did you get that? Dane?
He's rude.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
The
He'll be
Texas
back.
Longhorn.
Huh?
The Texas Longhorn shirt. Who's the guy in the truck? Is it a road rage incident?
He's pretending to be an old dude who's harassing the teenagers driving around the neighborhood. And they got like a few 100,000 views on it because of that little bit right there. It's fucking hilarious. But I'll wait for Dean to come back so he can get the full effect.
He's here.
What was initially done to?
Oh, Dean, you're here?
Dean.
He's going to
The
smoke.
video said to shut the F up, so he has.
Nah, he's not that smart.
Yes, he is.
No.
To help heal or tend to Mr. Conway's wounds?
So the wounds were washed thoroughly with betadine, which is an antimicrobial, and saline, which is effectively salt water. Xeroform gauze, which is a yellow gauze that has some bismuth salts in it, was applied and secured in place with Kerlix dressings, which are the types of gauze that you can kind of wrap around the leg.
Why weren't sutures used?
Good question. So I don't know what he got stabbed with. It could have been a branch for all I know. And that is not sterile. That's got a ton of bacteria, a ton of stuff that might still be in the wound. So you do not want to close the wound because then what that allows is to have growth of specific bacteria that are not, they're called anaerobic bacteria. So they thrive where there's no oxygen. So we always leave stab wounds open when we don't know what it is, how deep it was based on the imaging. So it heals from the inside out. So you just need to clean them, irrigate them out, and allow them to heal.
If Thomas had told you, or told one of the nurses that he had gotten stabbed with a knife, would you still have not put sutures? So even if it was a knife, not a tree branch as you indicated, would you still have had the same course of treatment?
Yes. I don't know how clean the knife is.
And I'm going to direct you, withdrawn. To your knowledge, do you know how long Thomas Connery was in the hospital for?
I don't know. I know that he came in around 12:54. I know that the dressings were changed at 3:15. That's why my note and my attending note doesn't match my residence note because I wanted him to be observed. So, and then what happens is 8 a.m. is there's a new team and a new partner of mine that comes and takes over.
But you do know that he was kept for some time for observation?
He was.
Dr. Crombie, I am going to ask you, in addition to treating Thomas Connery that night on May 15th of 2022, do you also recall tending to a patient by the name of James McGrath?
I did not know his name at this time, but yes.
And do you have a clear recollection of when James McGrath was brought into the hospital on May 15th of 2022?
Yes. So in my recollection, the way that we kind of described it in the surgery team is they both came in around the same time. What we had to do is identify and treat the patient, which was, he was unidentified at that time.
Is it safe to say that James McGrath, you tended to him prior to attending to Thomas Connery based on the level?
Correct.
Of the critical
So he came in as a trauma code, which is the highest level. So anesthesia was there. I was there. Everybody that I mentioned earlier was there.
And how did your team initially know that he was coming to the hospital? Was it an alert that you had gotten from EMS?
So throughout the emergency room, and again, we're not there. There's something called CMED, which is a radio system that the EMTs and the paramedics and the ambulances do to basically triage and give a heads up for the patients that are coming into the emergency room. They had given them a heads up of the nature of how in extremis he was, how much blood there was on the scene. So that automatically bumps him up to a trauma code. So the way that I'm notified is I get on my pager, it says trauma code and gives a very brief description of what it is.
Okay. And why did he come in as an unknown? Explain that a little bit.
That's just if there is nobody at the scene that can identify them, very well. That's one reason. The other reason is it's unclear whether or not he's a victim of violence, and we also want to just make them an alias and be unknown so that we can just focus on that and not have to worry about all the other stuff.
Prior to coming today, did you have an opportunity to review medical records for James McGrath?
I did.
And when he came in, do you recall what his appearance was?
Very pale and white, and he was on a Lucas machine, which is an automatic machine that performs CPR. There is a plunger that goes over the chest, and then there's an archway where they put the patient's arms to, and it's Velcro to. And the EMS can start and stop, as can the team. This Lucas machine is what it's called, and that allows the EMTs or the paramedics to focus on things such as fluids, managing his airway, etc., things that need to be done. Yet CPR is being performed.
If it's noted that his appearance was toxic looking, what does that refer to, or what does that mean?
The nurses say that if for some reason the patient looks like they're either dead or imminently dying, but very sick, not good.
You know what the acronym ETT refers to?
Yes, endotracheal tube.
And what is that?
That is the breathing tube that that gets put into your airway when you can't breathe for yourself.
And the term asystole, what does that refer to?
So there are different types of heart rhythms. Asystole means that there's no electrical activity that the heart is actually showing, nor is there any waveform that will transduce to the heart to be able to give meaningful pumping to circulate your blood.
From both your personal recollection as well as your review of the medical records of James McGrath, when the patient presented, do you recall what type of stretcher he was in?
He was in a bucket loader stretcher.
And what is that?
So backboards are typically flat. If you've gone to any swimming pool, you've seen it on the side there, and it's to allow people when they fall down, emergency people, to be able to slide them onto some sort of board and fix their neck and make them secure and seatbelt them in. I don't know why he was in a bucket loader. I'll be honest with you. Maybe there was a lot of things going on at the scene, and that's the only stretcher that they had. But they scooped him up into that, and then they put him onto the regular rolling stretcher. So they brought him in, and we moved the bucket loader over to there's another, so the ambulance, stretcher that fits in the ambulance comes in, they put it side by side with the emergency room stretcher, and then they move the patient over, whether it be in the bucket loader or typically just the backboard, over to that. And then we tried to take the backboard off, but he was in such extremis that we didn't even, it was just really scooped down all the way into and continued CPR.
So you immediately started working on him without even taking
There was no stoppage whatsoever.
Now, the term ED disposition, what does that refer to?
So at the end of the evaluation of care, sometimes we have to decide where we're going to put the patient. So like, for instance, somebody that needs ICU level care, their ED disposition is to the ICU. If they need to be admitted and they are floor level care, meaning they're not as sick, they don't need intensive care, then they go to the surgical or medical floor.
This is ED disposition expired. What does that refer to?
So that means that the patient is deceased.
Paper, Counselor Honor. Dr. Crombie, showing you what is marked as state 82 for ID purposes. Recognize and stop unit.
This is the medical chart of Mr. Unidentified, who's now identified as James McGrath from 5/15/2022.
Did you have an opportunity to review those medical records
I
prior to
did.
testifying here today? And were those records made in the regular course of business?
They are.
Is it the regular course? Is the regular course of business for doctors and nurses at the Bridgeport Hospital to generate such a report when treating a patient?
It is.
And are they under an obligation to record information accurately?
They are, and I am.
And is it a certified documentation?
It is.
Would you like to mark both of them?
No objection, ma'am.
All right, court will accept and evidence states exhibit 82, full exhibit. Dr. Crombie, I have a few questions just to ask you about state 82. Exhibit. Let's reference those. Direct your attention to state 82, page 13. Is this where your notes begin in attending to James McGrath?
As we're about to walk into like what you would like
Damn.
the door from the garage, like into the house, there's 3 or 4 people getting kicked out. It seemed like.
I messed up. Skip the rest of that lady. Accident. Dr. Lady, sorry.
Good afternoon. Please step up into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or help me perjury? Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Ryan Hines, RYANHEINZ.
You can please say your name.
91
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ryan, do me a favor. Just sit close to that microphone and keep your voice up. The acoustics in this courtroom is not too good.
Basically, her testimony was
Can you please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old
delivered
you are? I'm 19 years old. And you go to school?
And with
Yeah, I'm
death
going to be
and
attending out.
What?
Basically, was going to be the kid was stabbed in the heart. It filled up with blood in the sac, and he was dead upon arrival.
Yeah, that's what we all figured she was going to say.
She always saying those things.
She's always saying that
He
same
basically
stuff.
already said that, and they were getting into like putting his body
Mhm.
for identification.
That's the kind of stuff she always be saying.
Yeah, she's constant. That's classic boring doctor lady.
I just
Classic.
don't know if you treated any of the other stab victims, but it really doesn't matter to me.
You can interchange her testimony with any boring doctor from 1978, I think, and it's just be the same effect.
She is 1,000 times better than the guy from Good Sam, though. The ER doctor from Good Sam for Karen
I feel
Reed's.
like it was an inconvenience for him to be there.
Oh,
and
he
talk
was
to her.
so annoyed. Like, he was a douche.
Yep.
Yeah, wonder why he was annoyed. Who called him? The defense or prosecution?
Prosecution,
So he was annoyed at them because they made him be there.
because he treated both Karen and John that morning, and it was just, but he still was very unprofessional acting.
That sucks. I think maybe this kid's another victim rather than a bystander.
For State University in the fall. And what are you going to study?
Heavy machinery operations.
And prior to Alfred State University, were you in school?
I just ended a postgraduate year at Bridgeton Academy.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football there.
And are you working for the summer?
Oh, yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working at the UPS store in Fairfield.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
About how many times?
3, 4.
And why did we meet?
To talk about today.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to school?
I was in Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football and baseball.
And what year in school were you back then?
I was a sophomore at the time.
You were a rising sophomore, or were you ending your sophomore?
I was ending my sophomore year.
So I want to direct your attention to earlier on in the day on May 14th of 2022. You familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes, I am.
How do you know Griffin?
Griffin's a really good friend of mine. Ever since I moved to Shelton, he's been one of my first buddies.
And did you and Griffin hang out somewhere earlier in the day on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah, I think we hung out at his house for a little bit that day.
Around what time would you say you were at his house?
Getting closer to the evening time.
And at some point, did you leave his house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you guys go?
Natalia Rizdik's house.
And how did you get to Natalia Ridzik's house?
I believe we walked.
Is it close?
Yeah, it's only 2-3 streets away.
And when you got to Natalia Ridzik's house, what kind of things were you guys doing there?
Just sat down, hanging out. She had a couple people over. It was no more than like eight of us there.
Now, were you guys drinking alcohol?
Yes, we were.
And were you drinking?
Yes, I was.
And how much were you drinking?
I would say at her house, no more than 2 beers.
Did you drink at Griffin's house prior to going to Natalia's house?
No, I didn't.
When you went to Natalia's house, did you bring any alcohol with you?
Yes, I did.
And what did you have with you?
I had a 12-pack of Bud Light with me.
And you said you drank 2 beers out of that Bud Light? Yeah. Okay. And how long would you say you were at Natalia Ridzik's house for?
30, 40 minutes, something like that.
And at some point in time, did you and Griffin leave Natalia's house?
Yes, we did.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Because we were invited to Austin Leifer's house.
And do you know where Austin Leifer's house is?
Yes, it's on Lazy Brook.
And did you in fact go to Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get there?
Tanner Chernowski drove us there.
And when Tanner Chernowski drove you there, was it just you and Griffin?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, did he drop you off?
Tanner, yeah, he dropped us
Lazy Brook Road. Around what time do you think he dropped you off?
Gosh, around like 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And around 7, 8 o'clock, what was the lighting up like out?
It was still daylight out.
And at some point in time, was it getting dark?
Yeah.
And when you got to Lazy Brook Road, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when you got there?
So we showed up there. We were just walking up the driveway, and then the garage door was open, and we just heard music and noise, and we walked into the garage, and that's about as far as we got in.
Now, when you got to Lazy Brook Road, were you drinking a beer down the driveway?
Oh, no, I still was only at 2 beers.
And you say you got as far as the garage. Why did you only get as far as the garage?
Because as we're about to walk into like what you would like the door from the garage, like into the house, there's 3 or 4 people getting kicked out, it seemed like, of that door and getting told to leave.
And do you know who those people were?
At the time, no.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes, I do.
And who were they?
The defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler Silva.
And you say the defendant. Who's the defendant?
Raul Valley.
And is Raul Valley in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the
He's right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court allow the record to reflect the witness has identified Mr. Valley.
Now, when you say you were trying to get into the house and the defendant and his friends were being what you deemed being kicked out of the party, tell me what happened at that time.
Him and his friends started just questioning us who we were and asking what our business was there.
And what was your response to that?
Austin had invited us over. I played football with Austin for a year in 8th grade for Shelton. Became pretty good friends with him. And he had told me and Griffin that night, come over, having a party, come over.
When you got to Lazy Brook, did you notice if there was any drinking going on at that house?
Oh, yes, it was.
And when you responded to the defendant and his friends telling them that you were there because you were invited by Austin, what was their reaction to that?
They didn't care. They didn't seem to ask Austin who we were. They didn't care. They weren't worried about if we were invited or not. They weren't worried about that.
Was the defendant saying anything to you in particular during those moments?
No, not really. It was more of Snyder that was saying stuff to me.
And at some point in time, how long would you think that interaction between you and the defendant and his friends lasted for?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
And then at some point in time, withdrawn. Did this interaction happen inside the garage
all in
area?
All in the garage.
At some point in time, did the interaction between you and the defendant and his friends extend to outside the garage?
Yes, it did.
Tell us about how that happened.
So basically, it started with Snyder asking me for a beer because I had my 12-pack in my hands. And I actually said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. And then the defendant asked me for a beer also. I said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. I gave each of them a beer. And they were just like, they weren't okay with that. They started getting very argumentative with us, still wanting to know who we were, why we're there, and insisting that I give up my whole entire pack of beers for them.
And what happened after they insisted that you give up your beers?
Like I said, I gave each of them 1 beer. I was just like, is that all right? Like, can we just be cool about this? And for a second, it seemed like, yeah. They were like, yeah, sure, it's cool, it's fine. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, can we get by? And then all of a sudden I get my beer grabbed from out of my hands by Snyder. And then all of a sudden me and Griffin are getting pushed out, not on our own.
And how are you getting pushed out?
Literally got grabbed and just started being walked out by Snyder out of the garage into the driveway.
And once you got out into the driveway, what was your reaction to how you were being treated?
I was in shock. Like I wasn't trying to be an aggressor in any sort of way. I just had given them a beer, trying to be cool, make some friends, whatever. But they were very just like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Who are you? All this, that, and another thing.
And at some point in time, did you get angry with him?
Yes, I did. I got upset with Snyder, and I simply said to him, listen, like, that's not how this is going to happen. And I told him, like, I'll fight you for my beer right now.
And so when you told him you would fight for your beer, what did you do at that point?
He said, okay, sure. I don't know where or who had my beer at that point in time. And I kind of just put my hands up, getting ready to fight him.
Now, prior to you getting ready to fight Snyder, do you remember what he was wearing at that point in time?
He was wearing, I believe, some sort of Nike hoodie and some shorts.
Do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he had a Ole Miss baseball shirt on.
Show you State Exhibit 53.
This kid comes off way more genuine than the other kids, though, for sure.
Agreed. His like tone when he's like, ah, like he's just so. It's he's not scripted.
Yeah, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
It's just a shame that all this is over some beer. Like, I'm sure every parent there would have been glad to have bought beer for everyone if they'd have known this was going to happen. This is crazy.
You can't have my Bud Light.
Just crazy that this dude was nice enough to like offer them beers, and they were like,
Yeah, like that just
Asshole.
surprised me hearing that now. Like, gave them both one, and they're like, no, why else are here? We want more beer.
Not enough.
Exactly. It wasn't the beer they wanted.
I wonder if these
That was
kids were
just-
tested.
That was just something right there in the open to start the shit with.
yeah.
Yeah, but
One of my college roommates.
I wonder if he got tested for stuff. Like to see if
One of
they're
my
like
college
steroids
roommates-
or anything in the system.
One of my college roommates was from this town, and it makes perfect sense. It's a crazy area of Connecticut.
Bunch of
Neither way,
privileged
we
kids.
talk- yeah, like
Yeah.
a bunch of rich, privileged people. But I'm wondering if he was already drinking already, or if he was on steroids or something, like to be so aggressive, or just an angry person.
Just an arrogant, entitled douche.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
Connecticut's a weird place. Sorry, Janine, no offense. But that area is super weird.
She admits it, that it's a lot of private school privilege, rich families with little to no parenting.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought I sent Mary B the link. I always do. I must have missed it.
Yeah, I DM'd Danny. I was like, yo, you sent Mary B the link?
Well, I meant to, but I usually send it to like 7 people or 8 people. But it's like,
She says, whatever, dude.
yeah, I don't know.
Don't
All
worry,
I-
Mary
all
B.
you had to do is ask for it.
Don't worry, Mary B. I had your back. When I saw this piece of shit didn't send you the link, I messaged him right away.
He did ask
2
for it
hours later.
a while ago.
Yeah.
And I don't
2
have
hours
the link.
later, Danny has your back.
9:38. She said I don't have
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's what I messaged Danny. But I didn't want to make a scene out of it, you know, because I'm a good friend to this piece of shit.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
Whoa. I wonder who that was directed at. Lawleen.
I'm being called out for my penis now. Yep.
Show you 653.
Word.
Is this what you recall? Like that night? You see that the defendant has some helmet on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you initially
The
talked?
whole time.
And he has some type of neck pillow on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you spoke to him in the garage?
I don't recall.
So when you get out into the driveway, You squared up with Jack. What does that mean? You squared up?
I put my fists up, like just kind of saying, all right, let's go. Let's do this.
And did Jack, in fact, put his hands up?
Yes, he did.
And at some point in time, what happened after that?
I'm kind of looking at Jack, just like kind of walking closer to him, like about to go and punch him. But then it happened so fast where I get hit, like right here, I get hit. And I'm thinking it's Jack that hit me. Like it happened so fast, but then I'm like, oh, like he's far away. But it just instincts took over and I just went and tackled Snyder to the ground.
And at some point in time, how long would you say the fight lasted for?
30 seconds.
And do you know who you were fighting with at that moment?
I was just trying to fight Snyder.
And do you know if anybody else was fighting with you?
I felt a lot of blows to the back of my head multiple times, over and over, repeated, getting like what felt like being punched in the back of my head many times while I was just on top of Snyder. And then all of a sudden I'm getting ripped off by my neck, and that was about it.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 58. Have you seen the video from the fight at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I have.
Stop right there. So I'm gonna give a pointer right there.
Yeah.
So this is frame 47. The individual here in the red sweatshirt. Do you know who that is?
That's Snyder.
Okay. And the guy here in the green sweatshirt and the black shorts.
That's me.
Do you know who this is behind you?
That's the defendant.
Okay. Just play a little bit. Okay. Frame 100. This individual right here to the left. Do you know who that is?
That's De Silva.
Now, after this fight ended, what did you do?
I got my beer back and I left.
Do you know how you got your beer back?
I believe the lifer's mother gave it back to me.
And was there any arguing back and forth going on after this fight ended?
No.
You just grabbed your beer and you took off?
Yep.
Now, when this fight occurred, do you know whether or not, would you recall where Griffin was at the time?
He was like, I don't know.
You can't see him in the video.
No, he's not in the video. He's like over to the right more.
Okay.
Like,
But he
you
was
kind of
close.
see where those people are standing behind it to the right.
Yep.
He's like a little bit more behind them and to the right. I don't know. I think somebody like grabbed him and like held him back, not letting him.
But in other words, he was close to see what was going on, right?
Yes, Griffin definitely saw.
Now, at some point in time, you grabbed your beer. What did you do? Walk up the driveway?
We'll walk down the driveway.
Walk down the driveway, excuse me. Okay, when you walked down the driveway, what did you do when you got to the end of the driveway?
Me and Griffin were kind of just standing there like, well, we got to leave, but we don't have a ride or anything like that. But then I can remember there were girls down at the bottom of the driveway and they offered to give us a ride home.
Showing you States 59. See that? Do you see States 59?
Yes, I do.
Who's this individual in the back here?
That's me.
That's you?
Yep.
And was this picture taken before or after the fight?
Oh, that's after.
And can you see, if you look close enough, looks like you have you have like a bloody lip there?
Yeah.
Who's this individual here to the left of you?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And did you know any of these girls that night when you walked down the driveway?
I did not know.
Why were you involved in this picture?
I don't know.
Because somebody else took it?
Yeah.
Did you get a ride home from Lazy Brook after this picture was taken?
Yes.
Who took you?
One of these girls.
Okay. And where did they take you?
Back to Natalia's house.
And when you were at Natalia's house, did you drink any alcohol there?
I don't know. I didn't.
How long would you say you were at Natalia's house after they gave you a ride there? How long were you there? 10 minutes. Now, at some point in time between Lazy Brook and Natalia's house, did you become aware of a group chat that had started?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
That was a group chat that I had been added to a week or two prior, actually.
Why were you added to it? Do you know why?
I really don't know, to be honest. My buddy Michael Kinnick added me to it. It was his little like basketball group chat to go play at the community center with some buddies. And I just remember that group chat. Like there would be a lot of shit talking that happened in that group chat, like all the time. And he just one day added me to it and was just like, talk some shit to these kids, blah, blah, blah. That's really all I remember
So
about
you didn't actually go play basketball?
No, you could ask any of my friends. I don't really like playing basketball.
Now, do you know whether or not the group chat involved any of withdrawn? The individuals that you just got into an altercation with back at Lazy Brook, did they go to school with you?
Just Griffin.
Griffin went to school with you, but did the defendant go to school with you?
No.
Do you know where he went to school?
He went to St. Joe's.
What about Jack Snyder?
He went to St. Joe's as well.
What about Tyler De Silva?
He went to St. Joe's.
Do you know if any of the girls in this picture here that's State 59, do you know if any of the girls in this picture, did you go to school with any of these girls?
No.
Did you know where they went to school?
I believe St. Joe's.
Okay. Now, in this group chat, were you aware as to whether or not individuals from St. Joe's were added to the group chat?
I was not aware. I saw a lot of phone numbers being added to it, but I didn't know who was who and all that.
Do you know whether or not, not what was said, but do you know whether or not any commentary that was going on in the group chat when you were driving from Lazy Brook to Natalia's house had anything to do with what had just happened at Lazy Brook? No.
Were you in fact involved in the group chat from Lazy Brook to Natalia's house?
Not that I recall. No.
Do you know whether or not Griffin was at that point?
Not that I recall.
So when you get to Natalia's house, you said you're there for 10 to 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you leave Natalia's house.
Yes, I did.
Why?
Charlie came and picked us up.
Charlie who?
Connery.
And how do you know Charlie Connery?
Good friend of mine.
And did you go to high school with him?
Yes, I did.
Now, at some point in time, after you leave Lazy Brook, when you get to Natalia's house, do you text message anybody about what happened to you at Lazy Brook?
No, everybody like already knew for some reason. Like I didn't go around telling people all this and that about what happened. I didn't really care that much. I didn't tell anybody about it. Everybody just already knew.
Well, in fact, at Lazy Brook, did you go there to fight?
No, I just came because Austin invited me.
Now, so Charlie Connery came and picked you up from Natalia's house. Where did he take you?
To the richest house.
And when you say the richest house, who's the richest?
Tyler Rich.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I just played football with him that past year.
Did you go to school with him?
Just for like that sophomore year because due to COVID, like freshman year, all that stuff. So freshman, sophomore year, you could say, yeah, I went to school with him.
States Exhibit 5, do you recognize this house?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, did you go in immediately inside the house?
Yes, I did.
And how many people would you say were there when you got there?
20 to 30.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on inside the house?
I just had like people coming up to me and questioning me like what had happened. Just wanted to know what had happened. I wasn't like everybody like I said before, they already knew. I don't know how they knew, but they knew what had happened, and I just simply explained to the people that asked me what had happened.
And did you in fact tell them what happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were aside from what you told people happened at Lazy Brook, what other things were going on inside Tyler Rich's house?
Conversation,
people hanging out.
Yeah.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you see who was drinking alcohol, or was it just kind of just there and people just?
Yeah. Just
what kind of alcohol was being consumed? Do you remember?
Just beers or a seltzer or something like that.
Did you bring your beer or what was left of them with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I did.
Did you in fact drink any alcohol when you were at Tyler Rich's house? One beer. Yeah. Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house, how did you enter the house? Do you remember?
Through the cellar side doors.
Do you recall where the cellar side doors are?
Yeah, it's on the right of the house.
So if I'm pointing to this area here, is this around the area where you came into the house?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be what, on the other side of this AC unit?
Yeah.
And when you got there, actually, withdraw. Showing you states 54. Do you know who that is?
It's Faison.
And how do you know Faison?
Just went to school with him, played a season of football with him.
Do you know whether or not Faison was at Tyler Rich's house when you got there?
I don't know.
Or was he there at some point in the
Yes.
night? Showing you states 55. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
That's Tommy Connery.
And how do you know Tommy?
He's Charlie's older brother.
And was he there when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I believe so. I wasn't really looking around to see who was there, who wasn't there, but yeah, I believe
You said there were 30 people there.
Yeah, he was there.
Did you take into account every single person that was at Tyler Rich's house that night? Was you recall seeing Charlie there? Tommy there?
Yeah.
Showing you states 57. You know who this is a picture of?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
I'd met him one time previously at Tyler's house, I think a few months beforehand. That's really my only relation with Jimmy.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy at Tyler's house?
Yes, actually, I remember talking to him. Actually, he was one of the first people I did talk to when I got there. He was asking me what had happened. Exactly, yeah.
Exhibit 56, who's that?
Me.
And do you know when this picture was taken?
In the hospital.
Now, are you familiar with Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
How do you know Ricky?
Very good friend of mine.
And did you go to school with him?
Yes, I did.
And how about Sal Perry? You know Sal Perry?
Yeah.
And how do you know him?
Played football with him.
How about Mike Samperry?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Just friends. Like, just got to meet him when I first got to Shelton. We became good friends. He went to a different high school, but we still remained good friends.
How about Alex Bernstein?
I'd met him like 2 or 3 times prior, just when I was with Tanner, hanging out with him. Alex would come around every now and then.
Now, the individuals I just mentioned, were they all at Tyler Rich's party? Do you remember seeing them?
Yes.
Now, after you got to Tyler Rich's house and you were telling people what had happened, did you guys kind of just hang out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not this basketball group chat, was this going on at the time?
Yeah, like I wasn't really too involved in it, but I was feeling the notifications going off in my pocket on my phone. I felt the buzz going off on my phone, and I knew there was stuff being said in there. I just don't know what was being said exactly.
Do you know who was saying anything? And you don't know? Did you glance at it and say, oh, that's
I would just look at it and be like, oh, whatever, put it back in my pocket.
Now, at some point in the night, did individuals show up to Tyler Rich's house that weren't invited?
Yes.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house before that happened?
10, 15 minutes.
And how were you made aware that these individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Everybody was just like, they're here. They showed up.
and people started walking outside.
Were you made aware of it through other individuals in the house, or were you also made aware of it through the group chat?
Just other individuals in the house.
And when you were made aware that they were here, what did you do as a result?
Walked outside.
And how did you walk outside?
Through the cellar doors that I came in from.
And when you walked outside, I'm going to show you this exhibit here. See, it's 49. When you walked outside, can you tell us where did you walk from the house?
Through the side where the cellar doors are, and then kind of through the driveway, and then the car was parked roughly right in front of the driveway.
So if I correct, you walked this way for all intents and purposes with this exhibit. There's a blue truck here.
Yeah.
You walked down the driveway, and you're saying the car was parked somewhere in front of the driveway?
Yeah, maybe a little bit farther back, but yeah, right about there.
Was it parked on the side of the road?
No, it was more like right in the middle of the road.
So if I was the car parked somewhere around here?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect the lower portion of this exhibit, just to the left of the trees on the right side of Laurel Glen Road, towards the middle of the road.
Noted for the record. Thank you.
And when you saw this car on the road, what did you notice about it? Did you notice what type of car it was?
Yeah, it was SUV.
And showing you Safety Exhibit 30, does that seem to be what you saw that night?
Yes.
And which way was it facing? Was it facing towards Adams, or was it facing towards Farmhouse? Exhibit 1's behind you if you want to.
It was facing towards Farmhouse.
Okay. You need to use this. And did you approach this vehicle?
Oh, yes, I did.
And when you approached the vehicle, what side of the vehicle did you approach?
The driver's side.
And how far away did you get from the vehicle when you stopped, when you walked up to it? How far away?
I was right next to it.
And did you talk to anybody in the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
I noticed Snyder driving, and then I noticed De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Trafficanti.
Did you notice anybody else in the vehicle?
A few others, but I didn't know who they were.
And can you describe, did you have, at some point in time with Ron, how many of you approached the vehicle?
10, 15.
And when you approached the vehicle, did anybody have a conversation with anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
What was the conversation like? Not what was said, but what was it like?
It was, I don't really know how to explain it. Like, I feel like there was multiple different conversations going on throughout the vehicle. Like, I feel like someone was having a conversation with the front passenger, someone was having a conversation with the driver, somebody was having a conversation with the people in the back seats. So I'm not really too sure what was said, but it was, the overall tone of it was totally like chill and like normal. And then there were parts of it that were aggressive. And
why did it get aggressive?
Because they had jumped me.
And did you say anything to anybody when you were there?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall if the defendant said anything to anybody?
No.
Now, at some point in time, you said it got aggressive?
Yeah.
And when it got aggressive, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when it was getting aggressive.
Cans started getting thrown at the car. And then the car started whipping up and down the road.
Now, when you say cans got thrown at the car, who threw cans?
Multiple different people.
Did you throw any cans?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of cans did you throw?
I threw my Bud Lights that I had. So
were they empty cans or were they full cans?
They were full cans.
Okay. Do you recall where you threw the can?
I believe I was on the other side of the car at this point, so on the passenger side now. And I believe I hit the door, the passenger side door. And then the other can I threw completely missed the car because I believe the car was moving at the time.
So you see this defect in the windshield here?
Yeah.
Did you recall doing that yourself?
I did not do that, no.
So if that was done that night, that was done by somebody else?
Yeah.
If it was done that night?
Yeah.
Now, after the beer cans were being thrown, other things were being thrown at the car, did anybody else put their hands on the car? Was there anybody else doing anything else to the car?
Not that I recall, no.
And you said the car at some point left?
Yeah.
And where did it go?
Just up and down the road.
When you say up and down the road, if you're looking at State's Exhibit 1.
It was just going back and forth this way.
And when it was going back and forth, what, if anything, was the car doing?
Going really fast.
Were they throwing anything from the car?
No.
You don't remember any of that?
No.
Where were you when the car was going up and down the road?
In the driveway.
And were you paying attention to it the whole time, or were you talking to other people?
A mix. Like I would pay attention to it, and then I'd talk to the person next to me, something like that.
Now, when you were initially at the car, do you recall who was with you out of all your friends?
No, I wasn't worried about any of that.
Why can't you recall who was with you at the time?
I just wasn't looking for who was with me. I just knew it was my friends.
Bye, clerk. Later, Tater. See you when we see you.
Night, clerk.
Yep. Packing it in. We're all packing it in here in about 7 minutes because I got to get my kid from work.
All right.
Oh, no.
This is very interesting, though.
It is getting to the good part. For sure. Yeah. All right. If there was more time left in this video, see, there's only 20 minutes left in this video, and it'll take me longer to get there.
Yeah. You can leave it in Dean's hands.
He can't run the videos.
Oh.
I'm the only one that's actually in StreamYard. which is a good thing. You
Tell him
know
we're
how
gonna
he
get
is.
the machine was
He
in
gets
control.
control of it. Y'all gonna be on that yellow flash kick. Fucking with yellow flash for a minute. But if I skip the video to something that'll play while I'm going, you can just watch it
It's up to you.
because I don't really care about that. But it's not gonna stop.
How about that video about what's it called? The other case. It's like a 45-minute video or something.
On the Coburger?
With you.
No, Morphew. Yeah.
Where is that?
I don't know. Didn't
There's been 1,000 in Discord, and I've sent you a couple.
What happened?
I don't know. I think was it someone was talking about it yesterday. There's a video that because we were gonna watch it yesterday. It's like
Video
a 40
what?
about the Coburger. I mean not Coburger, about Morphew. And it was like a all-encompassing like description of the case or something. I don't know. I don't even know what the video is. I just remember talking about it yesterday.
I sent him one that broke down everything from what happened in the attempted first trial and what happened with the attorney and what has happened since her body's been found in the new indictment. I don't know if that's what everybody's talking about, but Coffindoffer was on it as a legal expert. Yes, multiple times. And she gets on the DNA, and it's amazing how she argues the DNA in this case versus how she argued it in Karen's case. And then they get on the vehicle data and stuff. So I found it interesting listening to her talk about a different case that she wasn't so biased on.
Yeah, I sent Danny one too, but by one, it was a dick pic. He didn't appreciate it.
Yeah,
Danny won't look me in the eyes again, dude. It's fucked up.
Yeah, he's right. He's
Perfect
right.
response.
So sad. So sad.
Yo, Murby.
What's up, Dean?
So glad Danny finally allowed you on, dude. That was
I know. I was like, oh, did I do something wrong?
Yes.
I didn't even know MJ was here.
Yo, what's up,
Sassy.
MJ? Yeah, I didn't even see.
She always sneaks in.
I snuck in.
Or 3 more people can grab the link and y'all can just talk while I'm gone.
Yeah, I think that's what we should do.
Okay.
Is
That
there
way
a
Sweet
limit?
Woman has to
6
be awake.
can't talk, or 4 can't talk, or 5, whatever.
Calypso's going to bed later. Yeah, 5 a.m. does come early. Whew. I know the feeling. But I need the we need the stats.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah,
are not
some
getting
other
shit
people
of
jump
stats
on
over
and we'll talk. How much time do we need to kill, Danny?
I don't know. It'll probably take me 20, 30 minutes.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, that's easy. I mean, that's easy. Sassy's been colonial sleeping, which means sleep when I fall asleep. I'm awake when I'm awake.
Is that what that means?
I didn't even know what colonial sleeping meant.
It means you sleep when other people are awake, I think.
Oh.
Oh, that's me.
Like at lunch.
I'm good either way. You can put something on that we can watch and talk about while it's streaming, or we can talk, whatever.
Well, this
All right.
kid's still going the next day, so I think he's not going to even get to the cross until the next day. So I think we can just skip it
All right.
Whatever
without
you
it
want,
being
bud.
too much. Let me watch a few minutes of the day. This is day 5. We made it to day 5.
Yay.
We're on a
Day
fucking
5.
roll.
We're on a roll. But it'd be better if we were watching it so that shit gets watched. You know what I'm saying?
No, what do you mean
You
by
know what I
that?
mean?
See, he's still under direct, I think.
And when you came out into the yard to confront the defendant and Mr. De Silva, were you closer to Mr. De Silva or the defendant?
The defendant.
And at any point in time during the night, do you recall fighting anybody other than the defendant?
No.
So when the fight, I think we played the video yesterday. Did we play the video? The video was playing when it starts. Is that the beginning of the actual fight, or do you, from what your recollection is, or did that? When did the fight? With regards to the video, when did the fight happen? Was it?
That video is probably 20 seconds into the fight.
Okay, and 20 seconds into the fight, you had already fought with the defendant at this point, and at some point in time, what are you doing after you? Well, tell us again how you fought with the defendant.
So I kind of was just over top of the defendant, punched him in the face 2 times, and then I just felt a jab in my side, and I looked down and I see the defendant with his right hand clenched up in a ball like this, and he's just poking at my side.
Did you see any weapon on him?
No, I didn't see a weapon or anything. I just seen his fist and just going like this repeatedly over and over again, and just right there on my side.
And when that happened, after that happened, what did you do?
I just like some instinct in me just was like, get off, get away, like just like that. I don't know how to explain it.
And at some point in time, did you lose sight of the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see where he went?
No.
And did you see the defendant after that, before the fight ended? Did you see him after the fight ended?
No.
At some point in time, do you recall watching the fight with Mr. De Silva?
Yes.
And when you were watching that fight with Mr. De Silva, when did it become apparent to you that you were injured?
Like when I heard somebody scream out, "He's got a knife! He's got a knife!"
So when you heard that, what triggered in your head?
I was just like, he's like, I just heard that, and I was like, he's got a knife. Like, who's hurt? Like, is everybody okay? I didn't even realize I was hurt or anything. And then my buddy Ty Wood came up to me and was like, "Are you okay? Like, you're bleeding." And he pointed down at my side, and I bled through all my clothing.
And when you realized that you were bleeding, what did you do?
I like lifted up my shirt, and I wanted to see like what was wrong with me. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know how many times I had been stabbed or anything like that. And like right at the same time I'm realizing I had gotten stabbed, I hear all the bubbles and like my lung collapsing basically, and like bubbles in my chest. It was a really weird sound. I don't know how to describe it. I never want to hear that sound ever again. It kind of like it like haunts me in a way. But yeah, I just got super scared, and I didn't know.
I think we're good to let it run.
Yeah.
So let me check and make sure they're not about to go to break.
Okay.
Nah, that's got a
Are you
good way.
keeping at the same speed?
Yeah, you want me to? 1.5. That's good.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, it sounds good to me, especially when when Small Seagal talks, because he actually talks really slow. So if he does get to talking during this time, it'll be good, because at 1.5 he speaks at like a normal pace.
Because he's so small. It takes a minute for that to get up here. There's no way to bounce.
I just hope they don't take like an hour lunch break while you're gone. Then we'll just have
I
to
just
talk
checked.
a lot.
It's a way.
Yeah, he just looked through. It seems good.
You got plenty of time. You'll be.
Were you able to breathe?
Barely.
And when you realized that you were injured, what did you do next?
I went inside, and I just wanted to sit down and get a glass of water. That's all I could think of, was sit down, get a glass of water.
And did somebody bring you a glass of water?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was? Why don't you recall it?
I just was in such like a fog of like mentally. All I could think of was just like one breath at a time, pretty much.
At some point in time, did somebody come in the house to get you and bring you outside?
Yeah.
Do you recall who that was?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house?
Yeah.
Why did you exit the house?
Because the ambulances were arriving.
And when the ambulances arrived, did somebody render aid to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they do for you when you were on scene?
They just were asking me my injuries and what was wrong, and I just had to explain to the best I could what I felt.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you, we started doing this yesterday, so State's Exhibit 61. Remember seeing this picture yesterday?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Ricky Fiola.
You got the white shirt and the pink shorts on the left side of 61 there? Exhibit 62, do you know who this individual is?
That's the defendant.
Exhibit 63, I'm going to point this kid here to the left, he appears to be a green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim. Who's that?
That's me.
This kid here with the white shirt and black shorts next to you?
Who's Sal Perry?
The kid next to him with jeans on with the no shirt on, you know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernson?
Yeah.
This guy here with the jeans on, the black shirt and the red hat, you know who that is?
Yeah, Michael Samperry.
This guy here on his knees with what appears to be a shirt pulled up with jeans on, you know who that is?
Yeah, Jack Silva.
Who's that?
Tyler Silva, I mean.
64. This guy right here to the right, the white shirt, black shorts on, do you know who that is?
That's Charlie.
Charlie who?
Connery.
Again, 65. Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
66. This guy right here with the white shirt, what appears to be can shorts next to you.
Yeah.
You know who that is?
That's Chico Lobos, right?
This guy right here with the shirt off, with the camouflage pants on, with the shirt hanging out the back, do you know what that is?
Yeah, that's Matt Lockridge.
And this individual right here with the navy blue shirt, white pants, you know who that is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
67, this individual who appears to be pushing somebody. Picture, do you know what that is?
Jacob Lobos.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt, white pants.
Jimmy McGrath.
Exhibit 68, this individual with the jeans, appears to be a shirt still pulled up, with their back to us. Do you know what that is?
Tyler Silva.
And this individual to his left, do you know what that is?
That's the defendant.
Finally, state 69, this individual appears to be near the curve in the street with the light blue jersey on. Do you know what that is?
That's the Silva.
And this person here with the navy blue shirt on, white pants.
That's Jimmy.
Jimmy McGrath.
Yeah.
Now, at some point in time, when paramedics came and rendered aid to you, do you recall whether or not you took your shirt off at the scene?
I think I did take my shirt off. I think I was using it to like cover up my stab wound.
I'll show you state's exhibits 25, which is the full exhibit. These items that you were wearing the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Appears to be the black shirt. Does that appear to be inside out?
Yeah.
State's exhibit 26. Is that the same shirt but right side in?
Yep.
And obviously the green sweatshirt, is that yours?
Yeah. I don't know whose shoes those are.
Those are not your shoes.
Those are not my shoes.
Exhibit 27, closer up picture of the shirt you were wearing that night.
Mm-hmm.
Let me approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Ryan, you see this defect in the shirt here?
Yeah.
Is that about where your upper stab wound was?
Yes.
And is this the front of the t-shirt?
Yes.
And you see this defect here?
Yes, I do.
Is that the right about where you received your first stab wound?
Yes.
Your upper chest?
Yep.
Exhibit 28. Closer version of the t-shirt. Again, is this the defect in the shirt? Is this where one of the stab wounds was?
Yes.
Exhibit 29. Is this your sweatshirt with the defect in it from the stab wound?
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Of course. Thank you.
Brian, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 83?
Yep.
And what is 83?
Me in the hospital.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you look like in the hospital the day after this?
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 84 for identification. You recognize State's 84?
Yes.
And what is State's 84?
Me with a wound to my head.
And does this accurately reflect the wound to your head on May 15th of 2022?
This does.
Start showing you State's 85. You recognize State's 85? Yes. And what is State's 85?
The tube that had to be put in my chest.
And does this accurately reflect what the tube looked like in your chest on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's 86. Do you recognize 86?
Yes.
What is State's 86?
The tube that was coming out of my chest, and then that's where I got stabbed.
And does this picture accurately reflect the upper wound area but covered on May 15th of 2022?
Yeah.
Showing you State's 87 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 87?
Yes.
And what is State's 87?
My stab wound to my upper chest.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the wound looked like maybe a day or two after the incident, uncovered by any blood?
Yes.
Showing you State's 88 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 88?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 88?
They are my stab wounds that I got to my lower hip.
And does this accurately reflect what they look like covered in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you State's 89 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 89?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 89?
My stab wound to my side.
And does this picture accurately reflect what your wound looked like a few days after the incident?
Yes.
Showing you State's 90 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 90?
Yes.
And what is State's 90?
My other stab wound on my leg.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the area looked like covered, intended to in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you State's 91 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 81?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 81?
My stab to my lower thigh.
So, Council 91?
91.
That's okay. Thank you.
And does this accurately reflect what the wound looked like a day or two after the incident? Yes. Uncovered?
Yep.
And finally, showing you State's 92 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 92?
Yes, I do.
And what is 92?
That's about me 2 weeks after.
And does this accurately reflect what your wounds look like a week or two after?
Yes.
Now, is this picture taken reflecting in the mirror?
No.
So it's the right side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So is this taken in a mirror?
Yes.
Okay. Does this accurately reflect what you look like when you were taking this picture of your wounds in a mirror?
Yeah.
I'll offer these full exhibits at this time. No objection.
All right, with no objection, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence as full exhibit states 83 through 92. Thank you.
Brian, I'm going to show you states 83. That's now been marked as a full exhibit. Again, what is states 83?
Me in the hospital.
Now, these injuries to you, picked up. It looks like you have injuries to your nose, and your face area, and your head. Were those injuries caused during the fight at 43 Laurel Glen?
No, those were at Lazy Brook.
So when you got into the initial fight at Lazy Brook with the defendant and his friends, that's when that happened?
Yeah.
States 84. This injury here to the top of your head, which looks like the left side of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that injury occurred?
That's from Lazy Brook as well.
That's also from Lazy Brook, okay. States 85. Can you tell us where States 85 was from?
That's the tube that had to be put in my chest.
Do you know why the tube had to be put in your chest at the hospital?
To reinflate my lung.
States 86. What are we looking at in States 86?
So the gauze is where I was stabbed, and then that is part of the tube that was also coming out of my chest.
And this obviously, this is the left side of your chest?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you got your injuries?
Yeah, on my left side.
States 87. Can you tell us what States 87 is?
That would be my stab wound to my upper chest.
And this is the stab wound that caused the collapsed lung?
Yes, it is.
States 88. Can you tell us what we're looking at in States 88?
That is my stab wound to my hip.
You're around here?
Yeah.
And this is the tube?
Yeah, that's the same tube.
Okay. States 89. Is this the same wound but uncovered?
Yes.
This is what, a few days after?
Yeah.
States 90. What are we looking at here? This is what?
That would be my stab wound to like my lower butt cheek, pretty much.
So like the hip area?
Yeah.
And again, this tube that's running down, where's that coming from?
That's the same tube that was in my chest.
91. Is this the same wound you just mentioned but uncovered?
Yes, it is.
Showing you states 92. So it appears to be the right side of your body, but are these injuries on the right side of your body?
No, they're on my left side.
So is this picture being taken in a mirror?
Yes.
So this would be your upper left chest area where the first stab wound was.
Mm-hmm.
Second stab wound to your lower abdomen area.
Yep.
And then your third stab wound would be on your left side of your hip.
Yes.
And when were these pictures taken? Do you know?
A couple weeks after.
Now, after you were at the hospital, how long did you stay in the hospital for? You remember?
I was there for 2 nights and 3 days.
And do you recall what you were diagnosed with?
A collapsed lung. I believe I had a fracture in my nose, and some head trauma, and I don't remember everything else.
And what was the treatment that, aside from getting to the hospital and initially getting diagnosed, what treatment did you have to go through?
Well, I couldn't get stitches because they didn't want my wounds to get infected, so it was really cleaning them out multiple times a day, keeping fresh gauze on them at all times, and just a lot of rest.
And what has your recovery been like?
Physically, they healed up, but mentally, I've never been the same person.
Why's that?
I can't stop thinking about that night. Like every single day, multiple times a day, I just think about that night and things that I could have done different, things that anybody could have done different, and I just didn't think things like this happen in the world. I don't know. I didn't know there was people like that out there that really wanted to cause harm.
When you were at Laurel Glen that night, and those individuals walked on the front lawn, and the fight started, did you anticipate the fight being a fist fight?
Yes.
Did you anticipate there ever being any weapons used?
No.
Did you have any weapons at Lazy Brook that night?
No.
Did you have any weapons with you at Laurel Glen that night?
No.
Did Ty Wood have any weapons on him?
No.
Did anybody near you? Did you recall anybody near you when you were face to face with the defendant having any weapons?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Hines. We have never met before. Never talked about this case before. I'll go over with you some of your testimony that you've given here. You told us yesterday you thought you'd met with the state's attorney 3 or 4 times prior to this.
Yep.
To discuss your testimony here.
Yes.
You recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hines, I am going to ask you just to please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And when you're answering, you just have to say either yes or no.
He said
before
yes,
you get up
sir.
on the record, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's review that evening. You told us that Griffin Marcinzik was a really good friend of yours since childhood, basically, right?
No, I moved to Shelton in the winter of when I was in 8th grade. So right about when COVID started, I moved to Shelton, but Griffin was one of the first kids I met, and I became very good friends with him.
Okay, so good friends since you moved to Shelton.
Yes.
You say that was in the 8th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, May 14th, 2022, you told us that you were ending your sophomore year, so you would have been a rising junior.
Yes.
And you went over to a friend's house. Was that Natalia Ritzik's house?
Yes.
And you hung out there at Natalia's, right?
Yep.
You told us that you were doing some drinking there while you were hanging out.
Yes.
And that was you had no more than 2 beers. Right?
No more than 2 beers.
How do you know no more than 2?
Because I know it was no more than 2 beers.
What makes you so certain about that? No more than 2?
Because it was only 2 beers.
And that was only in 30 to 40 minutes of being there that you had those 2 beers?
Yes.
Hour drinking that night?
I'm sorry?
Was that power drinking? Was that
I'm
fast
not
way, or was
sure
that
what-
a fairly regular speed to have 2 beers in a 30 to 40 minute period?
That's pretty normal.
And then you told us that you got invited over to Austin Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
How did you know Austin?
I met him in 8th grade when I moved to Shelton.
Also when you moved to Shelton?
Yes.
Did Austin go to Shelton High School?
No, he didn't.
Was Austin on the basketball group text chat?
I don't recall.
And Tanner Chernowski drove you to Austin's house, right?
Yes.
How did Tanner Chernowski know to take you to Austin Leifer's house?
Me and Griffin asked him.
And who is Tanner Chernowski to you?
Another guy that I met when I first moved to Shelton and became a really good friend of mine. He happens to live not too far from me and hang out.
Did you play football with Tanner?
No.
You played football with Griffin?
Yes.
Did you play any sports with Tanner?
No.
He was a couple years older than you?
Yes.
Did Tanner Chernowski provide you with any of those beers that evening?
No.
And you said that he drove you over to 5 Lazy Brook, and that was somewhere between 7 or 8 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that you got there to the house while it was still daylight, but by the time you left, you would agree it was no longer daylight, right?
It was like the evening time, yes.
Because we've seen the video of the fight outside of 5 Lazy Brook, and it appears to be pretty dark then. Are you saying that at that point there was still some daylight?
Yes, there was still some daylight.
And when you showed up, you heard music and noise, and you thought that was party, so you walked into the garage, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you still only had the 2 beers?
Yes.
But you didn't make it into the house, is that fair to say?
Yes.
You just got into the garage?
Yeah.
And how many people were in the garage when you got in there?
I don't think anybody was in there.
Nobody in the garage?
No.
So as you're going from the garage to the door into the interior of the house, you see some people coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you came to learn that the party was being shut down or something of that nature, right?
Not really that. I just found out after the fact that the people that were coming out that I saw were happening to be getting kicked out at the time.
Okay. This wasn't your party, right?
No.
And so you saw some people coming out of the house, but you don't know why they were coming out of the house?
No.
In fact, some people thought you hadn't been invited to the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you were confronted by some folks who said they didn't know what you were doing there, right?
Yeah, but the homeowner invited me and Griffin.
Well, not the homeowner, right? Austin doesn't own
Homeowner's
the home, does he, right? And in fact, Madigan was having a party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, did you see a number of girls there that evening?
Yes.
You caught a ride with some of those girls at the end of the evening?
Yeah.
Did you know that they were all members of the lacrosse team from that school?
No.
Okay. And you never saw Austin that night, right?
No.
Because he was outside throwing up and ill from drinking, right?
Jeffrey, how do you know?
Sustained. So hold on a minute, Attorney Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury court's going to strike the the witness's response to that particular question, and I'm going to ask you to not consider the question, and you'll learn that questions are not evidence, okay? So the stricken response, not evidence, not to be considered. You'll hear more about stricken evidence at the end of the evidence, and the question obviously is not to be considered evidence either. Thank you.
You didn't see Austin that night, right?
No.
And these 3 folks that come out the door, you say that they confronted you about coming there, prevented you from going inside, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, you claim that they didn't care about that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said they didn't care that you told them that you had been invited.
Yes.
And Mr. Valley, you told us, didn't say anything to you, right?
No, he was speaking to Griffin.
It was Mr. Snyder who was having this interaction with you, right?
Yes.
And you saw him on that photo and identified him as wearing that red hoodie that evening, correct? And in fact, you say that Mr. Snyder asked you for a beer and you told him, yeah, sure, right?
Mhm.
You gave him a beer.
Yes. And
you said that Mr. Valley asked you if he could have a beer and you said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You gave him a beer, right?
Just trying to be a peacemaker.
Okay. You gave both of them a beer that night, correct?
Yes.
Griffin Marcinzik was right there when that happened?
Yes.
Were you blocking his view so that he couldn't see you give the beers to these 2 people?
Griffin?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Do you recall where Griffin was?
I believe he was right next to me.
And that wasn't enough for Mr. Snyder, right? He
No.
decided he was going to grab those beers from you.
Yes.
Mr. Valley didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Mr. De Silva, did you see him?
Yes.
He didn't say anything to you.
No.
He didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Ultimately, Snyder grabs the beers from you. You said you were trying to be cool and make some friends.
Yes.
And at that point, you got upset with Snyder, right?
Yes.
He said you weren't going to stand for this, right?
Yes.
You were upset at that point, right?
I wasn't going to get pushed out and bullied.
Sure. You said, I'll fight you right now for this beer, right?
Yes, I did.
And you put your hands up to fight.
Yes.
And y'all make it out into the driveway from the garage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we saw the video there.
Yes.
And in that video, we see you and Mr. Snyder squared up, right?
Yes.
And you're circling a little bit for position, right? It's a fight going on.
Yeah.
Right? You're not just standing there toe to toe like we see some old school bare knuckles boxers, right? You're moving around. You're circling.
A little bit, yes.
You bump into Mr. Valley?
No.
No, you don't bump into Mr.
No,
Valley.
I did not bump into Mr. Valley.
Where was Mr. Valley?
He was hiding behind me.
Hiding behind you?
You could say that, yes.
Hiding behind what?
Me. Just he was behind me. I
He
didn't know
was
he
just
was there.
behind you,
Yeah,
right? He wasn't hiding.
Sure.
You were aware he was there.
No.
You knew there was a circle of people around you watching, correct?
Yes.
And you were circling for position.
No.
No. You were just going to stand still and let Mr. Snyder come towards you.
I wouldn't really say it was circling, but it was more of just like a little like get a better position. You could say that, yeah.
Right. You're not just going to stand still and let somebody who you've just challenged to a fight just come at you and start throwing blows, right?
Well, in all honesty, that was my first fight ever that night. I never had been in a fight before that, so I very well could have been standing right there. I don't have a fighting background.
Okay. But you saw the video.
Yes.
You agree you were moving.
A little bit, yes.
Right. You weren't just standing there. And you told us that Mr. Valley comes out and he sucker punches you, right?
Yes.
He didn't tackle you.
No.
He didn't throw any more blows than that, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
In fact, He moves away from you and gives more space after this interaction, right?
What interaction?
The interaction where you say he sucker punched you.
Yeah.
At that point, you come forward and you tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
Get him down on the ground, right?
Mhm.
You go off the screen, right? We can't see the rest of that as you guys are sort of behind a minivan. And at that point, people come in and they're trying to break it up, right?
No, not really.
No? Well, did you see Emily Robinson in that video coming in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Did you see any of the girls that were there coming in?
No.
Did you hear any of them?
No.
Fair to say your attention was focused on Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Valley, he had this helmet on, correct?
Yes.
He had that helmet on the whole time, right?
No.
No, you believe he took that helmet off?
He did take that helmet off.
You believe he took that helmet off?
I see it in the video, yes.
In the video, you see him take the helmet off?
Yes.
And what does he do with it?
He smashes me in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Hits me again in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Not sure.
Does he put it back on?
I don't know.
So it's your testimony, sir, that he takes the helmet off of his head, swings it at you, and hits you with it twice.
Yes.
And then you're not sure if he puts it back on or not.
No, the video's over.
And ultimately, somebody pulls you by the neck up off the ground, you said?
Yes.
Because you agree somebody was trying to break this thing up.
Yes.
Do you know who it was that pulled you off? And at that point, you said, Mama Lifer gave you your beer back.
Yes.
And you guys took off, right?
Yep.
You and Griffin went down to the end of the driveway, and you got a ride from the girls that we saw in the photograph later,
Yes.
right? And it appeared that a number of the folks in there, including yourself, were holding blue cans of Bud Light. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that you were holding a blue can of Bud Light?
I believe I had the box in my hand.
Okay. A number of the girls were holding what appeared to be blue cans of Bud Light. Correct?
Yeah.
So y'all were drinking in the car on the way back to where you went, which was back to Ms. Ritzik's house?
I don't recall if I was.
Okay. There was drinking going on in the car.
I'm sure.
You can see that at least.
I don't know.
Well, you gave them those Bud Lights, right?
I don't recall.
In any event, you got back to Natalia's house.
Yes.
They dropped you off there.
Yes.
You do recall that?
Them dropping us off there?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were there for about 10 minutes before you got picked up by Charlie Connery, right?
Yes.
How did Charlie Connery know to come and pick you up from Natalia Ritzik's
I
house?
don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Well, you told us that about a week earlier you'd been added to the basketball group chat, right?
Yes.
And that basketball group chat, that included Griffin Marcinzik, right?
Yes.
Did that include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
Did it include Sal Perry?
I don't know.
Michael Samperry?
I don't know.
Did it include Alex Bernstein?
I don't know.
Did it include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody that was included on this group chat that you got added to?
I didn't know anybody in that group chat other than a few of my Shelton friends.
Oh, okay. Well, which of your Shelton friends did you know in that group
Just
chat?
ones that weren't involved in anything.
Like who?
Like Michael Kinnick, for example.
Okay. That's the only one of your friends that you knew that was in that?
Yeah.
How many people were on that group chat?
I don't know.
10?
I don't know.
15?
Don't know.
20?
Objection, that's the answer. He doesn't know.
Sustained.
You have no idea how many people were on that basketball group chat?
No.
Objection.
That you told us was about a lot of shit talking, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know anybody that was on it?
No.
Sustained.
And somehow, Charlie Connery knew to come pick you up at Natalia Ritzik's and take you over to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yep.
Had you had plans that night to go to Tyler Rich's house already? And along the way, you told Charlie Connery about what had happened in 5 Lazy Brook, right?
You already had known.
How did he already know?
I don't know.
How do you know? Speculation.
Sustained. Again. All right, so Mr. Hines, I'm going to ask you to just pause in between the questions so counsel can go forward with his objection. So once he objects, please refrain from providing an answer. Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry.
And again, direction to the jury, the last response should be stricken from evidence. Thank you.
You say he already knew when he came to pick you up about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
How did you know that he already knew?
Because he asked me about it.
He asked you about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook.
Mhm.
And based upon that question, you determined he already knew about it.
Yes.
And how long did it take you to get over to Tyler Rich's house?
Another 10 minutes.
Any drinking along the way?
Not that I recall, no.
And you told us yesterday that you weren't involved on that group chat, right?
No.
But then you told us today that in fact, maybe you had sent a message, just one message, right?
Yes.
What was that message?
Saying that they were pussies for jumping me at the Liker household.
And to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No.
You didn't send out the address?
No.
But somebody did, didn't they?
I believe so, yes.
On that group chat, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you wouldn't assume so. You told us you were aware of that group chat. It was going off and it was buzzing in your pocket when you told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you would look at it from time to time and just say, oh, that's nothing. I'm not worried about that, right?
Yes.
Except today you told us, in fact, no, you had been involved. You would agree that's different than just looking at it and ignoring it, right?
This is before, like, I was at the Rich's house. I was not sending any text. This was all, like, before I even got picked up by Charlie.
Do you recall speaking to officers on May 15th at about noon when you were at St. Vincent's Hospital?
Slightly.
Officers Millington and Nugent came in and they talked to you while you were there, right?
Yes.
And you told them that Your friends and you had reached out to the kids who jumped you and told them to come to Tyler Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen Drive now that you had your friends with you, right?
I don't recall that. No.
You don't recall that? No. Do you generally, in your everyday speaking, say that you don't recall something?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall speaking to detectives on June 9th around 3:30 with your parents at your home, Detectives Ianati and Bango?
Somewhat, yes.
Do you recall telling them that someone from the Shelton High School group texted the St. Joe's kids and challenged them to show up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I do recall that, yes.
You do recall that?
Yes.
So again, it's not that you were just feeling your phone buzz and thinking, gosh, I don't want to pay attention to this. I don't have any idea what's going on. You were aware of what was happening, right?
No.
Well, how were you not aware of what was happening?
Because I wasn't reading the text messages. I just saw the notifications.
But you texted on that same group chat, right?
Hours previously.
Hours previously.
Yeah.
Hours previously, you told these kids that they were pussies, correct? Yes. On this group chat, correct? Yes. What time was that?
Around like 8 or 9 o'clock.
So at least around 8 or 9 o'clock, you knew that you could use that basketball group chat to text with these St. Joe's kids?
Yes.
So would it surprise you if you learned that those kids weren't added to that group chat until after 5 Lazy Brook?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
You're telling us that you texted these kids using this basketball group chat between 8 to 9 o'clock, right?
I believe so, yes.
Told them that they were pussies, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell them to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive because now you had your friends with you.
I did not tell them that, no.
You didn't tell them that?
I did not.
Or you don't recall telling
I did
them
not tell them that.
Did somebody tell them that?
I'm sure.
You know somebody told them that, right? You were part of that group chat. You had to open it up and text on that group chat, right?
Object.
Sustained.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Speculation.
So you would agree that when you texted on that group chat, you would have to open it up. You couldn't just look at the notification, right?
No, you can just look at the notification.
In order to text something back?
I wasn't texting anything back.
You were texting on that group chat, right?
Forehand.
And in order to text on the group chat, you had to open the group chat, right?
Yes.
And you were with Griffin Marcinzik, right?
Yes.
And you could see where Griffin Marcinzik was, right?
When?
When he was with you in the car?
Yes.
When he was with you at the Ridzik house?
Yes.
When he was with you when Charlie Connery came to pick you up?
Yes.
You were side by side most of the time, right?
No.
Not in the car?
No.
Where was Griffin in the car?
Which car?
Well, where was Griffin in Charlie Connery's car?
I don't know.
Where were you?
In the back seat.
You couldn't see Griffin texting?
No.
Did you see him with his phone out?
Yes.
Did you see him with his phone open?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You think he just had his phone out in his hand? But you saw that, but you don't know if it was open or not?
I'm not sure, no.
What'd you see him doing with the phone when you saw him with it?
I don't know.
What were y'all talking about on the way there?
Just what happened.
With Charlie?
Like in Charlie's car?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's you, Charlie, and Griffin in the car, right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Yes.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And you're talking about what is going to happen next when you get to Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
And there's no talk about payback or anything like that, right?
No.
And so there's this basketball group chat that you've now told us you actually did participate in which there's a lot of shit talking, but nothing's going on like that on the way to the house in Charlie Connery's car, right?
No.
You guys are just calm, cool, collected?
Yes.
Not excited?
No.
Not angry about what happened?
No.
Nobody's saying, hey, we should text these kids and get them to come over here?
I was not, no.
You weren't?
I was not.
Was Griffin?
Objection. That calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You told us yesterday that when you got to Tyler Rich's house, everybody already knew about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
How many people were there when you got to the house?
20 or 30.
And you told us yesterday you didn't really care, though, right?
No.
You didn't really care. Why did you text these guys and tell them that they were pussies?
Because I had been jumped.
So you did care.
I'd been jumped.
You did care.
Not really. No.
Not really. Didn't anger you?
No.
Didn't upset you?
No.
Didn't make you want payback?
No.
You went to school with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
You played football with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
He was a couple years older than you?
Yes.
And he was the captain of the football team for 1 year while you were there?
Yes.
You'd been to his house before?
Yes.
You knew to go in through the Bilko doors on the side, right?
Yes.
You knew when you got there that there was going to be some drinking going on?
Yes.
And you said that people were coming up to you and questioning you, and they already knew about what had happened, right?
Yes.
Who came up to you and questioned you about it?
I don't recall.
Well, you told us yesterday Jimmy McGrath was one of the first ones to come up to you, right?
He was one of the people that did come up to me.
And he came up to you and asked you about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
I think that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did his demeanor And his questioning indicate to you that he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Did it indicate to you that he was concerned about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
He wasn't concerned?
No, he just wanted to hear what happened.
So it didn't indicate to you that he was excited in any way about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way that he was upset about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way to you that he was angry about it?
No.
It's just calm, cool, collected. First thing he asked you was, hey, what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Pretty
What's
much,
your
yes.
culture here?
I'll allow it.
Do you remember anybody other than Jimmy McGrath coming up to you and asking you about it?
No.
But everybody there already knew, you told us, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that it was more than just Jimmy McGrath that came up to you and asked you about it, right?
Certainly, yes.
And in fact, there was some conversation that occurred, right?
With
everybody that was there yesterday. Conversation, hanging out, people drinking.
Yes.
And one of the main topics of conversation was what had happened to you at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
He tells you you only drank one beer at that time, right?
Yes.
How do you know it was only one beer?
Because it was only one beer.
You recall that?
Yes.
And people were planning to reach out to these kids and ask them to come over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
I believe so.
You know so, right? Because your phone's buzzing and going off and people are talking about it. And there's talk about getting these kids over there, isn't there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at one point, Griffin Marcinzik texts the address and a picture of 43 Laurel Glen Drive on this group chat to these kids, correct?
I don't know.
And then you told us at some point a car shows up outside, right?
Yes.
And that car is a Honda Pilot, right?
Yes.
And nobody was surprised by that, were they?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, they knew that car was going to show up. They texted it to come there, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And so because nobody is surprised, everybody empties out of the house to go confront the car, right?
No.
How many people emptied out of the house to go confront the car?
I don't know.
Well, you told us yesterday that at least 10 to 15 approached the vehicle, right?
Yes, but that's not everybody.
No, that's about half of you, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes.
And you could be wrong about 10 to 15. You would agree?
Yeah.
Could have been more. Could have been 20.
Could have been less.
Could it have been more?
I don't know.
And you told us yesterday that the car parked right in front of the drive, right?
No, it was not exactly right in front of the driveway, but it was a little farther back. It was about halfway in front of the driveway.
Okay. Mr. Hines, I'm just going to come around. I don't want to surprise you, but I'm going to come around with this on the easel behind you. Okay. It's exhibit number 52. State's exhibit number 52.
No.
Try not to drop it today. And if you would, can you show us where that vehicle parked when it showed up that first time?
It's not in that frame.
It's not in that frame.
No.
So it's not that close to the driveway.
It was back here.
Okay.
It's over here.
All right. We are going to use State's exhibit 49. You see State's exhibit 49 on your screen there?
Yep.
Looking at that, do you see the driveway in front of 43 Lower Glen?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the what looks like some sort of pathway down to the house across the street?
Yes.
And do you see the corner of the intersection of Adams and Lower Glen Drive?
Yes, I do.
And do you see what appears to be a sewer or drainage grate there?
Yes.
And do you see across the street on the other side of Laurel Glen from 43 sort of area of large trees there?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, can you describe for us where that vehicle parked when it first showed up?
More near the bushes across the street.
More near these, would you agree maybe these are trees given their apparent height?
Yes.
So you think that the vehicle parked more near trees on the opposite side of Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah.
And so in relation to the driveway, you would agree that that is not near the driveway?
It was like that general area.
Somewhere over there, closer to the curb on that side of the street?
Oh, no, they're in the middle of the road.
They're in the middle of the road?
Yes.
There were other cars parked up and down the street as well, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now we've got the vehicle out there, and you told us that 10 to 15 of you approached the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you got right next to the vehicle, you didn't talk to anyone, right?
No.
But you noticed that, in fact, these were the kids that had been told on the basketball group chat to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You noticed that these were Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, and Mr. Valley in the car, you told us, right?
Yes.
Those were the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
And these were, therefore, the kids that had been told to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Again, it didn't surprise you that those kids had showed up, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not you were surprised that they showed up?
No.
Didn't you just tell us moments ago that you weren't surprised?
No.
And the car was facing towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
That's at the other end of the street, right?
That is at the other end of the street, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you noticed the three that I've just mentioned, as well as Mackenzie Traficante?
Yes.
How did you know Mackenzie?
I just knew who she was from social media.
And you said the 10 or 15 of you approached the vehicle and someone had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And you were standing right beside the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were on the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I was kind of going back and forth.
When you say back and forth between what 2 points?
Like the driver's side and the passenger side.
So you were going back and forth around the vehicle from one side to the other?
Yeah.
Behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle?
Okay.
Was anybody else going back and forth with you?
I don't know.
Who else was there at the vehicle with you?
I don't know.
You don't know any of the other people that were at the vehicle with you?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich there?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal there?
No.
Did you see Michael Samperry there?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry there?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein there?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lakovich there?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich there?
No.
So there were 10 or 15 of you there, and these were all friends that you'd had and played football with at least since the 8th grade.
Yes.
But you can't tell who was there with you at the car.
No.
You heard voices?
Yes.
Whose voices did you hear?
I don't know.
You said you heard someone having a conversation?
Yes.
Who was that was having the conversation?
I don't know.
Well, you said that initially that conversation was normal, right?
Yes.
When you say normal, what do you mean by normal conversation?
Like the one me and you are having right now.
Okay. So it was just a questioning back and forth. Hey, how you doing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any mention of McDonald's?
No.
You didn't think this was an Uber that had showed up to deliver something, right? And you can't tell us who was having this conversation, but it seemed to be a normal conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Right. And then you said, then it became aggressive, right?
Yes.
It didn't just get aggressive, right?
What do you mean by that?
Somebody did something for it to become aggressive, for it to change, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see Tyler Rich reach inside the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich put his body halfway into the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Aiden King at the car?
No.
And then you told us that cans started getting thrown at the car, right?
Yes.
Again, sir, they didn't just start getting thrown, right?
Yes.
No, somebody threw something, right?
They threw a can, yes.
Yes. It didn't just start from nothing, right?
I don't know.
You've described it as cans just started getting thrown at the car.
From what I was aware of, yes, that's what had happened.
But then you told us that you threw a can at the car.
Yes, I did.
So it didn't just start getting thrown, you threw a can at the car.
I didn't start throwing the cans.
Okay, you joined in with the throwing of the cans.
Yes, I did.
You would agree that it was other people, not some anonymous entity that was throwing cans at the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And those people that were throwing cans at the vehicle were aggressive. Would you agree?
They were aggressive, you said?
Yes.
Sure.
That's an aggressive act, right?
Yeah.
What would you expect the response to be to a can being thrown?
I'm not sure.
Sustained.
What did you intend to happen when you threw the can at the car?
For my can to hit the car?
You wanted those kids to get out of the car, right?
No.
You heard somebody say, leave or get out.
No.
You didn't want them to get out of the car.
I didn't hear them say that. I didn't want them to get out of the car. I didn't care if they got out of the car.
You didn't want them to get out of the car. You didn't care if they got out of the car. So why'd you throw the can at the car?
I just want to throw the can at the car.
Is that a normal thing for you to want to do?
No.
Why did you want to throw a can at that car?
I just saw other people doing it.
Do you generally just do what you see other people doing, even if it's criminal?
No.
But in this instance, something about the occasion made you want to do that.
Yes.
What was it about the occasion that made you want to do that?
I don't know.
Okay. In any event, you threw a can and you hit the car. Other people were throwing cans too, right?
Yes.
Were you still circling around the vehicle while you did this?
No.
Where were you now?
I was on the passenger side.
On the passenger side?
Yes.
Who did you see on the passenger side?
I don't remember.
How many other people were on the passenger side with you?
Maybe 5.
5 people on the passenger side?
Maybe.
How many people were on the driver's side?
I don't know.
More people were on the other side, right?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Could you see other people on the other side?
Yes.
So there were other people on the other side?
Yes.
You just don't know how many?
No.
Or you know, but you won't tell us?
I don't know how many.
Sustained.
You never saw Tyler Rich on the driver's side of the vehicle?
No.
You saw in the picture yesterday of the vehicle that it had a defect in the windshield, right?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were on the passenger side?
No.
You saw it in that video, in that picture though, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
No.
And you didn't see anybody throw anything from that vehicle, did you?
Not that I recall, no.
You didn't see anybody put their hands on the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody kick the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody rock the vehicle?
No.
But at some point you said the car pulled away and started driving back and forth really fast, right?
Yes.
But they weren't throwing anything out the windows?
No.
And at that point, you were in the driveway, you told us.
Yes.
And who else was in the driveway with you?
I don't remember.
Were there other people in the driveway with you?
I'm sure there was.
Was Face on Teal in the driveway?
I don't know.
Was Tyler Rich in the driveway?
I don't know.
Can you tell us anybody who was in the driveway with you?
No.
But you told us you were talking to the person that was next to you, right?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yo.
You back
Yo.
already?
No, I'm not back yet.
Are you streaming from your vehicle?
Nah, I'm back. We're back.
Okay.
I was listening on the phone though.
I could tell.
Listening. So this kid testified for a long time.
Yeah. And I know Sassy and Mary B and some other people have had some questions. So while we can talk now, like we're about the testimony. I mean, I missed yesterday and I'm about halfway through yesterday's video, but
Yeah, I that Tommy guy was sus. I didn't believe him. And I think I missed like the beginning stuff.
I don't remember
that?
any of the names.
Oh yeah, I have to remember the names. So the person that was the other kid that was up right before him, that's Tommy. Don't believe him.
The one who got stabbed and his brother was there?
Yes.
Okay.
He seems sus. And there was somebody else a couple days ago that seemed sus too. And they seem like they're coached. They seem like they have a story that they're telling, you know, it's not real. So, and what I keep saying is there's a reason they went to trial. Like they have a defense, and we didn't get to hear any opening statements. So we have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to keep an open mind because I don't trust anyone anymore.
No, I get that. I'm just telling y'all where I am right now based off of the numerous chances that they had to prevent this from happening, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this shit happens all the time. Like I've been there when like this exact situation happened. Just no one died, you know? So like no one hears about it.
This is the kid, Gingy, this is the kid that was in the first fight over the beer.
And then got stabbed in the second fight, and his lung
Yep.
was
Got
punctured.
stabbed in
And
the side. Yep.
Yeah, those wounds were bad.
Yeah, this kid, to me, it doesn't sound like this kid has anything to hide. Do you think he does?
No, I think he's being honest, but he's also like not going into as much detail as the other ones did.
Right, yeah.
And he also got stabbed multiple times and his lung collapsed. I mean, I'm sure he went through a traumatic experience where he doesn't remember everything
Right.
verbatim.
Right, but why don't the others? They got stabbed
Yeah.
too. They remember everything, except for when this guy asks it.
Well, yeah, the only other one I've seen got stabbed was the one right before this, who was stabbed in the thigh.
Yeah. Yeah, and he like knew everything on direct, but then he can't remember anything on cross.
And none of them seem like they're prepped that well for me. Like, I know that they've been talked to. I just don't understand why none of them have looked at their police testimony to where they can testify to it, and why Small Seagal hasn't brought out their police testimony or affidavits to perjure them if they're lying.
Yeah, but they might have been lying all along.
For a minute there, I was wondering if they were going to try to say that someone else had a knife. Because it sounds like no one actually saw the defendant with the knife in his hand.
Yeah, one kid did.
I got stabbed right now just said that it was balled up, and as he's jabbing him in the side, he could feel it, but he didn't see it. And I think
The
there
other
was
kid-
one kid the other day said he saw it.
Yeah, he saw. He walked past him. He was in
Yeah.
between him and the car, or the other part of the fight in the car when he went back to get it.
Yeah, the kid who mentioned the dome light coming on, and you could see it in the video.
Yeah, I don't. That's the part that I like am iffy about. I don't think he went and got the knife. I don't think it was him at all. I think he eventually had the knife, but it wasn't. He didn't bring it.
Why
No,
would
we
you
already
not
know
believe
it's
that it was him walking to the car?
yeah, his friend brought the
Yeah,
knife.
but
It was his friend's knife, but he went back and got it.
right, but I don't see that in the video.
No, you don't see that. A lot of
Like
the
they,
fight happened before the video started too.
right.
The
So
second
it's all we have are these kids saying it, and of course they're gonna say it.
So you're thinking it was another friend in the car who did some of the stabbings, or what?
No, I think there's more to the story. I don't know exactly what happened, but like what they're saying, it doesn't sound like it was that happened.
well, it's on video, so
Yeah, but
right there at the end
some
of
of
that
it,
video is when it happens.
That was very obvious to me when the kid got pushed into the street, and then you see the defendant approaching the kid that got killed
Yeah.
right after that. Like that was kind of like the big moment for me so far. As far as the other video, I haven't been able to see much on it, but I was gonna try to watch it on my TV later.
Hell yeah.
You said at some point you do remember that the car stopped at the corner near Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
Where were you standing at that point?
When it stopped?
Yes.
I believe I was in the driveway still.
And you told us that you did remember that Tyler Rich at that point was running down the street after the car, right?
Yes.
Where had he been before he was running down the street after the car?
I don't know.
But you remember that he was running down the street after the car?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
we can't see the video.
I don't know who they were though.
How many?
Smart.
Two or three?
Real smart. You didn't miss none.
And you told us
Missed
that you
that
walked
already.
halfway down there by yourself, right?
Yes.
You weren't with Tyler Rich?
No.
You weren't with Faison Teal?
No.
You weren't with Enrique Fiola?
No.
And you said you were by the trees on the left-hand side of Laurel Glen, by pine trees just past 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember telling us that yesterday?
Yeah, like where the shade is in the picture.
But you weren't close enough to see what was going on, you told us.
No.
So at that point, you couldn't see Tyler Rich anymore?
No.
At that point, you couldn't see Faison Teal?
No.
You couldn't see Enrico Fiola?
No.
Could you see Charlie Connery?
No.
Did you see Mr. Valley?
No.
You didn't see Mr. Valley emerge from the bushes on the other side?
No.
Did you see anybody throwing anything at that point?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything at that point?
No.
Where was the vehicle now?
Still at the end of the road.
Still at the end of the road, so you could see the vehicle?
Yeah.
What was it doing?
Parked.
Were the doors open?
Yes.
So you could see that the doors were open?
Yes.
And did you see anybody come out of the car?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know.
And where was Tyler Rich at that point?
I believe down at the car.
And so do you recall telling officers on June 9th when you spoke to them at your home that in fact you, Enrico Fiola, and Tyler Rich approached and told them to leave?
No, I don't.
You don't recall telling that?
No.
Did you tell them that?
I don't recall saying that.
You're telling us now that you only walked halfway down there, right?
Yes.
You weren't close enough to see what was going on?
No.
But you told us yesterday that people appeared to be talking.
Yes.
What was it about their appearance that led you to believe they were talking?
Like hand gestures, stuff like that. Just looked like they were having a conversation.
Civil conversation?
Yes.
Hand gestures like what?
Just normal hand gestures that you would say while you're having a conversation.
Didn't appear to be aggressive to you at that point?
No.
You didn't throw anything down there at that point?
No.
You were done throwing things?
Yes.
And you weren't upset anymore at that point?
No.
And you watched that for 30 seconds before you went back to the house, correct?
Yes.
Through the Bilko doors, correct?
Yes.
Back inside to Tyler Rich's?
Yes.
And you said when you got back there, everyone seemed to be in there then, right?
Yes.
Did they pass you, the group of folks that you had seen down at the end of Farmhouse Lane?
No.
How did everyone get back in before you got back into the basement?
Because I was halfway down the street and not that many people walked there. Everybody just went inside.
Did you see Tyler Rich inside?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal inside?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lockovich inside?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein inside?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Michael St. Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery inside?
No.
Come on, small.
Did you see Tommy Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood inside?
No.
Who did you see inside?
I don't remember.
But everyone seemed to be in there.
Yes.
And did they all seem to be calm?
I don't remember.
Did they seem to be agitated in any way?
I don't remember.
What were they doing?
I don't remember. I just remember being in there and there's people in there.
So before, when everybody was in there and nobody had even arrived, everybody was interested in what had happened at Lacey Brook. You would agree?
Yes.
But now, after all of this commotion, everybody's back in the basement and you're telling us that nothing was going on. It was all just business as usual.
Yeah.
Was there any drinking going on?
I don't know.
Come on now.
And
Come on now. You know they were riled up, talking shit, jumping around.
Yeah, you remember that. Like, don't deny that.
Yeah, that's the victory party.
Mm-hmm.
Then you said you heard they're back, right?
Yes.
Who said they're back?
I don't know.
Whose voice was it?
I don't know.
Was it just one person?
I believe so.
And how did they say they're back?
They're back.
Just like that?
Yeah. They're in the front yard. They're back. Just like that.
Just like, oh, they're in the front yard. They're back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not excited or agitated in any way?
No.
Not they're in the yard. Let's go. They're back.
No.
No, because you said instantly you were like, I'm going to see what it is, right?
Yeah.
What did you think it was going to be?
I don't know.
You just were curious about what might be going on.
Yes.
So you decided, I'm going to go out and just see what it is.
Yes.
Did you walk leisurely back to the front yard?
Yes, I did.
Didn't run?
No.
But you told the state's attorney that you were anticipating a fight in the front yard, right?
No.
You said you anticipated a fist fight when you talked to him.
No.
You don't recall telling him before that you anticipated a fist fight when he was asking you about whether or not there were weapons?
No.
Were you anticipating a fist fight?
No, I really wasn't.
So the truth of the matter is when you walked out there,
yeah,
you were anticipating a fight because you wanted payback for 5 Lazy Broke, right?
No, I just walked out there to see who was out there.
Well, you'd heard they're back, right?
Yes.
That's what drew your attention to going out there, right?
Yes.
You thought they're back meant you were going to see the kids in the pilot again, right?
Most likely, yes.
The kids that you had thrown the can at before, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't want payback.
No.
You weren't anticipating a fight.
No.
You didn't think, man, I've got 20 of my buddies from the Shelton High football team here. We got pretty good odds on our side.
No.
You're just curious.
Yes.
He told us that you walked into the yard and you were somewhere behind the red bush, right?
Yes.
And you saw, well, first off, when you were somewhere behind the red bush, did you see Tommy Connery?
No.
He wasn't in that area with you?
No. I remember I was one of the first people that walked outside.
You were one of the first people that walked outside?
Yes.
When you walked outside, did you see Face on Teal?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich?
No.
Who did you see when you walked outside?
The defendant in Silva.
That's it?
Yes.
So you were the first one outside?
One of, yes.
Well, who else was out there with you?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know you were one of?
Because I can remember, I never made it, like, I was inside the basement, but I never, like, left the area of, like, where the stairs were, like, to lead back outside through the corridors. So when somebody said they're here, I was already right there, right by the stairs. So I was one of the first person that stepped up the stairs, walked outside.
I thought you told us before that you had gotten back, went inside his house, and you're in the basement, and everyone seemed to be in there.
Yeah. They were all in there, and I was one of the last people in there.
So now you're saying you didn't get into the basement, you were still on the stairs.
No, I was in there. I was just next to the stairs, like at the bottom of the steps, you can say.
The person who said they're back, were they inside or outside?
I don't know.
And you came back up the stairs, and you went and you stood behind the red bush, and you just saw these two people in the yard.
Yes.
Do you see the exhibit behind you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you still have the pointer with the little red tip on it? I do. Okay. Can you show us where you saw the two individuals?
They're right about in this area.
Okay, so they're back by the red bush?
Yes.
Okay. Beside the black truck?
Yeah.
In front of the cement square?
Around there, yeah.
They look like they were coming into the house?
I don't know.
That's the same path that people take to get to the Boco doors, right?
Yes.
Where was Mr. De Silva?
He was behind the defendant.
Behind the defendant?
Yes.
Could you see him?
Yes.
So was he behind him to the side or directly behind him?
Behind him to the side.
Which side?
My right side. So
you're facing the street.
Yes, I'm facing the street.
So Mr. De Silva is on the side by the what we've described before as Belgian blocks there that go along the side of the driveway.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Valley?
In front of him and in like more like this area up here a little more.
Okay. So up close to the tree line.
Yeah.
And you were one of the first ones out, you told us.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in Mr. De Silva's hands?
No.
Didn't see anything in Mr. Valley's hands?
No.
You didn't have a knife out that he was flashing around and saying, who wants some?
No.
In fact, he wasn't talking to you, right?
Who?
Mr. Valley.
About?
Well, he wasn't talking to you. He was asking, where's Aiden King, you told us.
Oh, he was talking to me, asking me where Aiden King was.
You thought he was asking you where Aiden King was?
Yes, he was.
Do you know Aiden King?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Aiden King?
Play football with him.
Do you know if he knows Mr. Valley?
I don't know.
Sustained.
And you said that you interacted with them, right?
Yes.
And what did that interaction involve?
The defendant walked up with like his shirt up over his head, like trying to hide his face almost. And he was saying, where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Just repeatedly over and over again. And by this time it was me, Ty Wood, and Nikki DeJesus all next to each other. And we're like, don't worry about it. Like, it doesn't matter where he is. And I pulled the shirt off of his head and I was questioning him saying, like, what are you doing with that on your head? Why are you wearing a shirt on your head?
So you reached out and you put hands on Mr. Valley?
No, I just kind of like that. So he had a shirt up on his head. So I just pulled it down.
Shirt was on his head?
Yes.
You reach out and touch the shirt?
Yes.
But that's not you putting hands on Mr. Valley?
Not in a physical way, no.
You thought you were straightening his shirt out for him, making sure he looked okay?
Yeah, I mean, I never really seen people put their shirt up on their head like that before. I didn't know what he meant by it.
You didn't tell him, Aiden, I don't know where Aiden is.
Yeah, I did say that.
Oh, you did?
I don't know where Aiden is.
Okay. I thought you told him, don't worry about it, I'm right here.
Pretty much is.
So that's not, I don't know where Aiden is, right?
I said all of it, yes.
You said, I'm right here.
I believe so, yes.
Indicating to him that you were the person he needed to deal with, right?
No, I was just the person in front of him.
The tip of the spear, so to speak.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were the first one that was confronting him, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
And you told us that at this point, you know that you had been joined by at least two others that you've identified to us, right?
Yes.
And that was Ty Wood?
Yes.
And who was the other person?
Nikki Jesus.
Can you show us on that exhibit behind you there where they were?
Right next to me?
Yes.
So like right in this area.
Okay. And there's now three of you at least.
Yes.
Was there anybody else out there?
Not that I know of, no.
So you think it was just the three of you and Mr. Valley?
Yes.
You weren't aware that other people had started to come out of the house?
No.
Could you hear other people?
No.
What was Mr. De Silva doing?
I don't know. He was kind of just standing behind and to the right. I wasn't really paying attention to him. Like after I took off the defendant's shirt off of his head, I was really just locked in, staring him right in the eyes. I wasn't worried about Mr. De Silva.
You were staring him right in the eyes?
Yes.
And you say he had his own shirt up over his head before you reached out and pulled it down. Were you standing in such a way that you were blocking anybody else's view from seeing Mr. Valley?
How would he know?
He said after you pulled his shirt off of his head that he got crazy and started freaking out, right?
Yes.
Became very argumentative.
Yes.
Asked you, why'd you take his shirt off his head?
Yes.
Asked you, what are you doing touching me?
No.
He took a swing at you.
Who?
Mr. Valley?
No.
No? No. You didn't see him take a swing or flinch?
Oh, he was flinching the whole time.
He was flinching the whole time?
Yeah.
Because there were, by your account, 3 people that were facing him.
Yes.
Did you become aware at some point that there were more than just 3 of you out there?
No.
You never became aware that there was more than 3 of you out there?
Well, after I had gotten up from the altercation I had with the defendant.
You said that at least you, Nikki DeJesus, and Ty Wood are talking shit back and forth, right?
Yes.
And that lasted, you said, for 30 to 45 seconds.
Probably yes.
And you were challenging him to fight, right?
No.
What were you saying?
Just talking shit.
And that shit talk didn't involve any challenge to fight?
No, that's not like, no, that's not at all. None of us really were saying that at all. Nobody was saying.
The shit talk just involved what? Insulting his clothing?
Say that, yes.
Did you ever feel anybody push against you from behind?
No.
But out of nowhere, Tyler Rich punches Mr. Valley in the face, right?
Yes.
Where did Tyler Rich come from? You know. So at that point, you would agree it's not just 3 of you; it's at least now 4 of you that are fighting with Mr. Valley.
I'm not sure.
Well, there's you, right? There's Ty Wood, right?
Well, I don't know if he was fighting.
Lawleen, quit trying to talk Sassy out of her opinion. Y'all gonna have to hold y'all's opinions. Y'all getting too.
He was right there with you.
Doesn't mean he was fighting.
What? You're in the stream
enough.
now?
Nikki DeJesus was right there with you. Yes.
The foreman?
Yes, I'm as the foreman. I'm telling you.
We cannot
trying to
talk
talk
about
them out of
things
their-
at all in chat now. We're just supposed to talk about the weather and our
No,
kids.
I'm talking. I was talking to you.
Is Turtle Boy still on with Andrea?
No, but Andrea is still on. Oddly enough, she's still reading super chats. She's been reading super chats for an hour. I think about an hour's worth of super chats.
No, I'm just trying to say, I'm saying these kids aren't all stupid. I agree, they're all stupid, immature kids, but only one of them chose to make
I
a.
know. I know. We know. We know you're gonna say they chose to go over there. We're all saying that.
Well, to be
No.
fair, not all of us are.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
you are,
what we're in
Dan.
the
That's
chat
exactly what
talking
you
about.
I
know.
think that they chose to go over there. I didn't think that they thought there would be so many people.
But the first
And they just
encounter
kept on
happened-
coming out of the house. There was more and more coming out of the house. It's
But
like
Mary
shit.
B, the first encounter happened at the car, and they left again and came back 3 or 4 times before they
No,
got
they were
out
at a
and started-
different address.
I know, but it
It was
ain't doing y'all no good to argue about it in here.
We're not
to-
arguing, we're explaining so
even
people can understand the
testimony.
testimony that's coming.
I know, but every time somebody has a different opinion, it's like.
Wait,
Let 'em
wait.
have
So
it.
are you
Their
saying
opinion.
everybody else can say their opinion, but Lawleen can't in the
No.
chat?
No, I'm telling
That's
everybody.
literally what you're saying, though, Danny.
I'm starting to feel a little
That's
bullied
literally
by
you
the
just
foreman.
said that. You like.
I'm gonna go to
You'll
the
be
Come on,
bullied
judge.
by the foreman when
She
I
can
feel like
type.
the
She
other
can type
jurors
in
are
the chat
getting
if she
bullied.
wants to, Danny.
Danny, you
jurors are
literally
getting
just
bullied.
messaged me and said, I don't want to hear Lawleen's opinion anymore.
Now MJ's awake.
Wow. Wow.
Now MJ's awake. Who woke
It's all
MJ
good.
up?
I'll be vindicated at the end during closing arguments.
Yep.
Oh, we all know he's guilty. That's what's gonna happen.
I don't. He is innocent until proven guilty.
Well, I mean,
Agreed.
but
Everyone's innocent till proven guilty. I'm just saying, I'm pretty much proven.
Yeah.
Don't know what he's going to say in his chief case in chief if he goes on the stand that he was scared enough to go get a knife out of the car after coming to a fight, leaving the fight 4 times, starting a fight, getting back out, getting a knife, and then coming and stabbing 4 people. I'm gonna have
Allegedly.
allegedly,
on video. Allegedly.
I didn't see it on the video.
She is right about that.
We'll
She's
see.
right about that.
Yeah, I'm not sold either, but
Uh-oh.
oh damn, he's playing this for you again, Lawleen.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
On.
Jesus, Lawleen, you
You
just
should really
Shut the
stop
fuck up when I'm
talking to
talking to you,
Lawleen
boy.
like that.
yeah, dude.
There's a
I
lot
gave
of
you a whole day.
disrespect.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
I left for a whole day and I come back to this
Shut the
harassment.
fuck up
I
when I'm
could just
talking to
hang
you,
out with
boy.
my kids.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
This is why juries are like, this is how juries are supposed to work. They're supposed to be a bunch of people that have different, like,
This is how the foreman's supposed to act
perspective.
right here. When everybody starts deliberating.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
Only the good foremen. Only the good foremen are like that.
After the first vote comes in, there's just one still hanging on fucking not guilty, and you're like, what?
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
And I think the way Sassy's looking at it, like this guy was in a one-on-one fight with one person and like left to go get a knife. He's like, wait, I'll be right back. Stand there. Like, no, this is like a big old brawl. And he snuck off to the car.
He's like,
Not as
don't
many,
move.
not
I'll
as
be
many
right
involved
back.
in the brawl as some of y'all think, though.
Right.
Three from one car and I watched her being shot.
No,
Can I pet that dog?
Well, let's see what
I'm not
happens.
allowed to talk and chat anymore, guys. I'll see y'all at the end when I'm not
Let's see what
reprimanded.
happens.
You talk in the chat.
Do
all
whatever
you
you want.
Lawleen.
I
We
gotta
can
take
only
up. I
stop
gotta
when
take
we're
up for
spoken
Sassy.
to.
Somebody. I gotta get on the. I
Why
gotta.
do
Gotta help
Sassy's
out.
not our pool? We can't just freaking talk without you like coming in like a boss.
Well, yeah, he's gonna
Nope.
throw his power around every once in a while. Just
I'm not
Nope.
who you
Power
think you are,
tripping.
Danny. Jeez.
Nope. You hear all these
We're
clicky
all
buttons?
equal. You can just talk to the judge and we can't.
You hear this? That clicky clicky. Better be careful.
Came out of nowhere, punched in the face. You would agree he at least was now fighting Mr. Bell, right?
yeah, man.
Not that I don't know.
Well,
Ooh, Sassy
you would at
got
least agree
5
that he
on
punched him in the face out of nowhere, right? And so the three of you, Ty Wood, yourself, Nikki Jesus, you were distracting Mr. Valley so that Ty Rich could punch him in the face. No. But after Tyler Rich punched him in the face, you back off, right? And you're like, oh, Tyler Rich has got this. No. You went forward, you got on top of Mr. Valley, and you told us that you punched him at least twice in the face, right?
Yes.
In fact, people crowded forward at that point, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I just know of my actions.
And your actions, at least, were that you punched him twice in the face, right?
Yes.
While he's down on the ground, right?
Yes.
You're over top of him, right?
Yes.
You've got control of him, right? No. You don't have a handful of shirt in one hand and punch in the other, but you agree you're at least over top of him.
Yes.
Delivering these 2 blows.
Yes.
Only 2 blows.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined you in this attack.
Not that I know of, no.
And the crowd didn't push forward.
I don't know what the crowd did.
The crowd didn't swarm around.
I don't know.
You heard screaming?
Yeah.
You heard yelling?
Yeah.
You heard somebody say,
Now you know Small Cigar's been in a damn fight.
Oh, dude, this dude murders people for fun.
So
Did anyone pull hair?
Let's just be honest. When you get in a fight, you have no fucking clue what's going on anywhere but right in your.
I'm sorry. Are we doing chat talk on the
Hey.
panel right now?
Yes, we are. Because we can do whatever we want to. Yes. That's what it's
Yeah,
all
no one
about.
listens to Danny. Come on.
Yeah. Exactamundo.
Y'all just don't
Say,
like me because
"Yes,
I don't
sir."
smoke weed.
you saw it in the video, at least. That was Tanner Chernowski.
Yes.
Filming
You
this, right?
can't sit with us.
Not the beginning of the fight, no. He got the end of the fight.
The video that we see, that was Tanner Chernowski who recorded it, right?
Yeah.
And he was recording that and yelling, yes, sir, right?
Yeah.
And that was sort of celebratory, right? Objection.
Sustained.
Oh,
You described to us that while you were on top of Mr. Valley punching him, his shoulder and his bicep were held back.
It seemed like that, yeah.
What was holding it back?
I don't know.
And you could see his fist, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you got off of him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
After you felt the stick, right?
Yes.
And you said he wasn't trying to hit you in a certain spot.
No, he was just like, I just seen his fist like this, just going like this repeatedly over and over again.
Flailing wildly.
Yeah.
In a stabbing motion.
And your injuries, sir, start sort of at the middle of your body and make their way down into the backside,
So
right?
yeah, my first one is up more near my armpit, and one's down more by my hip, and another one is like my mid thigh.
Ooh, you got lucky.
Where was Tommy Connery at that point?
I don't know.
Didn't see Tommy Connery? Did you see other people punching or kicking Mr. Valley?
No.
It was just the two of you, isolated.
Yes.
And you told us that after you got off of him, you realized that Tyler DeSilva was in the fight, right?
Yes.
And that he was fighting with his own group of people, right?
Yes.
And how many people were fighting with him?
Like 2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
You did not engage with Tyler DeSilva, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't throw any punches or throw any kicks at Tyler DeSilva?
No.
The fight took a minute?
Around that, yeah.
Could have been more, maybe 2 or 3 minutes?
No, it's probably less.
Probably less. Less than a minute?
Yeah.
You said you only watched the fight with Tyler DeSilva, but you agree that other people were throwing punches and blows at Mr. DeSilva, right?
Yes.
Tommy Connery didn't come over and get involved and throw some blows at Mr. Valley?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Didn't jump in the middle and separate you?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you see Charlie Connery?
No.
And it was when you heard he's got a knife that Ty Wood pointed out to you that you were bleeding, right?
Yes.
And where was Ty Wood at that point?
He was like right next to me,
And where were you?
right next to him.
And could you show us where that was on the exhibit behind you? Okay. So by that point, you had moved.
That's the greatest testimony ever. Where was he? Right next to me. Where were you? Right next to him.
Away from where you were originally when you started with Mr. Valley, correct? In fact, when this original interaction or confrontation occurs, it was where you described as being by the red bush, over by the tree line and the black truck, right? How did you get from there over to by the tree where you just pointed to?
I walked.
The fight itself with Mr. Valley, you say, all occurred over where the initial confrontation took place?
Yes.
And when you say you saw the defendant's fist clenched with something in it that you now believe was a knife, that was his right hand, correct?
Yeah, that's his right hand.
You told us when this started, it was just the three of you, Mr. DeJesus, yourself, and Mr. Wood, facing Mr. Valley, correct? At some point, Mr. Rich comes over and joins the three of you and throws this first punch, correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Valley hadn't thrown any punches at that point?
No.
Hadn't shown you a knife at that point?
No.
Hadn't threatened you at that point?
No.
And you would agree, would you not, that at least in the video, there are well more than 3 kids involved with fighting?
Fighting who?
Fighting with whoever's out there. There's more than 3 kids that are out there fighting, right?
I don't object. That's confusing.
Sustained.
You would agree that in the video, we see more than 3 kids on the video, correct?
Yeah.
That it was a chaotic scene, right?
Of course.
That people were rolling around and it was hard to tell who was where, right?
Sure, yeah.
And you never saw Jack Snyder leave the car, right?
No.
And after you backed off of Raoul Valley, you could see that he was still fighting with some of the other Shelton kids, right?
I have no idea.
You don't recall any of that? After you backed off of him, you don't recall anything about what else was going on with Mr. Valley? But you do recall that you saw Mr. DeSilva fighting?
Yeah, like I got up and I immediately like turned around and I see what's going on with DeSilva.
And you just watched?
Yes.
Didn't throw any kicks?
No.
Didn't throw any punches?
No.
Didn't get involved in any way with? And that night you were wearing the green hoodie?
Yes.
Black shorts and the white trim?
Yes.
Other than Tyler Rich throwing the punch at Mr. Valley, can you tell us anybody else who threw a punch that night?
No.
You never saw Mr. Valley punch anybody?
No.
And it was only after you were standing over top of him, punching him, that you felt a stick in your side?
Yeah.
And your recollection is that it was just you and Mr. Valley fighting alone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Attorney Dorsey.
I do have some redirect. You want to take the morning recess?
I think probably now is a good time to do that, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and take our morning recess. 15 minutes. We'll be back to hear evidence. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Once you were at Tyler Rich's house? No. Now, with regards to, you were asked a little bit about where you were when you were at Tyler Rich's house after the car goes down Laurel Glen, parks down the street in your farmhouse. Yeah. This is just for the record. I'm showing you State Exhibit 49. Can you show us in 49 where you were?
I was over by like where like the shade is coming across the street.
So here on the left side of the road here?
Yeah.
So you were maybe like one house up maybe, or just before the second property?
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that Farmhouse Road is somewhere down this area up here?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm directing my pen somewhere near the intersection of Farmhouse Road and like the top of 49.
All right, so noted.
And when you were in that area, you indicated you couldn't hear what was being said?
No.
And could you see people down the road? Yes. And you indicated that you knew Tyler Rich went down the road?
Yes.
Did you know anybody else from your friends that went down the road?
No.
But it was more than one person?
Yes.
And when Tyler Rich went down the road, how long would you say you watched what was going on down the road?
Maximum a minute.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you turn around and walk back to the house?
Yeah.
So in that minute, when you were watching what was happening down the road, you saw people talking? Yeah. Did you see any fighting going on down the road?
No.
Now, when you got back to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were in the basement area, but that included in your mind the stairway?
Yeah, I was right next to the stairs.
So were you at the top of the stairs or were you at the bottom?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs, but like right at the bottom of the stairs.
And when you're at the bottom of the stairs, are there other people in the basement?
Yeah.
And what's happening in the basement?
Just people hanging out there.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
And do you recall every single person that was in the basement at that given time?
No.
Why don't you recall who was in the basement?
I just knew they were my friends.
Some of your friends included the names that we mentioned during your testimony today and yesterday? Yeah. At some point in time, you heard they're back.
Yeah.
And you go back outside. You're one of the first people outside?
Yes.
And when you're outside, you walk up to the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you have a conversation with the defendant, you pull the shirt off?
Yes.
How long would you say that interaction happened before you noticed Tyler Rich punch the defendant in the face?
A minute.
Okay. And when before the punch, did you anticipate that there was going to be a fight? A physical fight?
No.
When the punch happens, is that when the fight starts?
Yes.
And when the fight starts, my question to you is, how soon after when that punch is thrown from Tyler Rich, when you're on top of the defendant, do you feel pain in your side?
No more than 30 seconds.
No more than 30 seconds? Could it have been more? Could it have been less?
Less.
So you punch him twice and then you feel pain?
Yeah.
And soon after you punch him, you see this. What motion do you see?
It's like his fist balled up like this and just going like that.
Before you engaged with the defendant, before he got punched, did you see if he had anything in his hands at that point in time? I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any cross?
Briefly.
Said before Tyler Rich threw that punch, you never anticipated a fight, right?
No.
And you told us that how soon after was it when this fight broke out that you started to feel the pain, and you said that that was 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the state's attorney asked you, could have been more, right?
He did say that.
And you said no, less, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you would agree that it's always less. It could never have been a longer period of time when you've been asked on a series of questions about how long something lasted, right?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative.
I'm going to sustain the objection on that. It mischaracterizes and it's argument. Thank you.
Couldn't have been any longer than 30 seconds.
No.
And you told us yesterday that you didn't participate in any of that group chat, but now you've said maybe in that car ride is when you admit you sent at least one text, right?
Yep.
And you didn't participate in that at all at Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
You told us you didn't see anything in Mr. Valley's hands, correct? When he was standing there facing you?
I was not looking at his hands.
You reached out and you pulled the shirt off of him, you claim, correct?
Yes.
He didn't punch you at that point?
No, he just got like super upset.
He didn't shove you at that point?
No.
He didn't touch you in any way?
No.
He didn't show you a knife?
No.
He didn't say, hey, I've got a knife, I'm going to cut you?
No.
And so from the time that Tyler Rich punched Mr. Valley in the face until the time that you felt the pain and got off of Mr. Valley, that was at least 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds, you're standing over him, punching him in the face, only 2 times.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined in with you.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Next time, you're dismissed. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit the witness stand. Thank you.
Who's next?
All right, very good. Thank you.
I hope it's another doctor.
Oh God.
Yeah, they're the best.
I don't.
Just jinx.
Today, May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working?
Oh my god. I hate you,
Jinx.
dude.
I was
Be
I was
someone
just
from the
kidding.
crime lab. Come on, be someone from the crime lab.
Got his ass.
Damn.
Is it a cop?
Let's see how long this bastard's up here.
Who is it first? I didn't hear what he did.
He's not gonna be up there but no more than an hour.
working in
Okay,
the ER at St. Vincent's Medical Center.
Yes.
And there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Okay, he's a doctor. We have to listen.
Thank you so much. If you please take a step into the stand, remain standing. My clerk to my right here is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you so much.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for that.
Ryan S. Doss, DOSS, and my use of the address, 1200 Acres Road, Newtown.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good. Almost afternoon, Dr. Doss. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
And Dr. Doss, it's a little bit difficult for everyone to hear in this courtroom. The acoustics are rough, so if you just keep your voice as much as possible. Sit as close to the microphone as you can. Okay, Dr. Doss, where are you currently employed?
St. Vincent's Medical Center in Bridgeport.
And how long have you been employed at St. Vincent's?
I think 8 years.
And is there a particular branch of medicine in which you specialize in?
Emergency medicine.
And is there a particular department that you work in at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Just the emergency department.
And please tell members of the jury your educational background, including any degrees you hold.
I have a medical degree, of course, and a history and philosophy of science degree from undergraduate school.
And where did you attend school?
University of Washington in Seattle, and then Ross University for medical school.
And your residency was done?
Detroit Receiving Hospital.
And your work experience. Please tell the members of the jury where you worked.
First Detroit Receiving Hospital, and then I worked in a small hospital in Georgia, and then a hospital in New Zealand for about a year, and after that returned to this country, and I've been at St. Vincent's ever since.
And what are your duties working at St. Vincent's?
I'm one of the attendings in the emergency department, so it's seeing patients that are presenting there and managing the physician's assistants who also work in the emergency department.
How many attendings are in the ER at St. Vincent's, approximately?
At a given time, there would be 3 or 4. In total, I think there are, it's going to be maybe 12 employed there, probably more, but I'm not going to keep track of that.
So any given time on a night that you're working, there's 3 or 4 of you attending?
Yes.
And have you ever testified in court before today?
No.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Yes, we teach the internal medicine residents that rotate through the emergency department, so they get work experience there, and medical students from Quinnipiac that come into.
You also mentioned physician's assistants. Do you supervise them or oversee them?
Yes.
And please explain in that capacity.
So they are employed there as fairly independent providers. They see patients on their own, but also work directly with the attendings and what we call staff patients with the attendings, meaning if they describe to the attending what's going on and make sure the plan is appropriate and do some of the procedures to take some of the workload off of the attendings, like laceration repairs and things.
What would determine whether or not you do a procedure or a physician's assistant does a procedure?
A variety of things. Generally, how critical is the situation, how potentially dangerous is the procedure, and for things that are immediately life-threatening, intubations, meaning taking over someone's breathing and such, is generally something the attending would do.
In back of May of 2022, did you work at the emergency room department at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And at any given day or night, how many patients did you see?
Typically about 16 to 20 per shift.
And that was you personally?
Yes.
Direct your attention specifically to Sunday, May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working in the ER at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review Ryan Hines' medical records before coming to court today?
Yes.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Doss, showing you what's marked as State 93 for ID purposes. Please look at these documents. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that document as?
The medical record for Ryan Hines.
And is it in the regular course of St. Vincent's Medical Center to prepare such a document such as the one you see present here?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of business for nurses and doctors to maintain such records at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And is it procedure for doctors and nurses to record such things on such a document accurately at or around the time that a patient is seen?
Yes.
And is this documentation certified?
Yes.
I would ask the Chief Mark to full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any objection?
No objection.
All right, Coral, go ahead and accept into evidence as full states 93.
Dr. Doss, handing you back now with a full exhibit, state 93. We will reference this if we need to.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Doss, to your recollection, or if you can look at state 93, what time was Ryan Hines brought into St. Vincent's Medical Center on that day or morning?
Let me just double check the time. Was this, 12:24 a.m.?
And where was he brought upon his arrival?
Directly to the emergency department in one of what we call the trauma rooms, which are a larger room in the front for with more space and more equipment for major injuries.
How many trauma rooms at St. Vincent's Hospital Center?
2.
And can you explain to members of the jury what indicates whether or not someone comes in as a trauma level, or what makes someone come in as a trauma level?
Right. There are some standard criteria that we go by that are primarily based on the mechanism of the injury, the type of injury the patient has, or how much force was involved, and also the condition of the patient. So if they are unstable or confused, and in this case, it was the penetrating wound to the chest that made him a trauma.
So the mere fact that Ryan Hines came with a penetrating wound to the chest indicates that he was labeled as a trauma level?
Yes.
And how is trauma level different than triage level?
A triage level is a general concept of how potentially sick someone might be that goes all the way from triage level 1, which is the most potentially deadly situation, and a triage level 5, which is something that is not concerning at all. And that is something that is determined by a nurse out front in triage based on vital signs of complaint, and helps organize who should be brought into the emergency department first and be seen before someone else who has likely a less serious condition. And so it's related, but the trauma criteria are specifically for injuries, and when someone is brought in as a particular trauma level 1 or 2, that automatically triggers the arrival of the trauma surgeons and different staff members to help stabilize the situation.
Now, to your knowledge, how was Ryan Hines brought to the hospital?
By ambulance.
And explain to members of the jury, do you get indication from EMS when a patient's being brought in? Is there an alert system that's put into effect?
Yes, they don't necessarily call ahead about every patient, but for potentially serious conditions, they will call ahead on the radio. We get a heads up that they're arriving. They give us a brief description of the situation so that we can prepare.
And can you please explain to members of the jury how the patient, Mr. Hines, presented upon his arrival?
He presented, brought in by ambulance. He was awake and alert, but uncomfortable. And they had called ahead saying that he had a penetrating wound to the left chest and left leg.
So you knew at that point how many wounds there were?
We knew of at least 2, I think 3 wounds. I think it was the chest and flank and leg. Yes, we knew it.
And do you recall where you specifically observed those wounds?
I observed them in the trauma room upon the patient's arrival.
And prior to that morning, had you had occasion to tend to patients who had suffered from stab wounds?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, were Ryan Hines' injuries consistent with stab wounds?
Yes.
Did you observe did you base your conclusions on self-reporting, or did you base that on your own personal observations, or both?
My own personal observations.
Did Mr. Hines indicate to you, or do you recall if he indicated that he had been stabbed prior to?
We had been informed ahead of time by EMS that he had. I don't actually recall if I directly asked him that question.
But you had knowledge that he was?
Yes.
Were you aware of the apparatus or what was used to stab him?
I did not know the details of the implement. We were told it was a knife, but I didn't know anything about the size or length of the knife.
Prior to you seeing a patient, is it typical for the nurses to have contact or make contact with the patient?
Depending on the situation. In this case, everyone kind of met the patient at the same time, but oftentimes the nurses do initially evaluate the patient before the doctors.
And why in this situation was it everyone hands on deck when the patient came immediately versus the patient going with the nurses, getting assessed? Explain why that was done in this case.
Because for this type of injury, our concern is that it may be immediately life-threatening and we need to intervene right away.
Then direct your attention to States 93, page 5 of States 93. The last line of that page, if you can just indicate to members of the jury what it says.
Let's see, is it this, the CT report on page 5 here? Or is this the CT of the abdomen pelvis with IV contrast?
Yes, so it indicates CT of the abdomen, pelvis with, okay. If you could read the last line of that.
Clinical data, trauma 1, stabbed chest and flank pain.
What is flank pain?
The flank is the side of your body below your ribs, essentially, the side of your abdomen.
Directing your attention still to that same exhibit, page 7, towards the bottom of that exhibit, what does it say under CT head without contrast final results?
It says, number 1, no acute post-traumatic intracranial abnormality. And number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones.
Number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones. What is that in layman's terms?
It means he had a broken nose.
Broken nose? Mm-hmm. And had you read about this information or known about this information prior to Ryan Hines' arrival at the hospital?
No.
Directing your attention to page 12 of States 93, towards the mid to bottom portion of that page where your notes begin.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your electronic signature that appears there?
Yes.
Indicated there, it also indicates that it was signed, and it also indicates filed. Is that the time that you had seen him? Was this 205, or is that just?
That's when the document was filed in the system. The date of service is when he was seen.
I'm looking at States 93, page 12. What does the acronym HPI refer to?
History of present illness.
And if you can please refer, John, in reference to HPI, what does it indicate you did?
Let's see. And I'm sorry, could you said,
sure.
yeah.
Directing your attention onto page 13 of States 93.
Mm-hmm.
It indicates the continuation of the history of present illness.
Right.
If you can please indicate what the chief complaint was, and then what was presented.
Right. So the chief complaint here is stab wound to the left chest, left flank, and left thigh. And in the remaining history, I'm describing any medical conditions the patient has. A 16-year-old male with no chronic medical conditions, describing the situation that led to their arrival in the emergency department. Would you like me to read it? Or?
Yes.
Okay. This 16-year-old male with no chronic medical conditions who presents to the emergency department after being involved in an altercation, which resulted in a stab wound to the left lateral chest wall, left flank, and left thigh. He also suffered an abrasion to the superior scalp and head injury, likely from being kicked. The patient was at an event this evening, did ingest some alcohol but no illicit substances, got into an altercation with someone who left and returned with a knife, resulting in this further altercation. The patient is complaining of pain at the site of the stab wounds and some worsening difficulty breathing pre-hospital. He has been oxygenating well on room air, and he was getting enough oxygen. He has had no evidence of tension pneumothorax per EMS. However, they do note decreased or absent breath sounds on the left. The patient has been hemodynamically stable pre-hospital.
Are these all of your notes that you took?
Yes.
Okay. And taking you back through that paragraph, chief complaint, stab wound to the left chest, left flank, left thigh. Can you just demonstrate on your body where those areas would be?
So
members of the jury.
The left chest here, where the ribs are, and the left flank below the area of the ribs, and the left thigh here in the upper leg.
The record reflect your notes, the witness is identifying stab wounds by pointing to his own body on his left chest, his left flank area, and as well as his left thigh.
Court will identify that the witness has identified by using physical motions on the stand as so stated.
Dr. Doss, stab wound to the left lateral chest wall. Is that the same thing as the left chest?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say chest wall, what does that mean?
We're just referring to the external surface of the chest here.
Seriously, what good is this doing?
Yeah, I was just saying, I just put it in the chat. It's like, it's funny how like all the professionals their testimony were like, boo, this sucks. And all we care about are these shitty drunk kids.
I mean, what could you possibly ask him on cross?
He did just testify though that there were other injuries other than the stab wounds. He talked about a kick wound, so that was kind of interesting based off of what Seagal's trying to argue.
And a broken nose.
Faison was kicking.
What?
Faison was kicking. He said it.
That?
Faison, he testified.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 That's I don't really get why they have the doctors testifying. We know what the injuries were. That's not.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's even debatable.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're putting on an expert right after the kid
Right.
whoever
The one
called
who
the kid.
treated that child, and they're showing their wounds to get sympathy for the jury.
Yeah, I think so too. But for us, it's just boring. Boo.
Yeah, we get it. They're hurt.
I just would like to address on the record
I accidentally skipped it.
for purposes of the media. When we are in recess, there should be no videoing,
Bring
and
on the
the
kids.
recording should also be stopped as well.
Ooh.
So just want to make sure that that's being adhered.
There you go, Mary B.
Yeah,
There
that's
you
for
go,
you.
Mary B.
Oh, hey.
He's like looking right at you too.
He
Yeah,
is.
you like that?
He heard Mary B talking.
Yeah, but the judge is getting on to someone for video and in between testimony.
Oh,
Not allowed.
what an asshole.
They're getting their ass kicked. Look at that look on his
See
face.
who's gonna have to hurt.
He's like, mistrial. Mistrial. Your Honor, this is egregious.
So thank you so much for that.
That's the look of death.
All
right
right,
there.
are we prepared?
Yeah, he had that look like, I'll fucking fight you right now.
I will push all the pressure points. Your heart will
Between me
explode
and
5 seconds later.
my client and I will beat the hell out of you right now.
I've given him my knife.
So then I would at this time ask the clerk.
Did they find a knife? Do we have a knife yet? We
Yeah.
seen a
That's
knife?
not a knife.
Yeah, remember how
the
they went
knife.
out to the woods and did the triangulation to see where he threw it out at?
Well, I do not.
Mm. But if they showed us the knife,
Listening to any of this stuff we've been watching?
no, not most of it.
Well, Lena, I'm just here to hang out and have fun.
Yeah.
I show up to juries to make friends.
Yeah.
And get
Because
that
I don't have
$30
any.
a day supplement check.
He's not actually on the jury. He just walked in with them.
So is this like a fan
Yes.
club or what are we
Speed
doing
dating
here?
or what? Is this speed dating or? Oh shit! Got to sit down for 4 hours before you can leave.
To bring the jurors in. Thank you.
Not once has she hurried Seagal along though.
That's because judges usually don't. Oh, that kid's so much taller than him. He's like, it's okay. You'll hit puberty one day, Seagal.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Council, please stipulate to the return of our jurors after lunch.
Stipulate, Your Honor. Stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, at this point in time, I would direct the state to call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State, we call Keenan Frasick to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please enter the witness stand. Please remain standing. And my clerk to my right is going to put you to oath, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. I do. Please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the records.
Keenan Frasick, 16 Woodcrest Avenue.
People usually don't spread their fingers like that.
You can put your hand down now.
You may
sir.
decide. Thank you.
Pregnant.
Good afternoon, Keenan. Good afternoon. Just do us a favor, sit close to that microphone. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so the jury needs to hear what you have to say, okay? Keenan, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to
Central
school?
Connecticut State University.
And what are you studying?
Nursing.
And are you working for the summer?
I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working part-time at Bass Pro Shops and doing lawn work.
You know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
To say my part in what happened leading up to and after the event.
Are you nervous to be here today?
Sure am.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
16.
And did you go to school?
I did.
Where did you go to school?
St. Joseph High School.
And what year were you?
I was in my sophomore year.
So you're a rising junior?
Yes,
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Schoolmate.
At St. Joe's?
Yes,
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valley?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
Does he have a nickname?
He does.
And what is his nickname?
He was called Lito.
And is the defendant, is Raul present in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
Blue suit.
Can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Okay, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, specifically Madigan Leifer's house. Can you tell us what was going on at Madigan Leifer's house that night and what time you got there?
There was a party going on. A couple of grades mixed within the St. Joseph school community. We were all hanging out, having a good time, obviously drinking some alcohol. And I believe I got there around, I'd say 9 o'clock.
And were you drinking?
I was.
How much were you drinking?
3 beers.
And when we say beers, what kind of beer?
Busch Light.
Busch Light. And how long were you there withdrawing? At some point in time when you were at Madigan Leifer's house, did individuals show up that you were not familiar with? Are you aware that individuals showed up that you're not familiar with?
I am aware.
But you didn't see them?
Did not see it.
Around what time would you say, how long were you at Madigan Leifer's house between the time you got there and the time that you became aware that these individuals showed up?
I can't put an exact time on it, but it was around 1 to 2 hours.
Okay. So at some point in time, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were exactly doing aside from drinking alcohol. What were you doing at the party at the Leifer house?
Socializing with my friends, maybe playing some drinking games like beer pong, something of those sorts.
Do you know whether or not when you were there, whether or not Jack Snyder was at that party?
Jack Snyder was present.
And was Tyler De Silva there?
He was.
And was the defendant there?
He was.
Now, at some point in time, were you inside the house or outside the house when you were at this party?
Inside for most of the time.
At some point in time, did you exit the house for some reason?
I did.
And why did you exit the house?
My buddy named Ryan, he said he wasn't feeling well, felt uneasy, said he had to vomit. So I took him outside, went around the house into the back, and was with him while he was vomiting.
And when you were doing that, how long would you say you were out back with him for?
I'd say 20 minutes.
And after 20 minutes, did you return to the garage or driveway area of the home?
I did.
And when you did that, what, if anything, was occurring at that moment?
Nothing was occurring at that moment as we were driving, or I'd say walking around the house. We heard some shouting from a car from the driving past the road, and we're trying to figure out what was going on.
And did you in fact figure out what was going on?
We were informed.
Okay. And were you informed about a fight that had taken place?
We were informed.
You did not witness that fight?
Did not.
And at some point in time, shortly after that fight, did the party break up?
It did.
And can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding the party breaking up?
Can you repeat that?
Well, in other words, you got back, you heard about this fight. How long after did you hear about the fight that did the party break up?
Oh, within 20 minutes.
And how did the party break up? Did parents inform you the party was over? How did that happen?
I don't believe it was the parents. The older sister was telling everybody to disperse and get out of the house. The party was over.
And so when the party was over, what, if anything, were you concerned about at that point in time?
Trying to get home.
And did you have a ride home at that point?
I did not.
And were you hanging out with anybody at the moment, at that moment, who also needed a ride home?
Yes.
And who was that?
Demetrios Arfanis and Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, were you able to find a ride home?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, you recall seeing the defendant, Jack Snyder, at the house?
Yes. Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 53. Can you identify the people in State's 53? This person in the red?
Jack Snyder.
And how about this person here with the helmet on?
Raul Valley.
The defendant?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, you were able to find a ride from Lazy
I was.
And who offered you a ride?
Jack Snyder.
And was anybody else offered a ride at that point in time?
Yes, Demetrios Arfanis was. He was planning from the beginning of the night to sleep over at my house after the party. And Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, did you get into Jack's car?
Yes.
Show you State's 30. You recognize State 30?
That was the vehicle.
That's Jack's car?
Yes.
And when you got into that vehicle, who else got into the vehicle with you?
Jack Snyder was driving his car. Tyler De Silva, Lito Valley or Raul Valley, Demetrios, myself, Will Sinchwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Now, how do you know all those people?
We all went to school together at St. Joe's.
You were all St. Joe students?
Yes.
Now, when you left Lazy Brook in Jack's car, did you know where you were headed?
We were going to Trumbull.
Why were you going there?
To figure out where we were going to go after, whether it was a different party, hang out at somebody else's house. It was kind of just like a middle grounds almost to figure out where we were going to go next.
And did you, in fact, at some point get to Trumbull High School?
We did.
And when you got there, did you guys discuss what to do next?
Not really. When we got to Trumbull High, we met up with some other females that were at the party, and the whole group of people were split up. And one Lito, Jack, and Tyler were talking amongst themselves, and I was talking to a different group of individuals, and so I had my own separate conversation.
So were you close enough where you could hear what the defendant was talking about with Jack and Tyler?
No.
How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
I give it 20 minutes.
Okay. And when you were at Trumbull High School, did you have anything to drink between the time you left Lazy Brook and the time you got to Trumbull High School?
No.
Did you have anything to drink when you were at Trumbull High School?
No.
Now, after about 20 minutes, did you all get back into Jack's car?
We did.
And why did you do that?
Because everything was wrapped up and thought we were going home.
You thought you were going home?
Yes.
And did you leave Trumbull High School?
We did.
And when you left Trumbull High School, where were you headed? Did you think you were
I
going
believe I thought we were heading home to my house with Demetrios.
At what point in time did you realize you weren't heading home?
So when we got out of Trumbull High, we took a right, and we were supposed to take a right, the next right, back into Trumbull, but we took a left into Shelton, and that's how I knew we were not going to my house.
And what town do you live in?
Trumbull.
So when you took the left to go into Shelton, was there any talk about where you're going? Drop me home, anything like that?
I assumed that we were dropping Mackenzie off because I knew she was from Shelton, but didn't know what part, didn't know where she lived.
At some point in time, did you pull up on a house in Shelton?
We did.
And do you recall what house that was?
The estate of Tyler Rich.
Show you states 9. Is that the house that you guys pulled up to?
Yes.
Show you states 49. Again, aerial view, is that the Tyler Rich house that you pulled up to?
Yes.
Can you tell us in states 49 where exactly you guys pulled up, if you can recall?
I can't exactly recall the road we came in on. I knew we were facing the direction of a cul-de-sac, and we were right in front of the driveway, and drove by, turned around at the cul-de-sac, and then went back towards the driveway.
And at some point in time, prior to arriving at Tyler Rich's house, were you aware of a group chat that was going on between some of your friends and some of the Shelton High School kids?
After the fact, I know about it now. I was not a part of that group chat, and there was no talk about that group chat, so no, I was not informed.
At some point in time when you pulled up to Tyler Rich's house, did you witness anybody exit that house?
When we initially drove by?
Sure.
There were people outside.
And at some point in time, when you stopped in front of the house, did people approach the car?
After we turned around the cul-de-sac, and we got surrounded by people.
And how many people would you say were outside at any given time?
At least 20.
At least 20. And when they surrounded the car, can you tell us a little bit about how that interaction initially took place?
So initially, we got surrounded, and no, I believe they're on one side of the car. And
what side of the car were they on?
The driver's side. And everything was cordial at first, and then someone from the back shouted something, and then Jack Snyder replied back, and then things started getting out of hand, and the car got surrounded.
And when you say things got out of hand, what kind of things were happening?
The tensions were escalating.
And when you say tension, were people arguing?
They were.
At some point in time, did anything happen where was anything thrown at the car, or did anybody touch the car?
Yes, things were thrown, and the people were on the back of the car, bouncing on the rear bumpers. People were outside the passenger window, backseat windows, banging on the windows.
And when that happened, what if anything happened next with regards to the car?
With regards to the car, things were just getting way too out of hand. I was pretty scared at the moment, and then I don't remember who shouted, but someone said go, and Jack Snyder hit the gas pedal, and we went.
And when you went, where did you go?
We went down the road, about 2-3 houses, but they're pretty spread out.
And in states 49, can you see where you went down the road?
Yes, towards the top of the image.
So somewhere in this area here?
Yes.
The record can reflect I'm pointing on the left side of on the right side of the picture towards the top of Laurel Glen. We're just before the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect.
Genius.
Finger. Nice. Nice. 12 minutes. I guess we should just try to land on 420 if we're that close, but it's almost midnight here. But we're only 2 hours more into day 5. Might have to skip some. This kid don't know.
The car went up that way. What, if anything, happened when you were up there?
What day are they on?
The individuals inside the car got out, including myself.
What?
What day are they on? Like starting tomorrow?
7
8.
or 8.
7 was Friday.
Are they still in the
8.
prosecution case?
I don't know.
No idea.
No idea yet.
So this is interesting because this has been the first kid that's in the Honda Pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's the first kid on the opposing I don't know that he meant to be in the opposing
Yeah,
group
it
either.
doesn't sound like he's friends with them. It sounds like he just needed a ride and they offered to take him with babies.
That was not worth the ride. Should have walked.
Yep.
And some Shelton kids ran up and they were talking with Lito, Jack, and Tyler Silva.
And who, if you can recall, who exactly got out of the car at that moment?
I don't remember.
Did you get out of the car at some point?
I did get out of the car at some point.
Why did you get out of the car?
Really because nothing good was happening there. Kind of walked into a trap and wanted to escape.
And you said other people from down the street ran down?
Yes.
And did they speak to any of you guys down the road?
They did not speak to myself, Demetrios, Kenzie, or Will. We were sitting on the curb away from the car, and they were talking to Tyler, Jack, and Lito.
And when they were talking to Tyler and Jack, what was the tone of the conversation? Not what they said, but what was the tone of the back and forth?
At first, everything was cordial, and then it escalated a little bit.
Was there any arguing going on?
Not really too much shouting. I would say it was pretty cordial at first.
At some point, well, let me ask you this: did you witness the Shelton kids interacting with the defendant and Tyler and Jack?
Yes.
And did you witness any physical altercation down the road when the kids came down the road? Was there any fighting, physical fighting?
No.
How long would you say the interaction was between your group of friends and the Shelton kids?
I give it 5 minutes.
Now, I want to show you the Marcus States Exhibit 44. Yep.
Come on, camera guy.
Now, have you seen that before?
I have.
You've seen that in my office?
Yes.
Now, do you know whether or not that part of the video happens before you get out of the car or after you get out of the car?
I believe it happened before.
So you're kind of still in the car, a couple people get out, or 3 people get out, walk down the road, you're in the car, and at some point, does Jack turn the car around and come back? How does that happen? Let us know
How I got
if
to
you can
the curb
recall,
area.
what's that?
How I got to the curb area.
Yeah, how that, so based on that, if that happens before you get out of the car, help us understand when you get out of the car in relation to that exhibit.
That video was pretty much a blur. That's one part of the night. It was new to me once you showed me that video. Didn't exactly remember or recall exactly how all those events went down. I can't say if I got out of the car before that happened or after that happened. But I know before the individuals went back, I was already out of the car with a couple of my friends who I arrived with sitting on the curb.
So when you say the individuals went back, are you referring to the kids from the Shelton group?
No, I'm referring to Jack, Lito, and Tyler.
Oh, okay. So, well, let me ask you this. At some point, this is a small picture or small video of what happened down the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at some point in time, you get out of the car with Will, Mackenzie, and Dimitri.
Yes.
And you sit on the curb?
Yes.
When you do that, is there an interaction between Tyler, Jack, and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you please explain what that interaction is like?
So the interaction was, first of all, it was agitated. The scene was tense. Lito was searching for a weapon in the car. He said, "Jack, where is your knife? Where the F is your knife?" And he was looking around the glove box and the center console and did not find anything.
Sorry?
I did not see a knife.
How was the defendant reacting prior to looking for the knife?
He was on edge.
Why was he on edge?
Because he was upset he was upset from what happened to Jack's car.
And what kind of things was he saying to make you feel like he was upset? How was he acting?
It's going pretty insane. I'd say he was using vulgar language, cussing. Jack, look what the F they did to your car.
And after he said, "Look what the F they did to your car," that's when he asked Jack, "Where's the knife?"
Yes.
How long would you say that was going on for down the street?
That they were searching?
Well, that the defendant was acting in an aggressive manner and cursing and going insane because of what happened to the car, and then looking for the knife.
No more than 30 seconds.
And you indicated that you did not see a knife?
I did not.
Do you know whether or not the defendant ended up finding a knife?
After the fact.
Right, but at the moment...
I assume he found a knife, but in the moment, did not see a knife, and believe for the rest of the night that he never found a knife because I never saw one.
Now, when you say that the three of them went back down the street. Before they go back down the street, was there any talk about going back down the street by the defendant?
Yes.
What was he saying?
I don't remember the exact words they were saying, but there was conversation. I was too far away to hear the exact words, and they got back in and drove down.
Now, not telling us what either Jack or Tyler said, did any of those two individuals try to talk the defendant out of going back down the street?
Tyler did.
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that the car leaves to go down the street?
Yes.
Do you see who gets in Jack's car before going down the street?
Yes. Jack was driving, and Lito, and Tyler Silva.
And when the car goes down the street, how long would you say the car was down the street for before it returned?
No more than 5 minutes.
And when it was down the street, what if anything, did you hear when it was down the street?
So it went down the street, and the four of us were talking amongst ourselves, trying to really figure out what was going on and how we ended up in the situation. And they drove down. You can kind of hear the tires screech a little bit, and so you know the car is stopping. And you can't see it, but you can hear it. One, because we were far away. Two, because it was dark. Three, there might have been something obstructing our view. You hear a lot of yelling, but it wasn't high-pitched yelling, which came next. It was more of a rowdy yelling, shouting, and then eventually it turned into a very high-pitched scream.
And after about 5 minutes of the yelling and then high-pitched screaming, did you witness the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returned, were you able to witness what Tyler DeSilva looked like?
Yes.
And what did he look like?
He was bleeding a lot, bruised everywhere. I asked him a simple question, and I didn't really get an answer, so he was just about unconscious.
And were you able to witness what the defendant looked like?
Yes.
And how did the defendant appear to you?
Shocked. He had like a shocked look on his face. Didn't look as battered as Tyler DeSilva was, nowhere near. But I wasn't inspecting him.
Now, at some point in time, when you, Will, Dimitri, and Mackenzie were waiting down the road, were you able to make arrangements to get another ride home?
Yes.
So how did that come about?
So once we were sitting on the curb, Carolyn, who was Will's girlfriend at the time, was picking him up. So Will was getting his ride home. And by the time the car returned before I saw Tyler and Lito after what happened, Will was already gone. His girlfriend picked him up. So he was gone. It was just me, Demetrios, and Mackenzie. And Mackenzie asked us if we needed a ride and her sister could bring us home.
And did you in fact get into the car with Mackenzie?
We did.
Again, this is Exhibit 44. I want to have you watch real quick.
Are you stopping us at 420, Danny?
Yep.
Dang it.
Why?
So dumb. Look at this.
Is that Jack's car taken off?
Yes.
And these individuals in the road getting into the car here, that's you and
Myself, Mackenzie, and Demetrios.
that's at about 11:55 at night.
Sounds about right.
You hear the high-pitched screaming in the background? You hear that?
I did not hear it.
Then you just give him more warriors because he takes over the jail.
With great power
So
comes
when
great responsibility.
Jack's car
And
took off-
Smalls is abusing it.
Do you know who left in Jack's car with him?
Tyler.
And who got into Mackenzie's sister's car?
So it was myself and Demetrios and Mackenzie. And then I shut the door. And then after, Lito got in.
Lito got in, the defendant?
Yes.
And when he got in, where did he sit in the car? Do you remember?
Rear side or back right,
And where were you seated in the car?
right next to him,
In the middle?
in the middle.
And on the car ride from, withdrawn, when you guys left Laurel Glen, who was the first to get dropped off?
Myself and Demetrios.
And how long was the ride from Laurel Glen to your house?
Say 8 minutes.
And in that 8-minute ride, did the defendant say anything in that 8-minute ride over?
No.
In that 8-minute ride, were you able to observe whether or not he had any blood on him?
I did not see any.
Did it appear that he had been in a fight?
You can assume so.
But you didn't see, it didn't appear so?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
So is the Snyder one all bloody because he got like beat up at the fight, or did he get stabbed too?
Yeah,
kid
the
that
other
all-
kid is the one that was everybody was beating the shit out of him.
Yeah,
Okay.
DeSilva.
The one that jumped up and went into the street.
The one driving, right?
Well, the one that jumped up and backed off into the street right before he started sticking people. That's the one
So
that was
he
getting
did
the
not
shit
get
kicked out of
stabbed.
him.
He got beat up and was bloody.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the Valley kid didn't hardly have any. He didn't have very many wounds.
Right. I'm
But the
confused by
other
the
kid
name
was
though.
beat
'Cause
up.
I thought Snyder was the one driving, the one in the red.
Oh, yeah.
jersey.
Snyder is driving. The one that's all beat up is De Silva.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think while they
Nothing
all have these
mentions
weird ass
like
names.
Snyder's condition.
Yeah, Snyder was the one that instigated the fight at the first house,
Yeah,
right?
he's the one that stole the beer and yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's him.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was following that.
Yeah, I think Snyder's just one who started all this and got Valley all worked up. And then
Mhm.
obviously they'd done it before because he knew there was a knife in the car
That's what
somewhere.
I'm
And
about
he was
to
trying to
say. If
find it.
it's Snyder driving, that means it's his vehicle and the
He's
defendant
not.
knows there's a knife in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Snyder sounds like a piece of shit for sure.
Mhm.
I think we all
Snyder.
kind of agree on that.
Yeah.
Except MJ. I've heard MJ fucking defending
I
Snyder.
know. MJ just needs to be kicked off this jury. I'm so sick of her.
I know. I think Schneider did nothing wrong.
We got a
No, his
Snyder
parents just
apologist here.
Free
Yeah.
Snyder.
church
She used to
pick
date Snyder on Facebook.
It was just online, so
Yeah, just online.
MJ, he was like 17.
well, he thought I was 17 too.
Oh, she's a cradle robber, Dean. Stop it.
Get it, girl.
Get him, Smalls. Here we go. Watch him walk up to the podium.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frasek.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
We've never met before.
True.
Okay. You're nervous today.
Of course.
First time testifying in court.
It is.
Just going to go over with you some of your testimony, okay?
Sounds good.
Now, in this
wanna
case,
fight me.
this isn't the first time that you've spoken about this particular matter, right?
No.
You mentioned you've met with the state's attorney a few times, correct?
Correct.
He showed you some videos, correct?
Correct.
He showed you these two videos that we saw today, correct?
Correct.
Have you also seen another video of the fight that took place in the front of Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
You've never seen the fight where Tyler De Silva is down on the ground?
No.
Are you aware that such a video exists?
I've heard chat about it.
And in your case, you gave two statements, right? You spoke with Detectives Iannotti and Nugent on May 16th.
Sounds right.
And again with Detective Bengo and McPadden on September 1st, correct?
Yes.
You were telling us about being at 5 Lazy Brook Road earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were invited to that party by whom?
I don't recall whom, but friends.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was Austin Leifer doing while you were there?
Drinking like everybody else.
And you told us that you had gone outside with somebody that was ill and throwing up. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was that Austin Leifer?
No.
Did you see Austin Leifer while you were outside?
No.
And you told us that you were there around 1 to 2 hours before these other kids who you said were uninvited arrived, correct?
Sounds about right.
And you were there for 1 to 2 hours, as well as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva?
We were there roughly the same amount of time.
You didn't see anybody try to kick them out of that party?
Please rephrase that.
So you didn't see anybody try to tell them to leave that party while you were there for that 1 to 2 hours, did you?
You're talking about the defendant?
Yes, and Mr.
No.
Snyder and Mr. De Silva.
Well, once the party ended, that's when everybody in a hole was asked to leave.
Everybody was kicked out at that point.
Yes.
Oh,
But
wait,
before
I
that,
was
No.
you didn't see anybody tell them that they had to leave?
No.
And you saw a photograph earlier that states Exhibit 53. You see that? Can you see that on your screen there?
Come on, Smalls. I feel like Smalls is hiding a question. He just don't want to ask him or something.
I thought these kids had only been there a couple of minutes, but it sounded like he came with all of them. And then everyone got kicked out like at the end over the beer. I thought they had just arrived. Okay.
I think this kid was at the first part. I think he's talking about the first party right now.
Well, he is, but he just said those 3 names and said they had been there the whole time with him and no one had tried to kick them out until the kid that just testified showed up with the beer. And that's when the confrontation started and then everyone got kicked out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was my understanding of the situation because it
Yeah.
sounded like Raul and Snyder had been there because
Yeah,
they
and that-
walked up to the people with the beer, the guy that
Right.
had just testified,
Yeah,
when they
I would-
arrived and
Yeah, I was confused thinking the defendant and his friends had just came in and started the fight and were kicked out, but it sounds like they had been there for a little while.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, that's how it happened. That's how I understood it from the last guy's testimony.
Imagine fighting someone over a 6-pack of Busch Light.
Imagine being the mom who has to redistribute the beer afterwards so people will leave peacefully. Okay, if I give you this, okay, is this not enough? I'll go get some from my fridge to make up from it. Like, are we good now? Can I leave? I am redistributing to the delinquency of a minor right now.
It's like communism for beer.
All right, Mary B, what's our time frame? We're 25, 17, 25.
We have a whole nother hour to go, Danny. Don't worry.
17, 25. Or is it
So,
17,
well,
35?
I think
Don't
it's
ask
30.
the question,
No, I
Mary
think it's
B.
25.
We did
Don't
it
ask
too.
the question.
We did it too early last time.
No,
So
I
I think.
played the wrong video that one time. I landed it the next day.
Oh, okay. So 25 then.
Yeah, it's 25. Yeah, because there's a 3-second delay. That puts us, yep.
You are so compulsive. I'm trying to listen to
goals.
That is a fact.
You gotta have goals and you gotta achieve them.
This is how we get all the subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
So
It ain't
how long
easy,
is they're about to cut us off?
No, you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
My good nights to everyone in the chat. Doesn't seem like we're gonna get.
Oh, 10 of you. Where are
good
y'all
night,
at? I
Sassy
only
and
see
Angel.
3. So that means we got 6 people asleep.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, sleeping people.
And that deep.
Still give us
party
watch
music.
hours.
I stayed awake this whole time. Aren't you proud of me?
Hell yeah, I'm proud of you. It's like a kid riding to the store and back without falling asleep.
But I'm also a little concerned about your well-being without sleeping.
Have you not been sleeping, Dean?
No, I have. I've
Yeah,
fallen
but it's
asleep
been
on-
like kind of a crazy week for you.
Yeah, no, for sure. I did stuff for once, guys.
Yeah.
And he's
Tough
got a crazy
life.
week coming up, so he needs his rest.
Mm-hmm. We're just looking out for you.
A bunch of mama rats.
1
He's just a
minute.
hard-working man.
I'm talking to you, boy.
Say it slower.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
Slower.
So we're gonna do this again tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Up when I'm talking to you, boy.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
You gotta see this. It's funny.
When I'm
It does look like
talking to
Kate
you,
Brennan
boy.
in your portrait right now.
Fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy. Fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you, boy.
All right, we
sounds
got
like
20 seconds, yeah.
Definitely Hank Brennan senior portrait right there in that window.
Oh god.
Totally.
10 seconds.
Panel guest, y'all have a blessed night.
You
You
too.
too.
Go Longhorns.
What time is it, Danny?
From coast to coast, we on that grind. True crime tales, we follow the signs. Chat rats rolling always on time. We dive in deep into every case, from alibis to that suspect's face. Gobble drops and the stakes get high. We light it up, truth never dies. Global crew, all eyes on the stream. Investigations run like a dream. Popping facts with that midnight spark. Solving crimes even in the dark. We got theories and we got files. We got timelines stretching miles. Clicking links, checking the stats. Say it loud. We the chat reference. Let the story unfold from the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Live light it up. We got the fast puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview, together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the chat rats. Murder boards and old police logs, late night lives and digital fog. We question the lies, breaking it down. Flashlight minds in a sleepy town. Whispers turn to witness names. Motive, weapon, unravel the games. With every puff, a clue gets clear. Truth hits harder than smoke in the air. Follow the thread, where it led. One more clue, what they said. Puff pass, let the story unfold. From the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the fast puff pass. Bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the chat rats. Light it, pass it, the journey goes on. From the crime to the court, dusk till dawn. Truth seekers under digital hats, solving mysteries, we the chat rats.